Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Sister, this is the basic body forging method I will show you. You study carefully. Tian stood in the courtyard and personally demonstrated the basic forging method to his sister. Yu studied very seriously, and in just 7 or 8 days he thoroughly mastered the basic body forging method. After that, Yu was able to cultivate freely. At the beginning, Yi Tian did not provide Yu with the blood of the fierce beast. But let her lay a solid foundation, at least let her step into the level of martial apprentice, and then give her the blood of the low-level fierce beast to assist her in her cultivation. When Yi Yu was cultivating, Yi Tian naturally wouldn't waste time. After this period of cultivation, his strength had risen again, reaching 35,000 jin of strength, and after the increase of his high-level strength talent, it was equivalent to 350,000 jin of power. Such a speed of progress is enough to make countless martial artists embarrassed. But Yi Tian was still not satisfied, because he knew that he was only a high-level cultivation talent, and wouldn't the progress of those top-level cultivation talents or even higher-level talents be even more exaggerated? So, he must quickly improve his strength and copy a talent to enrich himself, and sooner or later his talent will crown the earth or even the entire sea of stars. Soon, in a few days, I will be able to replicate the talent again. Yi Tian said with some expectation. This day, Yi Tian went to the wilderness preparing to hunt another batch of mid-level fierce beasts. His cultivation requires intermediate-level fierce beast blood, and intermediate-level fierce beast blood is an incomparably scarce resource. Even if it is rarely seen in the black market, even if it comes out, it will be quickly bought by the martial artists of the big family. Yi Tian could occasionally buy mid-grade fierce beast blood, but the quantity was too small. He is a high-level cultivation talent, and the speed of refining the blood of the intermediate fierce beast is super fast. So the blood of the intermediate fierce beast consumed far exceeds that of other elite martial artists. His own intermediate fierce beast blood has long been used up, and the purchased intermediate fierce beast blood is completely insufficient for cultivation. So he naturally needs to go to the wild to replenish it. But when he walked on the street, he suddenly found that many warriors were walking in groups, carrying large bags and small bags on their backs, and they could vaguely see a lot of supplies and daily necessities. The key problem is that these warriors are very unfamiliar, not like the warriors of the Linhai base. There are so many elite warriors. Yi Tian looked at a team and found that there were more than a dozen elite martial artists inside and couldn't help but exclaim. The point is that there is more than one such team, and he has met at least 3 such teams along the way. It should be a warrior from another base, Yi Tian guessed. With so many martial artists entering the Linhai base at once, something big must have happened. Although the Linhai base and the Iron Tooth base have trade exchanges, it will not send so many elite warriors. The key is that these teams are not caravans at all, but a bit like they came to stay. Yi Tian didn't think much about it, walked out of the base and went to hunt the fierce beast. Meanwhile, Lin family, Lin Wanli, Lin Zi and several other great martial artists all frowned. Big brother, is the news accurate? Lin Zi frowned. Lin Wanli sighed. The news came from the dark line of the Iron Tooth base. It must be true. I have long felt that the behavior of the Iron Tooth base is abnormal, and it is impossible to help our Linhai base so selflessly, and sure enough, I didn't expect them to fall into such a desperate situation. It seems that they want to move into our Linhai base. When he first got the news, he didn't believe it was true, but after repeated inquiries, the news was accurate. Although the Iron Tooth base is a medium-sized base with 2 grandmasters and dozens of great martial artists, it is only the bottom of the medium-sized base. This time a huge group of fierce beasts was found near the Iron Fang base. And the leader of this fierce beast group was about to transform into a king, and once the transformation was successful, the fierce beast group would inevitably expand and the Iron Fang base would bear the brunt. If this fierce beast group can be stopped, the crisis of the Iron Fang base can naturally be overcome, But the key is that the Iron Fang base is not the opponent of the fierce beast group, and it is completely useless. As for seeking the help of the strong people in other big bases, it is hopeless. The Iron Tooth base has tried, and it is not able to invite these strong people at all. In order to keep the people of the base, the Iron Tooth base is ready to move into the nearest coastal base. However, the Tia base was worried that the Linhai base was unwilling, so it came up with a plan to open up the route for trade cooperation. The other great warriors of the Lin family are also full of worries. Once the warriors of the Iron Tooth base move into the Linhai base, the division of power in the Linhai base will inevitably be broken. And even the Lin family is no longer in charge of the Linhai base. Big brother, why don't we refuse the warriors of the Iron Tooth base to enter the Linhai base? Lin then proposed. No way. Lin wanly shook his head. We have already signed a contract with the Iron Tooth base. Once we violate it, the Iron Tooth base will have an excuse to deal with our Lin family. The Iron Tooth base is now using the excuse of trade to send a large number of warriors to the Linhai base step by step, saying that it is trade. But in fact it is a long-term settlement. We can't drive it away. Once a large number of warriors and ordinary people from the Iron Tooth base come over, the Linhai base is no longer our Linhai base. Everyone thought about it for a long time, thinking left and right, except for helplessness or helplessness. You can only take one step at a time, Lin wanly said. In the evening, Tian came back with some materials for the intermediate fierce beast and a large amount of intermediate fierce beast blood. Subsequently, he inquired about the situation with Feng Wolf and others, and then learned that the Iron Tooth base sent a large number of people to settle in the Linhai base, did not do business, and only rented houses and villas as if they wanted to live here for a long time. And in the next few days, a piece of news came out. The people of the Iron Tooth base are moving out of the Iron Tooth base and preparing to enter the Linhai base. Even the people of the Iron Tooth base are building houses on the periphery of the Linhai base, preparing to expand the Linhai base to accommodate more people. For this move, the Lin family has no way to stop it after all. The land outside the Linhai base does not belong to the Linhai base, but the wild area, and the people of the Iron Tooth base build houses in the wild area, which is not a violation of the rules at all. And the reason for the departure of the Iron Fang base has also come out. It is from the threat of fierce beasts, and the Iron Fang base is almost finished. When he learned the news, Tian was also taken aback. It's a medium-sized base, and there are even 2 grandmasters in charge, so it can't hold up such a base. In this way, the coastal base is relatively lucky, and it is in a safe area. But once the Iron Fang base is finished, maybe one day the fierce beast group will run to the Linhai base, and then the Linhai base will also face the day of the base's destruction. You must become strong as soon as possible. Only stronger strength can ensure the safety of yourself and your sister, Tian said urgently. Thereupon, he practiced harder and his strength increased faster and faster. This day, he checked a large number of beast profiles at home, ready to find a super-fast beast to copy the other party's talent. Suddenly his gaze was fixed on the information of a ferocious beast, Black Wolf Leopard. The Black Wolf Panther is a low-level beast, but it is faster than most mid-level beasts. What's more, someone had seen the Black Wolf Leopard near the Linhai base, but because the Black Wolf Leopard was too fast, even ordinary elite martial artists couldn't catch up, so they gave up hunting the Black Wolf Leopard. Little Chiba Forest. Tian looked at this information and muttered, "This is where the Black Wolf Leopard is found." Tian didn't know much about the Little Chiba Forest. He only knew that the Little Chiba Forest was very large, and it was said to stretch for thousands of miles, and the Little Chiba Forest that appeared near the Linhai base was just one of the ends or branches. The location of the Little Chiba Forest is 18 kilometers west of the Linhai base, but few warriors enter the Little Chiba Forest, mainly because there are no fierce beasts on the periphery of the Little Chiba Forest. Most of them are some fierce beasts. Only when you go deep into the small Chiba Forest for a few miles will some fierce beasts appear one after another, and even intermediate fierce beasts and high-level fierce beasts will often be encountered, and the deeper you go into the small Chiba Forest, the more dangerous it is. However, the fierce beasts of the Little Chiba forest hardly come out, so they have no effect on the coastal base. My cultivation has slowed down a lot. The Little Chiba forest is indeed a good place to practice if you can find the black wolf and leopard. You will have completed the goal. If you can't find it, you can also copy it if you see the right talent, and you can cultivate in it for a while, Tian thought. In fact, he had already wanted to go out. After all, the Linhai base was only a small base, and it was very difficult to copy the right talent if he wanted resources, and it would only slow down his cultivation speed here. I was worried about my sister before, but now my sister has also started to cultivate, and the threat of the Mo family has been removed. As long as you hire a few more bodyguards to protect your sister, then everything will be fine. Who are you looking for to protect your sister? Tian pondered. Suddenly he thought of one person, the Wind Wolf. Wind Wolf is the captain of the Wind Wolf hunting squad. This squad still stays inside the base most of the time to maintain law and order. And the strength of this squad is not bad as long as it is not an elite martial artist. The Wind Wolf hunting squad can solve the problem. Besides, he didn't let the Wind Wolf hunting team protect his sister Yi Yu all the time, but just secretly protected Yi Yu and took action when Yi Yu was in trouble. There are quite a few members of the Wind Wolf hunting squad, so you can just send 1 or 2 warriors. It's just a small thing. So Tian personally went to find the Wind Wolf and took out more than a dozen intermediate fierce beast blood as a reward. The Wind Wolf naturally agreed. Kachiba Forest. Tian came here, and as soon as he entered the forest he saw towering giant trees. These giant trees were very huge, tens of meters high, and some even reached hundreds of meters. And the diameter of each giant tree was 2 or 3 meters, or even 3 or 4 meters. After walking for hundreds of meters, Tian found that this place was really as the information said. There were almost no fierce beasts on the periphery, only some fierce beasts existed. It's as if the Little Chiba forest has an extremely strict hierarchy, where fierce beasts can only live on the periphery, while fierce beasts live on the inner perimeter, but they can't enter the area of fierce beasts at will. Of course, this is just conjecture and has not been certified. He ran for miles through countless giant trees until he gradually saw the figures of some fierce beasts and then stopped. This is already the area of fierce beasts, so you have to be careful. After all, there are occasional high-level fierce beasts here, and some powerful high-level fierce beasts and high-level fierce beasts with special talents are not what he can provoke at the moment. For several days Tian searched for the figure of the black wolf and leopard in this area. But he didn't find it. But he hunted several intermediate fierce beasts and harvested a lot of intermediate fierce beast blood, so there was no need to worry about the blood of intermediate fierce beasts in a short time. If only I had the talent to perceive a wide range, maybe I would be able to find the black wolf and leopard soon, Tian fantasized. As he walked, Tian was pleasantly surprised to find a trace similar to a leopard or a wolf. Not 1 or 2, but a group. The black wolf leopard is a bit like a wolf, but it is a kind of leopard. Its claws are very similar to the claw marks on the ground. Maybe it is a group of black wolf leopards, Tian guessed. Whether it's true or not, he's going to take a look. Thereupon, Tian activated his speed 3 times and traced along the trail of the claw. After running wildly for a few miles, Tian stopped. At this time he felt a strong fluctuation of yuan force. There's a battle ahead. Tian's expression was solemn. It's unlikely that you'll encounter humans here, so it's only a ferocious beast. It is normal for fierce beasts to fight fierce beasts. After all, there are too many fierce beasts to survive in a friendly way, and even the single race of humans has strife and fighting. After advancing for a few hundred meters, the sound of the battle grew louder and louder, and strange cries were heard. That's it. Tian saw a flat land, and countless giant trees had already collapsed. About 1,000 black wolf leopards are besieging a gorilla, but it is the gorilla that has the upper hand. High-level fierce beasts, and they are not ordinary high-level fierce beasts that are comparable to the peak combat power of great martial artists. Tian didn't dare to reveal his breath, tried his best to hide himself, and even activated the shadow talent to merge into the shadow of the giant tree. This gorilla's combat power is similar to the old man he saw that day, much stronger than him now. He is not an opponent and his speed is a disadvantage. If he really fights with this gorilla, he can't run away, and the shadow talent can't hide from the high-level fierce beast, so he can only rely on the top healing talent to save his life. But if you can't run, you'll be beaten by the gorilla all the time, and maybe you'll really be beaten to death. Gorilla, don't mess with it! Tian no longer paid attention to the gorilla and set his eyes on the black wolf and leopard. These black wolves and leopards are his target, but the fate of the black wolves and leopards is very miserable. Hundreds of black wolves and leopards have been killed in the battle, but the black wolves and leopards have not escaped and they are still besieging the gorillas. Fearless of death? Hey, these black wolves and leopards just don't have the wisdom. They can't fight and escape. They have to fight to the death and not retreat. Tian shook his head, thinking that the black wolf and leopard were too irrational. Suddenly, Tian's gaze looked at one of the black wolf leopards as if it were glowing. No, it should be called the golden wolf leopard because the black wolf leopard is all golden and it looks like a very noble bloodline. And the other party is indeed noble. It is a medium-level fierce beast and its speed is faster than that of a gorilla, and the gorilla can't catch it at all, but this golden wolf leopard can't break the gorilla's defenses. Hey! This golden wolf leopard's speed talent must be higher than that of an ordinary black wolf leopard, otherwise it wouldn't be so rebellious. But the intermediate fierce beast level is faster than the gorilla at the peak of the high-level fierce beast. It's incredible it can't be a high-speed talent. Right, thinking of this, Tian was short of breath. If he gets this talent, his strength will definitely skyrocket. Tian had been secretly observing, waiting for the end of the battle between the two sides. After about half an hour, the number of black wolf leopards had dropped to 200 or 300, and the ground was full of black wolf and leopard corpses. Such a heavy price has hurt the foundation of the black wolf and leopard group, but the black wolf and leopard still did not retreat. After such a long time of fighting, the gorilla's physical exertion is very serious, both in speed and strength. It is much weaker than before, and its reaction is also a little slower. Suddenly, the gorilla screamed. Tian saw it clearly. It was the golden wolf leopard that took advantage of the gorilla's slow reaction to accelerate instantly, and when the gorilla didn't react, it grabbed one of the gorilla's eyes with one claw. Having lost an eye, the gorilla panicked and began to flee. However, it is much slower than the golden wolf leopard, and there are other black wolf leopards who are not afraid to stop the gorillas. Finally, without the gorilla paying attention, its other eye was also scratched by the golden wolf leopard. Losing both eyes, the gorilla's combat power is greatly damaged. A large number of black wolves and leopards bite with their teeth, scratch the wounds of gorillas with their claws, and do everything to fill with quantity. Eventually, the gorilla collapsed completely and his life was lost. In this battle, the black wolf and leopard clan lost more than 1,000 clansmen, but in exchange for the death of a high-level fierce beast gorilla, I don't know if it's worth it. But Tian knew that this battle was mainly due to the golden wolf leopard. The strength of the golden wolf leopard is not weak, it is close to the high-level fierce beast, and the speed is super fast so that it can catch the eyes of the gorilla, otherwise no matter how many black wolf leopards there are, they will not want to hurt the gorilla. It's my turn, Tian said with a little excitement. He is not afraid of these black wolves and leopards, even the golden wolf leopards he is not afraid. The reason why the gorilla was defeated was because of the great physical exertion and the fact that his eyes were blown out by the golden wolf leopard. But he's different. He has a top-level healing talent, and even if he is hit hard, he can heal and recover quickly, so he is not worried that the golden wolf leopard will be able to kill him at all. Phew. Tian rushed over and directly killed a black wolf leopard in an instant. Then, the golden wolf leopard, which was devouring the corpse of the gorilla, noticed Tian's existence and roared angrily. This area is its territory, and any creature that trespasses into this area will die. So the golden wolf leopard took action in person. It sensed that Tian's aura was far inferior to that of a gorilla. Such a little guy, it could kill it with one claw. So fast. Tian's eyes couldn't even see the shadow of the golden wolf leopard. He only felt a pain in his body and a claw cut through his body. Heal! In the blink of an eye, his wounds healed and he recovered. Not far away, the golden wolf leopard looked at Tian in shock. It clearly cut through Yi Tian's body and even saw Yi Tian's broken belly. Why did Yi Tian's stomach return to its original state in a blink of an eye? It's a pity. Yi Tian looked at the golden wolf leopard and sighed. At that moment just now, although he checked the talent of the golden wolf leopard because the speed of the golden wolf leopard was too fast, exceeding his thinking and reaction ability. He only had a quick glimpse of the talent of the golden wolf leopard, and he did not have time to copy the talent of the golden wolf leopard. However, Yi Tian had to admit that the talent of the golden wolf leopard was too rebellious, even more terrifying than he expected. And the real name of the golden wolf leopard is not called the golden wolf leopard but the golden dragon leopard. Species: golden leopard. Bloodline talent: top speed talent, top endurance talents, medium healing talents. Elementary among them, the endurance talent is related to physical strength, and the golden dragon leopard can fight the gorilla for so long without showing signs of weakness, relying on the medium endurance talent, which makes its physical strength very strong. It's really an awesome qualification, the top-level bloodline talent, which means that as long as this golden dragon leopard does not fall, it will inevitably become a top-level fierce beast in the future, and it has so many talents once it grows up. It is enough to slaughter a group of grandmasters. Yi Tian thought suddenly. He really wanted to get rid of this golden dragon leopard, but his strength was much worse than the other party, and he could only rely on his healing talent to save his life. Soon, the golden dragon leopard attacked Yi Tian again, and Yi Tian also didn't react. His neck was almost broken, but fortunately the healing talent did not disappoint him and he successfully survived. At this time, Yi Tian finally succeeded in copying the opponent's top speed talent. I have to resist. If he catches my head or grabs my head, I won't be able to live, Yi Tian thought. So he took out the knife and the knife momentum unfolded, constantly casting shadow kills, forming a series of knife chi around his body. The sword chi protects the body, and the sword chi attack formed with his strength is enough to threaten the golden dragon leopard. No matter how fast the speed of the golden dragon leopard is, as long as there is no way to break through the sword chi wall, there is no way to hurt him, and if he forcibly attacks, he will hurt the golden dragon leopard himself. Retreat, retreat, retreat. Yi Tian kept retreating and fled to other places. The golden dragon leopard tried to attack a few times but collided with the sword chi a few times, almost breaking its claws. The knife technique can really restrain the speed, otherwise I really wouldn't be able to escape. Yi Tian's heart palpitated. After escaping some distance, he found that the golden dragon leopard was not pursuing and apparently gave up his plan. I finally got rid of it. Fortunately, the golden silk dragon leopard gave up, otherwise my physical strength and yuan power would not last long. After all, it is too exhausting to perform shadow killing without interruption. Yi Tian breathed a sigh of relief. He had to admit that he was a little reckless this time. He thought that he didn't need to be afraid of the golden dragon leopard, but he still underestimated how terrifying the golden dragon leopard was. Watching the game and playing in person are completely two experiences. If it weren't for his many whole cards, he wouldn't be able to escape today. Of course, the benefits of taking risks are not small. Top speed talent. Hahaha, once fused, I still need to be afraid of the golden silk dragon leopard. Even a top-level fierce beast like a gorilla, I don't have to be afraid. Yi Tian was full of confidence. Then, he found a towering giant tree, dug a hole in the giant tree, carved out a small wooden house and then sealed the opening and began to retreat inside the giant tree to fuse the top speed talent. Start merging. Every fusion talent is a metamorphosis for Yi Tian, although it is painful, but the benefits it brings are enough for him to be willing to bear this pain. Yi Tian had fused many talents, so this time the fusion of top-level speed talents was not as painful as he imagined. Soon, the fusion ended. Yi Tian checked his talent for the first time. This is his habit, and it is also the most exciting moment. Human, Yi Tian. Cultivation talent, high speed talent, top knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents. Looking at the top-level healing talent and the top-level speed talent, Yi Tian smiled happily. He thought to himself how great it would be if other talents could become top-level talents as well. Try top speed. Yi Tian walked out of the giant tree, turned on the speed talent and gave it a try. Phew. In an instant, Yi Tian crossed a distance of 100 meters. In the dark, he felt like he had broken some kind of barrier in the air. Sonic speed, this word appeared in Yi Tian's mind. The speed of sound is the speed at which sound travels through the air, which is 340 meters per second. And Yi Tian's speed is not just the speed of sound, it is definitely many times faster than double the speed of sound. After testing again and again, Yi Tian finally had an understanding of his speed 10 times the speed of sound. I was able to reach 3,400 meters per second compared to 170 meters per second before. According to this ratio, the speed increase of the top speed talent is 20 times. Yi Tian said darkly, the 20-fold increase is already very exaggerated. This is an increase that ignores the realm. According to Yi Tian's estimation, even if he is a great martial artist among human beings, the ultimate speed should only be 5 or 6 times the speed of sound, and Yi Tian's speed has exceeded the ultimate speed of a great martial artist. If he waited for Yi Tian to reach the level of a great martial artist, his speed would be even more exaggerated. With my current strength, it won't be a problem to deal with the peak of the great martial artist. Yi Tian smiled very happily. Originally, his strength was much worse than the peak combat power of the great martial artist, but now a top-level speed talent made up for the gap in combat power. For him, copying a powerful talent is a shortcut to quickly improving his strength. However, such opportunities are not easy to come across. This time, it was his luck and his courage to fight that he copied the speed talent of the golden silk dragon leopard, otherwise he would not have such a strength transformation. It's time to deal with the golden dragon leopard. Yi Tian is not afraid of the golden dragon leopard at all. In terms of speed, he is not much worse than the golden dragon leopard perhaps. Because of the high realm, the speed of the golden dragon leopard will reach 12 or 13 times the speed of sound. But the difference between 10 times the speed of sound and 12 or 13 times the speed of sound is not too big so that it will not be unable to react. However, Yi Tian's advantage is very great. His top-level healing talent can ensure that he heals quickly, and his attack power exceeds that of ordinary great martial artists, which is not comparable to the golden silk dragon leopard. Under the comprehensive strength, Yi Tian's strength completely surpassed the golden dragon leopard, and he was naturally not afraid of the golden dragon leopard. So Yi Tian returned the same way. Found it, they're not gone yet. Yi Tian saw a group of black wolves and leopards surrounding the golden silk dragon leopard. At this time, the golden dragon leopard was sleeping, and next to it was the corpse of a gorilla, but it was not complete, but only half of the corpse. The golden dragon leopard should be digesting the corpse of a gorilla. It seems that this act of devouring the corpse of a fierce beast can increase the strength of a fierce beast, just like us humans refining the blood of a fierce beast to improve their strength. Yi Tian guessed. With the talent of the golden dragon leopard, if the corpse of the gorilla is completely absorbed, the strength will inevitably increase a little, although it will not break through to the level of a high-level fierce beast all at once, but it can also increase a lot of strength. Yi Tian didn't want to give the golden dragon leopard a chance to improve his strength. Golden dragon leopard, let's fight again! Yi Tian jumped out and roared. This sound was too loud and it completely woke up the golden dragon leopard. Its hideous face and murderous eyes seemed to say, "Human, you are dead." Phew, the body of the golden dragon leopard disappeared. If he hadn't fused the top-level speed talent, Yi Tian wouldn't have been able to detect the figure of the golden silk dragon leopard at all, but now Yi Tian could see it. Just as the golden dragon leopard's claws were about to touch him, Yi Tian's body flashed and dodged in time. Meanwhile, Yi Tian's knife slashed over. With the increase of the top speed talent, coupled with the speed of the shadow kill, Yi Tian's attack speed is beyond imagination. The speed talent increases all speed, including running speed, hand speed, and reaction speed. Poof. The golden dragon leopard carelessly failed to dodge Yi Tian's shadow killing, and a cut was made in his back. It's hurt. At this time, the golden wolf leopard retreated far away, looking at Yi Tian with a pair of big eyes incredibly, as if asking, "Why is your speed so fast?" It clearly remembered that when it was before, it could easily attack Yi Tian if it weren't for Yi Tian's sword chi covering all around, making it a little tricky. Otherwise it would have been able to torture and kill Yi Tian easily. But now, Yi Tian actually dodged its attack and the speed was not much slower. It was the first time it had seen a creature whose realm was weaker than its own but not as slow as it was. The golden dragon leopard did not admit it and rushed towards Yi Tian again. Shadow kill, shadow kill, shadow kill. Yi Tian performed shadow kills again and again, and the golden dragon and leopard were constantly injured, after all. The attack power of the golden dragon leopard has not yet reached the level of a high-level fierce beast, so it is naturally not Yi Tian's opponent. Every collision is at the cost of injury, fortunately because of the race its body bones are relatively hard. And Yi Tian's weapon is slightly worse. If Yi Tian had a good weapon, he might be able to split the golden silk dragon leopard in half with a single sword. After more than 10 moves, the golden dragon leopard was covered in blood and its state dropped to a certain extent. The golden silk dragon leopard, who originally planned to die and not escape, had the intention of escaping. It's not going to die, phew. The golden dragon leopard ran away and even left his own tribe behind. You're injured, you're not as fast as before, and you still want to run? Yi Tian chased after him. After only 10 miles of chasing, Yi Tian caught up with the golden dragon leopard and almost cut off the golden dragon leopard with a fierce knife. The body of the golden dragon leopard fell not far away, his breath was extremely weak, and he was no longer able to escape. Just when Yi Tian was about to kill the golden dragon leopard suddenly made a move that shocked Yi Tian. It actually made a kneeling gesture and kept kowtowing to Yi Tian. Its meaning was obvious, it surrendered to Yi Tian. Are you surrendering to me? Yi Tian looked at the golden silk dragon leopard with interest and asked. However, he did not relax his vigilance for fear that the golden dragon leopard would pretend to surrender, but in fact launch an attack and sneak attack. But this is unlikely because the golden dragon leopard was too seriously injured to succeed in the sneak attack. The golden dragon leopard nodded, obviously understanding Yi Tian's words. Yi Tian had long known that some special fierce beasts were very intelligent and could understand human words, but there were relatively few fierce beasts of this kind, but he didn't expect to meet one today. I'm not very worried about you. What if you get better from your injuries and suddenly regret it? Yi Tian said coldly. Abrupt, a faint light appeared on the forehead of the golden dragon leopard, and this ray of light instantly pierced the void and entered Yi Tian's mind. In a flash, Yi Tian's first reaction was that he was sneak attacked, but at this time a childish voice sounded. Master, this voice was like the voice of a 3-year-old child, but Yi Tian knew whose voice it was. Golden dragon leopard, were you calling me just now? Yi Tian was surprised. Yes, master, the golden dragon leopard nodded. Soon, Yi Tian finally knew what that ray of light was. It turned out to be the light of the soul. Once the beast took the initiative to surrender, it would sacrifice its soul light and take the initiative to recognize the master. Once the light of the soul is controlled by humans, once humans die, so will the beasts. On the contrary, the beast died, but the human race had no effect. In order to survive, the golden dragon leopard felt that he recognized Yi Tian as the master. It doesn't feel ashamed, it doesn't have the face of human beings anyway, it's best to live. Suddenly getting a beast pet, Yi Tian was a little confused, but it was a good thing for him at the moment. The golden dragon leopard is a top-level bloodline, and it also has a top-level speed talent, a medium endurance talent, and a primary healing talent, and its qualifications are definitely very high among the fierce beasts. Moreover, the golden dragon leopard is also the leader of a fierce beast race, and if he has such a fierce beast group in the little Chiba forest, he can save a lot of trouble. Golden leopard, do you have a name? Yi Tian asked. Master, I don't have a name. The golden dragon leopard shook his head. From now on, I'll call you Xiaojin. Yi Tian thought for a while and said. After getting the name, Xiaojin seemed very happy and seemed to have forgotten the injuries on his body. Yi Tian looked at Xiaojin, who was injured, and hurriedly swallowed some healing liquid for it. Under the dual effect of healing potions and primary healing talents, Xiaojin's injuries quickly recovered. An hour later, Kim was fully recovered. Returning to the clan, Xiao Jin ordered the black wolf and leopard of the clan not to attack Yi Tian. At this point, Yi Tian really had a group of fierce beasts. "By the way, Kim, do you know where the treasure is?" Yi Tian asked with some expectation. "The little Chiba forest is so huge, it contains countless resources, and some treasures are of great use to warriors. For example, medicinal herbs, treasures to improve talents, and so on." Usually going into the wild to hunt, Yi Tian would occasionally collect some medicinal herbs and sell them on the black market. But if a person looks for it slowly, the efficiency is too low, so Yi Tian didn't encounter too many good things. But Xiaojin lives in the small Chiba forest and has a group, so he must know a lot. "Master, Xiaojin does know a baby. Xiaojin can be different from ordinary clansmen, and it is also the reason why he ate that baby," Xiaojin said truthfully. Yi Tian was excited from Xiao Jin's words. He guessed that the treasure must be able to improve his talent. How valuable such a treasure is. "Kim, take me there," Yi Tian ordered. Xiao Jin did not hesitate at all and immediately took Yi Tian away. This is the benefit of recognizing the Lord. If you don't recognize the Lord, a fierce beast like Xiaojin will definitely not be so loyal. Maybe it will be yin and yang. But after acknowledging the master, the beast will become loyal and think of the master everywhere. Xiao Jin didn't let the tribe follow. According to Xiao Jin, that place was only known to it, and its people didn't know. Because it doesn't want to create a golden dragon leopard like it so that no one will compete with it for the position of leader. After a while, Yi Tian followed Xiao Jin to a cave in the ground. After a series of winding passages, a man and a beast finally arrived at their destination. Presented in front of Yi Tian was a small golden tree with a fruit on it. The fruit is golden all over, but there are a few spots of cyan color. "Master, there were originally 2 fruits on the tree and I ate one of them, and this one is the only one left. This fruit is not ripe yet and it cannot be eaten yet," reminded Xiao Jin. Yi Tian nodded lightly, but his gaze never left the fruit. There was a voice in his heart that he must eat the fruit. "Could it be that this fruit will enhance my talent?" Yi Tian thought. But he felt that his talent could be continuously copied by constantly copying it, and there should be no need to improve it through treasures. That would be a bit of a waste. But as soon as he sensed the craving in his heart, he would regret it if he didn't eat it, so he hesitated. "Eat," Yi Tian finally decided. Even if it is wasted, he will not regret it, and when his strength becomes stronger and stronger, he is afraid that he will not be able to get better treasures. "Xiao Jin, how long do you estimate that this fruit will be able to ripen?" Yi Tian asked Xiao Jin, the old driver. "Master, it will be about 20 days and nights." Xiao Jin gestured back and forth with his paws and figured it out. 20 days, just wait here, just enough to seriously cultivate for a while," Yi Tian muttered. In the next 20 days, Yi Tian worked hard to cultivate, and with a large amount of fierce beast blood, he didn't have to worry about the progress of his cultivation at all. In addition, Xiao Jin also continued to hunt fierce beasts under Yi Tian's arrangement and provided him with fierce beast blood. In this way, Yi Tian's cultivation progress was very fast. 45,000 pounds of strength, Yi Tian sensed it and said excitedly. Such a rapid improvement in cultivation was mainly related to the countless fierce beast blood he consumed. He had no idea how much fierce beast blood he had consumed. Even the big family could not afford such consumption. He glanced at the fruit on the little golden tree, and the last bit of cyan was about to turn golden. It's about to ripen. At this time, the desire in Yi Tian's heart became stronger and stronger. Boom. Countless vitality poured into the golden fruit of the golden tree, helping it complete the final step of its transformation. Under the gaze of Yi Tian and Xiao Jin, this golden fruit finally ripened. Yi Tian stepped forward and picked the golden fruit. The golden fruit is not big, which is a matter of one bite. Yi Tian hesitated for a moment and then decisively swallowed the golden fruit in one gulp. The golden fruit turned into a torrent and flowed into the body, and then a huge amount of energy burst out and poured into Yi Tian's mind, instantly knocking Yi Tian unconscious. What Yi Tian didn't know was that when he was unconscious, points of light appeared in the depths of his mind. These dots of light come in a variety of colors, but in the center is a golden dot of light which represents the supreme, the noble, and the special. This gold color has nothing to do with the golden fruit, but it is just the same color. If Tian could see this scene, he would be able to guess that these points of light were the marks of his talent, and the golden points of light represented the talent of copying, which was also his most important talent. The torrent of energy that the golden fruit turned into poured into the depths of his mind, and the golden light suddenly absorbed this energy. I saw that the golden light point became larger and brighter at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the fluctuations became stronger and stronger. It is evolving or metamorphosing. Yeah, I'm unconscious. Tian was a little surprised but also a little afraid. Fortunately, it was safe here. If he absorbed the golden fruit in an unsafe place in the outside world, he might encounter danger in a coma. Standing up, he saw Xiao Jin lying on his side and waiting. Xiao Jin, were you in a coma when you ate the fruit before? Tian asked. Unconscious, Jin replied truthfully. Then you don't remind me. Tian rolled his eyes and blamed. Master, you didn't ask. Xiao Jin felt a little aggrieved. Tian smiled. This really can't be blamed on Xiao Jin after all. Although Xiao Jin is very wise, he is not a real human after all. Check out the talents. Tian's heart moved and his talent situation appeared in front of him. Human, Tian. Cultivation talent, high-speed talent, top knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents. Hi, hey, hasn't my talent changed? Tian was a little surprised and a little disappointed. He also thought that his talent could be transformed. After all, the golden fruit was very extraordinary at a glance, and even Xiao Jin was able to raise his talent to the top bloodline talent level at once. It stands to reason that his cultivation talent has reached a high level and it should be easy to upgrade to a top-level cultivation talent. Is it to improve other talents? Tian was puzzled. But he took a closer look and the other talents were still the same as before and there was no change at all. Subsequently, Tian carefully examined his body and something different finally happened. First of all, the spirit has become much better and there is actually a mental power. His spiritual power was able to observe a radius of 10 meters, although it was not as good as the spiritual power of a great martial artist covering a range of 20 meters, but it also broke the limit. He had never heard of someone who could possess spiritual power at the elite martial artist level, which was enough to be proud of. But when he inquired about Xiao Jin and learned that Xiao Jin's current spiritual power could cover 30 meters, he was immediately hit to the ground. Of course, Tian also knew that this was because Xiao Jin's cultivation was at a high level, and when he also became the peak realm of an elite martial artist, his spiritual power would naturally grow. In addition to this, Tian also found a little change in himself. He found that his copy talent had a wider range to view, and he was able to view the talent within a radius of 50 meters, which meant that it was easier for him to check the talent of other people or beasts. But hey, I'm a little depressed. Xiao Jin ate the golden fruit and suddenly became awesome, and I ate the golden fruit only to produce spiritual power and make the distance of the copy talent a little farther away, and it can't be compared to Xiao Jin's harvest at all. Tian said in extreme disappointment. However, it is a little bit of a change in the end anyway. It is a treasure that was obtained for nothing, and it will not be a loss. There are 10 days left before you can copy the talent again. Stay for 10 days before you go back, Tian decided. In the past 10 days, Tian personally went out with Xiao Jin to hunt fierce beasts, and the target was no longer an intermediate fierce beast but a high-level fierce beast. According to Xiao Jin, the fierce beast territory of the Little Chiba Forest has a strong sense of territory, and each area has an overlord, so it is not difficult to find high-level fierce beasts. With the cooperation of Tian and Xiao Jin, the high-level fierce beast was not an opponent at all, and was easily killed by them. According to the discussion, Tian only needs the blood of a high-level fierce beast, while Xiao Jin wants the corpse of a high-level fierce beast. Soon, 10 days passed. 1,600 high-grade beast blood, enough for me to cultivate for a long time. Yi Tian looked at the small blood pool in front of him with great satisfaction and said excitedly, but soon he was distressed. There was too much blood of the fierce beast and he couldn't take it away, and the kettle on his body couldn't carry too much blood of the fierce beast at all, so he could only take a small part of it when the time came. Hey, it would be much more convenient if there were storage bags, Yi Tian sighed. Another day passed and Yi Tian's copying talent could finally be copied again. He was ready to copy Xiaojin's endurance talent, not because he didn't want to copy other talents, but mainly because he didn't encounter a good talent. The chance of talent on the beast is higher than that of humans, but it is also difficult to encounter a beast with special talents, and even if it does, most of them are inferior or elementary talents, and he doesn't look down on them at all. Comparatively, it was still Kim's medium endurance talent that was slightly more useful. Just as Yi Tian walked towards Xiaojin, he froze. His retina has a copy of Kim's talent on the back except for the top speed talent. This situation he is naturally familiar with, which means that it can be replicated. The key problem is he hasn't touched Xiaojin yet. Is it? Yi Tian suddenly breathed rapidly. He finally understood why he had eaten the golden fruit, and his talent had not undergone a metamorphosis, not that he had not undergone a metamorphosis, but that he had not discovered it. His talent for replication has metamorphosed or evolved. Yes, copying talent is actually a talent. Yi Tianming came to his senses. Judging from the current situation, the copying talent has gotten rid of the restriction that it can only be copied by contact, and it can be copied in the air. This is much more convenient than the original. For example, when copying human talents, sometimes you encounter a more awesome talent, but you can't copy it because you can't touch each other. What a pity. Now it's all out of the way, since you can copy it in the air. Then, you don't rush to copy Xiaojin's endurance talent. After all, the endurance talent is not very useful if you can encounter a high-level cultivation talent at the Linhai base. I can copy it. Maybe I can transform the cultivation talent to the top cultivation talent level. For example, Lin Wanli of the Lin family is a high-level cultivation talent. I don't need to touch him at all. As long as the distance is a little closer, I can copy it. So, Yi Tian was ready to give up copying Xiaojin. Xiaojin, you just stay here if you have time. Help me collect more medicinal materials and beast blood, and the beast blood will be placed in the blood pool. Remember, the blood of high-level beasts and the blood of medium-level beasts should be separated. Before Yi Tian left, he admonished. Master, I got it, Xiaojin replied. Yi Tian also wanted to bring Xiaojin back to the Linhai base, but Xiaojin was huge and a fierce beast, which was too conspicuous. It's not that the Linhai base doesn't have fierce beast pets, and some big families also have some ornamental fierce beast pets, but the intermediate fierce beast level is also a special fierce beast like the golden dragon leopard once he brings it back to the Linhai base. His trouble is not small. Besides, Xiaojin's strength is not as good as him and he can't protect him at all, so it's better to let Xiaojin stay in Xiaochiba forest. At least he can collect the blood of the fierce beast for him. And he doesn't need to worry about the lack of fierce beast blood in the future. Yi Tian packed up his things and took away about 100 high-grade fierce beast bloods as well as a large package of medicinal herbs. Carrying so many things on his back, Yi Tian walked out of the little Chiba forest under the escort of Xiaojin. Outside the coastal base, about 8 miles, a hunting team was carefully searching for the beast and everyone's expressions were very solemn. The strength of this squad is not strong and the most powerful is only in the late stage of the talented martial arts. Boss, I found a warrior very young. He has a lot of things on his back. A warrior pointed to the figure that was walking slowly not far away and said excitedly to his captain. The captain looked over and saw a young man, very young, who should be a martial artist. Captain, do you want to rob it? Someone asked. The captain pondered, a little hesitant. He didn't think that Yi Tian's strength was strong. Such a young boy was at most just a newcomer to the martial arts realm. Captain, are you afraid that this person has a deep background? The warriors of the Iron Tooth base. We basically know one or two. There should be no such young man among them. He should be the martial artist of the Linhai base with the background of our Iron Tooth base. Are you still afraid that a small martial artist of the Linhai base will not succeed? Captain, let's do this vote. As long as we don't get killed, no one can take it. Besides, we haven't gained a day today, so we can't go back so gloomy, right? In the persuasion of his subordinates again and again, the captain gritted his teeth and said, "Okay, do this vote." Anyway, this kind of thing they don't do at once, but every time they are very cautious, picking soft persimmons to pinch, although this time it is a bit risky, but after success there will be a big harvest. Hugh swoo, p swoop sss. The warriors of the hunting squad ran over and soon surrounded the boy. "Get it all out," the captain threatened. "This young man is Tian." He was a little dumbfounded at this time. How bold were these people to dare to rob him? Tian, who has spiritual power, can see through the strength of these martial artists at a glance. They are all martial artists, and the strength of the Wind Wolf hunting team is about the same, and he is just an ant. "Are you really trying to rob me?" Tian said coldly. "Nonsense. If you don't want to endure hardship, just take out all the things." The captain threatened again, and the knife in his hand faintly shone brightly, which was a sign of the appearance of Yuan Li pouring into the Yuan soldiers. Obviously, the captain is going to do it. At this moment, Tian's knife moved. These martial artists couldn't see Tian's movements at all. They only felt a pain in their hands, and the weapons in their hands fell down one after another. Then there was a screaming. My hand is about to break. I don't want to be crippled." Tian didn't abolish their hands, he just broke their tendons, and even some of the wrist bones were shattered. In the previous life, such an injury was definitely crippled. But in this era, as long as there is healing medicine, you can recover. It just takes time. With the injuries of these warriors, there is no way to use force again for a few months. The captain of the hunting team endured the sharp pain in his hands and looked at Tian in fear. He finally realized that the young man in front of him was not an ordinary martial artist, but a martial artist who was far more powerful than him, and his speed was so fast that he couldn't even see it. Such a warrior is extremely terrifying. "Tell me, how is the waterfront base now?" Tian asked. He hadn't come back for more than a month, and he wanted to know about the situation at the Linhai base as soon as possible, and these people should know. The hunting team didn't dare not answer and quickly told Tian what he wanted to know. After listening, Tian frowned. In the past month or so, the Linhai base has undergone great changes, and there's one more important piece of information: the Iron Tooth base is gone. That's right, it's gone. It was wiped out by fierce beasts. Hundreds of thousands of people died, and only about 100,000 people came to the Linhai base alive. Among these 100,000 people, nearly 10,000 are warriors, and the others are basically the families of warriors, and the real civilians of the Iron Fang base have no chance to escape at all. Today, 100,000 people from the Iron Tooth base have moved into the Linhai base, and a large number of buildings have been rebuilt outside the Linhai base, and the outer city walls are now being built. Obviously, the Iron Tooth base is ready to make this place home. In addition, the Lin family of the Linhai base reached an agreement with the high-level leaders of the Iron Tooth base to allow the people of the Iron Tooth base to join the Linhai base, but the control still belongs to the Lin family. And the warriors and ordinary people of the Iron Fang base enjoy the same rights as the residents of the Linhai base. The Lin family is in power. When Tian heard this, he sneered. "This is just nominal power. The strength of the Lin family is too much worse than that of the Iron Tooth base. How can the Lin family manage those great warriors and even grandmasters in the Iron Tooth base? This agreement is just a matter of face, and in fact the real power now has undoubtedly become the top level of the Iron Tooth base. Of course, for Tian this has no effect. Anyway, he won't be in the competition. Maybe it won't be long before he takes Yu to the big base, and he won't stay in this small coastal base." "Get out," Tian said coldly. This hunting team crawled away with a roll and soon ran away for fear that Tian would regret it. There were no accidents on the next journey, and Tian returned to the Linhai base very calmly. As soon as he entered the Linhai base, he noticed the difference between the Linhai base. There are more warriors, there are more ordinary people, and the streets are full of people, and it is very lively. Back home. Brother, you're finally back. As soon as Yi Yu saw Yi Tian, he pounced directly, his little face full of missing. Sister, have you been lazy lately? Yi Tian touched Yi Yu's little head and asked with doting. Yi Yu said very seriously, Xiaoyu is not lazy, Xiaoyu has been working hard to cultivate, and now he has the strength of 300 caddies. In more than a month, he had the strength of 300 caddies, which was a very exaggerated speed among the medium cultivation talents, but Yi Tian knew that most of this was due to the blood of the fierce beast. If he didn't have enough fierce beast blood, Yi Yu wouldn't have been able to cultivate so quickly. Have you had any trouble lately? Yi Tian asked again. Yi Yu shook his head. No one is bothering me, but someone is looking for you, brother. Who? Yi Tian frowned and asked. I don't know, but the attitude is very arrogant. Listening to the person's own introduction, it seems to be some genius in the iron tooth base. What is Sun Feng? Yi Yu thought about it for a while. Iron tooth base, Sun Feng? Yi Tian secretly wrote down the name. Afterwards, he put the medicinal herbs on his body and the blood of high-grade fierce beasts in the house, and then went out alone. Come out, Yi Tian said to the corner on the side. Wow. A figure came out of the corner. It was none other than a warrior from the Wind Wolf hunting squad. I've seen Lord Yi Tian, the warrior said respectfully. Take me to your captain, I have something to ask him. Yi Tian mainly wanted to know about Sun Feng in the iron tooth base. He didn't know Sun Feng, but Sun Feng came to the door and his attitude was still very arrogant. For the unknown, he must understand it first, and the Wind Wolf should know a little information. Soon, Yi Tian saw the Wind Wolf. Yi Tian, you're finally back. When the Wind Wolf saw Yi Tian, he breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tian hadn't come back for so long, he even thought that something had happened to Yi Tian. Wind Wolf, I heard that after I left, a guy named Sun Feng came to look for me, Yi Tian asked directly. Wind Wolf frowned and nodded. Yes, Sun Feng was originally a person from the Iron Tooth base, and he is also a genius of the Iron Tooth base, far from being comparable to the genius of the Linhai base. I heard that Sun Feng's talent is a high-level cultivation talent, and now his strength has reached the mid-stage realm of an elite martial artist. After the people of the Iron Tooth base were integrated into the Linhai base, Sun Feng went around challenging the younger generation of the Linhai base, and many geniuses with medium cultivation talent were defeated by him casually, and even many elite martial artists of the older generation were defeated by him. I don't know where he heard about you, so he came to challenge you, but you weren't at home, so he had to leave. I see, Yi Tian understood. He originally thought it was some kind of grudge, but he didn't expect it to be just a simple challenge. Yi Tian, be careful, it is said that Sun Feng is very heavy, and the people he has challenged are all seriously injured, and there is no way to cultivate in a few months. And he has a great martial artist peak powerhouse behind him. Even if the martial artist is stronger than Sun Feng, he doesn't dare to challenge him, otherwise he will offend him. Wind Wolf reminded. I'm measured. Yi Tian didn't care. He understood the Wind Wolf's worries. A person like Sun Feng was completely a second-generation martial artist, and those who had beaten Sun Feng did not dare to fight, and if they couldn't beat Sun Feng, they could only be beaten, which caused Sun Feng's arrogant attitude. Others are afraid of Sun Feng, but he is not afraid even if it is the peak powerhouse of the great martial artist behind Sun Feng to challenge. He is not his opponent. After separating from the Wind Wolf, Yi Tian went back. Practice, it's still cultivation. Yi Tian has sufficient high-grade fierce beast blood, so he doesn't need to worry about resources at all, and he can feel the rapid growth of his strength every day when he cultivates. This rapid increase in strength made Yi Tian obsessed. There's nothing more fun for him than improving his strength, but someone came to disturb Yi Tian. Yi Tian, I know you're back, hurry up and come out to fight me. An extremely arrogant voice came from outside the villa. Yi Tian, who was practicing, ended his cultivation very unhappily and walked out. Who are you? Yi Tian looked at a young man not far away in a very unkind tone. He almost guessed the other person's identity but asked anyway. Sun Feng, one of the four geniuses of the Iron Tooth base, your name is Yi Tian, right? I heard that you are also a high-level cultivation talent. Let's compare them to see whose strength is stronger, Sun Feng said proudly. Yi Tian knew very well the character of a person like Sun Feng. If he was unwilling to compete, not only would the other party not leave but would entangle him even more and even take excessive measures. Therefore, he simply agreed to the competition and beat Sun Feng at one time so that Sun Feng did not dare to provoke him again. It's okay to compete, but it's boring to just compete, and if you add some color, I'm a little interested. Yi Tian smiled and said, Kadu? Sun Feng showed a little interest. What do you want to bet on? A bronze-level sword skill. Do you dare to bet? Yi Tian said suddenly. Bronze knife skill. Sun Feng showed interest. For things like knife skills he naturally wants, the more the better. Okay, I agreed, and I also took out a bronze-level sword skill as a bet, Sun Feng hurriedly said for fear that Yi Tian would regret it. However, what Sun Feng didn't know was that after Sun Feng agreed, the corners of Yi Tian's mouth twitched and secretly smiled slyly. He took out the bronze-level sword technique as a bet, and there was a whole reason because he saw Sun Feng's talent. Human, Sun Feng. Cultivation talent, high knife talent. Medium. Sun Feng actually has a medium sword talent. He must be a cultivator of sword skills, and bronze-level sword skills must be of great use to him, and with Sun Feng's status, he should also be able to get bronze-level sword skills. But bronze-level sword skills, who would have too much? Since you have agreed to bet, let's talk about your respective bets. Sun Feng took the lead in introducing his bronze-level sword technique. My bronze-level sword skill is called King Feng Slash. It is a sword skill that can increase attack power. Once you cultivate to the consummation level, you can increase your attack power by 6 times, and even if you cultivate to the Dasheng realm, you can also increase your attack power by 3 times. Since it's a sword skill that increases attack power, Yi Tian's heart was very uneasy. He had been looking for such a knife skill for a long time, but he had never found it. But he didn't expect that Sun Feng actually had a bronze-level sword skill that increased attack power. Once he gets such a sword skill, his combat power will skyrocket again. My bronze-level knife skill is called Shadow Kill, which is a bronze-level knife skill that increases the speed of the sword, and it can also increase the speed of the knife by 5 or 6 times at the most, and this knife skill pays attention to killing with one hit. And it is difficult to stop, Yi Tian introduced. Bronze-level knife skills that increase the speed of the knife. This is a fast knife, it just happens that I don't have it and I make a lot of money now. Sun Feng already regarded Yi Tian's sword skills as his own, and people who were extremely confident would not think that they would lose at all. When will it start? Yi Tian asked. I don't have my bronze-level sword skill cheats around, and the battle between elite martial artists is very destructive. Let's compete in Huiming Square at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. What do you think? Sun Feng proposed. Yes, Yi Tian agreed. Looking at the back of Sun Feng leaving, Yi Tian couldn't help but sigh that Sun Feng was a fortune boy. Not only did he send an attacking bronze-level sword skill, but he also sent a high-level cultivation talent. While chatting with Sun Feng, he secretly copied Sun Feng's advanced cultivation talent. In fact, Yi Tian also wanted to copy the medium sword talent, but if he chose to copy between the medium sword talent and the advanced cultivation talent, Yi Tian naturally still wanted to copy the advanced cultivation talent because his advanced cultivation talent had reached the extreme and he was very close to the top cultivation talent. If he copied the medium sword talent, his medium sword talent would not necessarily transform and upgrade, but once the high cultivation talent was copied, it would inevitably be upgraded to a top-level cultivation talent. He still understands which is more important. Back inside the house, Yi Tian began to fuse the advanced cultivation talent he had just copied, and this time the copy was not painful. It was easily fused, but there was just a little sweat stain on his body. Human. Yi Tian cultivation talent, top speed talent, top knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents. High. Seeing that his cultivation talent had become top-notch, Yi Tian finally couldn't help but get excited. As long as you keep cultivating, you can cultivate to the Grandmaster realm 100%. But the high-level cultivation talent only has 1 or 2% hope of advancing to the Grandmaster, and even after advancing to the Grandmaster, the road behind will be broken and it will be difficult to continue to improve. However, the top-level cultivation talent is different. And the Grandmaster can easily reach it in the early, middle, and even late stages, and only when he hits the next realm will he encounter a bottleneck, but there is also a small chance to break the bottleneck and advance to a higher level. With a top-level cultivation talent, you don't need to worry about qualifications before the Grandmaster realm. Tian tried the effect of the top-level cultivation talent and finally found that it was twice as good as the high-level cultivation talent. If it was combined with the intermediate Yuan force forging body method and the high-level fierce beast blood, the comprehensive effect should be able to reach 3 times. After all, the higher the talent, the higher the degree of utilization of the fierce beast blood. According to the effect of the top-level cultivation talent, Tian was sure that he would be able to cultivate to the extreme level of an elite martial artist within 2 months, that is, the level of 100,000 caddies of physical strength. The next day, before 10 o'clock in the morning, Tian came to Huiming Square. Huiming Plaza is a shopping plaza at the waterfront base which is large in size, and there is also an entrance to the black market. When Tian came here, he saw a lot of people, most of whom were martial artists. Tian, you're finally here. Sun Feng walked in front of Tian and said with a smile, "How can there be so many people?" Tian looked around and asked curiously, "Usually there shouldn't be so many people here, and there are so many martial artists. It must have something to do with Sun Feng." "It's nothing, I'm just promoting our exchange," Sun Feng said lightly. All he wanted was fame, and if he didn't do it, he wouldn't challenge it everywhere, which would satisfy his vanity. Although he was a bit of a bully to the warriors of the Linhai base, he didn't care. In his opinion, the genius of the Linhai base is just a name, and it is not even the threshold of genius in the Iron Tooth base. Defeating the geniuses of the Linhai base and striking at the warriors of the Linhai base is very beneficial for the people of the Iron Fang base to control the Linhai base. The other geniuses in the Linhai base he basically swept away, and only Tian was left. Therefore, this battle must be grand. Take out the bets. Sun Feng hurriedly spoke before the discussion. He was afraid that Tian would not have bronze-level sword skills. That's it. Tian took out the cheats of the bronze-level sword technique Shadow Killing. And Sun Feng also took out the cheats of the bronze-level sword technique King Feng Slash. The two of them checked each other's cheats. Such a simple view is not able to steal the knife skills because the knife skills are very complex and there are many pictures. Each picture also contains the mystery of the bronze knife skills. Not a good memory can be learned. You must always consult the cheats to be able to learn a knife skills. Therefore, it is very difficult to make every book of knife skills, which is why knife skills are not overflowing. The cheats are real. Let's get started. Tian and Sun Feng stood in the center of Huiming Square and the others dispersed. At this time, many warriors were discussing. Who is Tian? Is he also an elite martial artist? It is said that Tian is a high-level cultivation talent and now he is an elite martial artist, but he has always been very low-key, so we don't know. Tian is a high-level cultivation talent and Sun Feng is also a high-level cultivation talent, but Sun Feng is obviously much older than Tian and his strength must also surpass Tian. There should be no doubt about this competition, right? I also think that Sun Feng will win. After all, Sun Feng is a person with a talent for swordsmanship, and he has cultivated the bronze-level sword technique King Feng Slash to the Dasheng realm, and he can exert 3 times the attack power. What is the concept of triple attack power? 50,000 jin of strength can burst out of 150,000 jin of attack power, and the elite martial artists of our Linhai base are not Sun Feng's opponents, and the great martial artists are embarrassed to shoot. It is estimated that no one will be able to defeat Sun Feng. Yes, Tian's hopes for winning are too low and too low. Almost everyone was not optimistic about Tian, but only a few people had some hope. This group is the Wind Wolf Hunting Squad. Captain, Lord Tian should have a hope of winning, right? Asked a martial artist from the Wind Wolf Hunting Squad in a low voice. It should be possible, but even if you win, it is estimated that it will be more difficult. After all, Sun Feng has an attack power comparable to that of a great martial artist. And although Yi Tian has a talent for speed and a very strong sword technique, he has little advantage. It is estimated to be a miserable victory. Wind Wolf estimated. He had calculated the result based on his own understanding of Yi Tian, but he never imagined that Yi Tian's true strength had reached a level beyond the limit of a great martial artist. Soon, the competition began. Phew. Sun Feng turned into an afterimage and rushed towards Yi Tian, raised the knife in his hand and slashed in the air. A wind knife slashed towards Yi Tian. The attack power of this knife was 300,000 jin under the blessing of Yuan Li. Although the speed of the knife was not fast, it was almost difficult for martial artists below the realm of great martial artists to dodge. However, the unthinkable happened. Yi Tian's figure disappeared and the wind knife that must be hit slashed on the ground, forming a huge crack more than 10 meters long, and a large number of bluestone slabs were shattered into slag. Not good! Sun Feng realized that something was wrong. But just as he was about to dodge, a knife was on his neck. When Sun Feng was covered in a cold sweat, he didn't notice Yi Tian's movements at all, and he didn't know when Yi Tian came to his side. It's horrible. Sun Feng knew very well what it meant just now. If Yi Tian was willing, it would be enough to kill him in one fell swoop. He definitely has a great talent for speed, Sun Feng realized. Throw in the towel. Yi Tian held the knife on Sun Feng's neck and asked, "I throw in the towel?" Sun Feng said helplessly. He is only an elite martial artist, although his attack power has reached the level of a great martial artist with the blessing of his sword skills. His defense is still at the level of an elite martial artist, and it is difficult for the Yuan force body to block Yi Tian's sword. Moreover, the neck is the weakest part of the human body, so naturally there is no way to resist the Yuan weapon. Take out the bronze-level sword technique, the King Feng slash cheat. Yi Tian stretched out his hand to beg for it. Sun Feng's face turned blue and stared at Yi Tian fiercely. "You really want to take away my bronze-level sword skills, don't you regret it?" The value of a bronze-level sword skill is not low, and a martial artist who does not have a sword talent will naturally not care, but a martial artist with a sword talent values the bronze sword skill very much, and is even willing to spend tens of millions to buy a bronze-level sword skill. Sun Feng didn't care about a bronze-level sword technique, and giving Yi Tian was just equivalent to losing a little money, but what he really lost was not a matter of money but a matter of face. He was slapped in the face this time, losing not only his own face but also the face of the iron tooth base. The genius of the dignified medium-sized base came to the small base, but was defeated by the genius of the small base. If it spreads, where would he still have prestige? Even his family would lose face in front of other families. Therefore, he hated Yi Tian very much. "Bring it." Yi Tian's voice was a little cold. "Here you go." Sun Feng threw away the King Feng slash cheats and immediately glared at Yi Tian fiercely with murderous eyes, as if to say, "HMPH, let's see." Yi Tian got the King Feng slash cheat book and he was in a good mood, but as for Sun Feng's threat, he didn't take it seriously. If Sun Feng really dares to find fault, it is Sun Feng himself who regrets it. At the end of the fight, the other warriors dispersed one by one, spreading the matter. It is conceivable that tomorrow the entire Linhai base will inevitably discuss the matter of Yi Tian and Sun Feng's discussion, and Yi Tian's reputation will inevitably resound throughout the entire Linhai base. Became famous in the first battle, and it was Yi Tian who was talking about it. "Yi Tian," Wind Wolf and the others walked over. "Wind Wolf, you're here too," Yi Tian greeted with a smile. "Yi Tian, be careful. Sun Feng is not a good talker. You made him lose such a big face this time. Maybe he will retaliate against you." "Don't worry, I have a plan." Yi Tian nodded. Wind Wolf didn't say much, just remind him he couldn't help anyway. After separating from the Wind Wolf and the others, Yi Tian went home and began to study the King Feng slash. King Feng slash is a bronze-level sword skill which is very difficult to comprehend, and Yi Tian, who has a medium sword talent, can only cultivate King Feng's slash to the Dasheng realm at most, which is the same as Sun Feng's realm. It is too difficult to cultivate King Feng / to the consummation realm unless there is a great opportunity to comprehend the sword intent or improve the sword talent. Next, Yi Tian's main cultivation task had one more King Feng /. When Yi Tian was practicing hard, the Linhai base spread Yi Tian's achievements. Defeat Sun Feng in seconds. I'm afraid that such a record is difficult for even a great martial artist to achieve, but Yi Tian has done it. Lin family. Lin Wanli listened to the news from the clansmen, and his first reaction was to feel incredible. Yi Tian's speed is so fast, it seems that I still underestimate his speed talent. Maybe Yi Tian's speed is a medium speed talent or even a high speed talent. Lin Wanli guessed. Yi Tian, who has such a talent, has surpassed the elite martial artists in his strength, and he is not weak even compared to the great martial artists. It's a pity the Sun family is not a family that is easy to provoke. It depends on whether Yi Tian can withstand the revenge of the Sun family. Lin Wanli sighed. Yi Tian was a genius at the Linhai base, and it stands to reason that he should help Yi Tian resist the Sun family, but he didn't dare to do so. It's just because the strength of the Sun family is far stronger than his Lin family. Although the Sun family does not have a grandmaster, it has 2 great martial artists who are peak powerhouses, and there are 8 great martial artists. And those 2 great martial artist peak powerhouses are much stronger than him. He has fought with the Sun family's great martial artist peak powerhouse before, and he was defeated in one move. Many of the warriors of the Sun family have sword talents. It is said that because the Sun family rarely marries with the outside world, they are basically married to each other by branch clansmen, which can ensure the purity of the bloodline, and there is also a great chance of giving birth to clansmen with sword talents. It is rumored that because of the marriage of close relatives, many members of the Sun family were born with dementia or disability, and such clansmen were secretly executed. The Sun family, who is so cruel, will definitely not let Yi Tian go easily. Among the Iron Tooth bases, the Sun family is also one of the top 5 big families. With the strength of the Sun family, how dare the Lin family compete? It can even be said that a great martial artist and peak powerhouse of the Sun family can sweep the entire Lin family. The other side, the Sun family. At this time, Sun Feng was angry at his residence, breaking a lot of furniture, and even a few of his subordinates were beaten by him to vent the anger in his heart. Wind. A middle-aged man walked in, glanced at the fragments of furniture all over the floor, frowned, and said, "Still angry about losing the competition?" The middle-aged man is Sun Feng's father, Sun King, who is also a great martial artist. But he is only in the early stage of a great martial artist, but he also has a talent for swordsmanship, and his strength is comparable to that of a strong man in the later stage of a great martial artist. Father. Sun Feng calmed down a little, walked in front of Sun Qinghe and shouted, "It's just a one-time defeat, so why be so frustrated?" Sun Qinghe said, "Father, I want Yi Tian to die, can you help me?" Sun Feng pleaded. He was very self-aware, knowing that with his own strength he would not be able to kill Yi Tian, and he could not mobilize the great martial artists of the Sun family, so he could only turn to his father for help. "No," Sun Qinghe refused. "Why?" Sun Feng was puzzled. As far as Amir Yi Tian is concerned, even if he has a high level of cultivation talent, as long as he doesn't grow up, he will be an ant in front of the Sun family. As long as Sun King makes a move, Yi Tian will definitely die. Because it's an extraordinary time, Sun King explained, although we have become a part of the Linhai base, many people in the Linhai base still regard us as outsiders and our foundation here is not stable. If we kill the first day of the Linhai base at this time, even if the Lin family doesn't trouble us, what do the other martial artists in the Linhai base think? Maybe they will make trouble for us in all aspects, which will seriously affect the development of the family. Then let's ignore Yi Tian. Sun Feng was very unwilling. No, Yi Tian has made our Sun family lose face. Naturally, we can't let Yi Tian go. But we can't do anything to Yi Tian during this period, and in a few months when the family completely establishes a firm foundation in the Linhai base, then we will kill Yi Tian. Sun King promised. Okay, let Yi Tian live for a few more months. Sun Feng's face was gloomy. A few months is not a long time and nothing will happen. Neither Sun Feng nor Sun Qinghe would have thought that Yi Tian would grow to a level comparable to the peak of a great martial artist in the past few months. In this way, time passed slowly and the entire coastal base was very calm. The Sun family didn't trouble me. Yi Tian, who had practiced for more than 10 days, felt strange. The Sun family didn't come to look for trouble, but Yi Tian still didn't let his guard down. During this time, he also inquired about the situation of the Sun family, and after learning about it, he had to admit that the Sun family was strong. But for Yi Tian, the Sun family is even more like an experience package. That's right, the XP pack. Because many martial artists of the Sun family actually have a talent for swordsmanship, this is simply incredible. Yi Tian had long known that his parents had the same special talent, and his heirs had a certain chance of inheriting this kind of special talent, but he never expected that the Sun family would be so mad that they would marry internally. My cultivation talent has reached the top level and it is useless to copy some advanced cultivation talents, so it is better to copy the Sun family's sword talent next. Maybe I can transform my sword talent and successfully upgrade to a high-level sword talent, Yi Tian decided. After another 20 or so days, Yi Tian found an opportunity and finally secretly copied Sun Feng's medium sword talent while he was wandering around. It's a pity that this time the replication and fusion did not make Yi Tian's sword talent transform and upgrade. In the past month, Yi Tian once again discovered a young man from the Sun family with a medium sword talent. The other party was not yet 15 years old and had not yet cultivated, but the sword talent could be copied. After successfully copying the opponent's medium sword talent, Yi Tian successfully upgraded his sword talent under the fusion. Knife talent, advanced. Looking at the talent of advanced sword skills, Yi Tian was very excited. This is a high-level sword talent which can definitely allow him to cultivate his bronze-level sword skills to a consummation level. Once a bronze-level sword skill reaches the consummation level, his combat power will undergo a earth-shaking transformation. But if you want to complete the bronze-level sword technique, you must reach the realm of sword intent. In the past, due to the limitation of sword talent, he was always stuck in the realm of sword perfection, and he couldn't comprehend a trace of sword intent. But now, the sword talent has been upgraded and the sword intent can definitely be realized. Enlightenment. Yi Tian held a knife, sat cross-legged and comprehended the knife intent through the knife. Buzz. In Yi Tian's mind world, the knife in his hand seemed to really come to life, pulling him into a wonderful world. This is the world of knives. Time passes slowly. I don't know how long it has been. Yi Tian suddenly had a kind of enlightenment, and his understanding of the realm of the sword instantly improved to a higher level. Suddenly, a wisp of sword intent appeared on Yi Tian's body. The sword intent is the will of the knife, which condenses the knife to the extreme and forms the knife intent under the perception of the knife realm. At this moment, Yi Tian finally got started and realized a wisp of sword intent, although it was still very weak, but it was indeed stepping into the realm of sword intent. In the next few days, Yi Tian tried his best to comprehend the sword intent, and as for other cultivation, he put it down for the time being. Because in terms of cultivation, he has stepped into the extreme of elite martial artists, and his physical strength has reached 100,000 caddies, and if he breaks through, he will be at the level of a great martial artist. He didn't want to step into the great martial artist level for the time being because the progress was too fast. Although the strength of the body has reached the limit of an elite martial artist, the tempering of the body has not really been completed. Yi Tian was going to refine the skin, meat, bones, and blood exchange again to make the foundation more stable, and he firmly believed that there would definitely be benefits to doing so. Otherwise, if he pursued the strength, the foundation would not be solid after all. 5 days passed. Yi Tian ended his cultivation of comprehending the sword intent. A little bit of sword intent is not bad, Yi Tian exhaled and said. Realm of knife intent is also divided in detail from a point of knife intent entry to a knife intent to 3 into a small knife intent, 7 into a large knife intent, and 10 into a complete sword intent. However, it was very difficult to comprehend the sword intent. Even if he had a high level of sword talent, it was unrealistic to quickly improve the sword intent realm. Tian obviously sensed that after the sword intent realm reached one point, the speed of comprehension slowed down a lot. For him at present, it is not cost-effective to fully comprehend the sword intent realm, and 1 point of the sword intent realm is enough for the time being. Let's still practice the bronze-level sword skill Shadow Kill and the bronze-level sword skill King Feng Slash. Tian decided. These two bronze-level sword skills he has already cultivated to the peak realm of Dasheng, and he is only one step away from entering the consummation level. Now, the sword intent has been completed and the consummation realm can't stop him. It only took 1 day for Shadow Kill to successfully advance to the consummation realm. Then, it took more than half a day and King Feng Slash also stepped into the realm of perfection. So far, Tian has mastered 2 bronze-level sword skills of the consummation realm. On this day, Tian began to sort out his combat strength. My physical strength has reached 100,000 jin of strength, and the power of 1 million jin can be reached under the increase of high strength, which is equivalent to the ultimate strength of a great martial artist. If you add the 6-fold increase in attack power of King Feng Slash, it is equivalent to the power of 6 million caddies, which is equivalent to the attack power of the Grandmaster, and the attack power of the ordinary Grandmaster is not as good as mine. In addition, my speed has reached 12 times the speed of sound, which exceeds the limit of the great martial artist and should be equivalent to the speed of the Grandmaster. Tian estimated that except for his defense, he was completely equivalent to a Grandmaster. However, although he has a weak defense, he has a top healing talent, and even if he is injured due to weak defense, he can recover quickly. Even if I fight with a real Grandmaster powerhouse, I won't be half a point weaker. Tian was extremely confident. Of course, Tian has not yet encountered a suitable defensive talent, and if he does, he will make up for this shortcoming. According to the calculation, in another month I will be able to refine my whole body to the extreme, and then I will be able to advance to the great martial artist level with peace of mind. Tian thought with some expectation about how far his combat power would soar if he was promoted to a great martial artist. I was afraid that even many grandmasters would not be able to withstand his blow. The Sun family. In the past few months, the Sun family's business has gradually expanded, not only buying many shops but also completely opening up a resource supply line, which can be regarded as initially taking root in the Linhai base. And Sun Feng couldn't wait to find his father Sun King at this time. "Father, isn't it time to do something to Tian?" Sun Feng asked urgently. 3 days later I will personally kill Tian, Sun King he promised. "Thank you, father." Sun Feng was overjoyed and he had already begun to fantasize about Tian's fate and couldn't help laughing. Sun Feng is very aware of his father's strength, although he is only in the early stage of a great martial artist and his physical strength is only 150 caddies. But his father also has a medium sword talent and has cultivated 2 bronze-level sword skills to the peak realm of Dasheng, and there is an intermediate yuan weapon in his hand, and the combination of knife skills and weapons can increase the strength by 4 times. Therefore, his father is equivalent to a great martial artist with a strength of 600,000 caddies, and under the increase of Yuan Li, he can attack with a strength of 1-2 million caddies. In comparison, he can only hit 300,000 caddies of attack power, which is much worse than his father. But the biggest gap between elite warriors and great warriors is not strength but speed and defense. The speed of the great warrior is much faster than that of the elite warrior and the defense is also much stronger, so the difference in strength is very large. If his father wanted to kill him, 1 move would be enough to kill him in an instant. HMPH. What's the use of Tian's speed? No matter how fast it is, his strength is insufficient, and his speed can exceed the limit of my eyesight, but in the great martial artist's eyesight it is just a little faster with my father's strength. 1 move is enough to kill him in seconds? Sun Feng had no worries in his heart, he just waited quietly for Tian's death. 3 days passed. This day, morning, Sun King he walked out of Sun's house and went directly to Tian's residence. He did not hide his actions in the slightest. Because he knew very well that he couldn't hide the matter of killing Yi Tian at all, it was better to kill Yi Tian generously so that he could deter the quartet and announce the power of the Sun family. Central Garden Complex. Boom! A momentum belonging to the great warrior dispersed, causing many residents in the Central Garden community to panic. This momentum is simply arrogant to the extreme, and it doesn't take the rules of the coastal base into account at all. Great warrior. Yi Tian opened his eyes and looked not far away. He had a feeling that this great martial artist was here for him, and this momentum was mixed with a powerful sword momentum, obviously a great martial artist with a talent for sword skills. Sun family, Yi Tian muttered. I thought that the Sun family had given up dealing with him, but I didn't expect it to be just a belated revenge. Sun family, it seems that you are looking for death, Yi Tian flashed anger and killing intent. At this time, Yi Yu had already gone to school, and he was the only one in the family, and he was not afraid of affecting Yi Yu. The speed of the great martial artist was very fast. 1 second he was still outside the Central Garden community, and the next moment he came to Yi Tian's villa. Under the exploration of spiritual power, Sun Qinghe discovered Yi Tian's traces, and Yi Tian naturally saw Sun King. Sun Feng's father Sun Qinghe. Yi Tian was not surprised. After all, with the strength he showed, elite martial artists couldn't deal with him, so they naturally had to send great martial artists. At the same time that Yi Tian looked at Sun Qinghe, he also activated the copying talent and instantly checked Sun King's talent. Human, Sun King cultivation talent, medium knife talent, medium from the perspective of talent. Sun King's talent is very average, only a medium cultivation talent. And being able to cultivate to the point of being a great martial artist is already the limit, but he has a medium sword talent, and he must have cultivated bronze-level sword skills such as King Feng Slash. And his combat effectiveness is bound to be comparable to that of a great martial artist. The strength is good, but it's a pity that I have to die, Yi Tian said darkly. Yi Tian die, Sun King, who was very crisp and slashed at the villa. I saw a cyan sword slashing through the void, powdering the outer wall of the villa and slashing towards Yi Tian. How dare you destroy my villa? Yi Tian was furious. He smashed Sun King's knife with a knife, and his body moved, and he came to the outside of the villa, so fast that Sun Qinghe couldn't react. Sun Qinghe's speed is only 1 or 2 times the speed of sound at most, which is too much worse than Yi Tian, who has 12 times the speed of sound. Where can he see Yi Tian's movements clearly? Not good. Sun Qinghe's face changed, knowing that he had underestimated Yi Tian. The speed was beyond his imagination, and the powerhouses at the peak of the great martial artists in the clan did not have such a fast speed. Knife curtain. Sun Qinghe's blade turned, and layers of knife gas turned into a knife curtain, sealing and protecting him. This is also a bronze-level sword skill, and it is a defensive bronze-level sword skill, which is equivalent to adding a layer of defense. This kind of defensive sword skill was obtained by him by chance, and it was very precious, enough to defend against the attack power of the great martial artist in the middle and even late stages. Broken. Yi Tian slashed over with a sword, secretly urging the high-level strength talent. A knife comparable to a full blow from the Grandmaster instantly shattered Sun Qinghe's knife curtain. But the next moment, Yi Tian's knife was broken, not because Sun Qinghe's knife curtain was too strong, but because the quality of Yi Tian's knife was too poor. This knife is just a very ordinary Yuan weapon, knife weapon, just a low-level Yuan force knife weapon, and it belongs to the general level among the low-level Yuan force knife weapons, and it can't withstand the power of the Grandmaster level at all, so it is shattered. Although the knife was broken, its attack power was not reduced too much. I saw that the broken blade continued to attack according to inertia, and in a blink of an eye, Sun Qinghe's body was pierced, and a dense knife edge appeared on Sun Qinghe's body. Grandmaster. Sun King stared at Yi Tian incredulously, and the word Grandmaster spit out of his mouth, and remorse filled his heart. If he knew that Yi Tian had a Grandmaster-level attack power, he would not have come to retaliate at all and even sacrifice his son. But now it's too late. Offended Yi Tian, the Sun family was completely finished, and he was the sinner of the Sun family. Consciousness gradually dissipated, and the body turned into a corpse and fell. The quality of the knife is so bad. Yi Tian looked at the broken knife a little helpless. Immediately his gaze was fixed on Sun Qinghe's knife. The knife was not damaged at all under the impact just now, not even a chip. Picking up Sun Qinghe's knife, Yi Tian flicked it lightly and the sound of metal echoed in the air, which was very pleasant. Good knife. This knife should be an intermediate Yuanli knife weapon. Yi Tian guessed. Then he groped around Sun Qinghe's body again and found a secret book, the knife curtain. This cheat book was lucky not to be shattered by the fragments of the knife and was preserved intact. Yi Tian knew that this was a defensive bronze-level sword technique that Sun Qinghe had just used, and it was extremely valuable. Looking at Sun Qinghe's corpse, he couldn't help but sigh. My son is a boy who gives money, gives bronze-level sword skill cheats, and sends advanced cultivation talents. In order to thank the Sun family's father and son for their contributions, Yi Tian gave them 2 words, good people. Sun Qinghe died, but the matter was not over. The Sun family dared to attack me in broad daylight. It seems that the influence of the Lin family is almost gone. Yi Tian suddenly sighed. The Lin family once made a rule that the warriors of the Linhai base were not allowed to fight among themselves, nor were they allowed to kill anyone at will. But now, the Sun family's behavior completely ignores the Lin family. That's right, the Sun family is far stronger than the Lin family, and now that they are rooted in the Linhai base, they naturally don't take the Lin family seriously. Since the Sun family doesn't follow the rules, then I don't have to follow the rules. Yi Tian held the intermediate Yuan weapon in his hand, and his killing intent was permeated. With his current strength, what is the mere Sun family? Even if the 2 grandmasters from the Iron Tooth base make a move, he doesn't care at all, as far as he knew. Those 2 grandmasters were not very powerful, and they were only in the early stage of grandmasters. As for whether they had special talents, it was unknown, but there were very few martial artists with special talents after all if those 2 grandmasters did not have special talents. I am afraid that they would not even be able to catch him with a sword. He is almost invincible to the coastal base, so what else is there to fear? Let's make a big fuss. Yi Tian looked into the distance and muttered. 10 minutes later, Sun's residential area at the gate. Yi Tian came here alone, and the killing intent all over his body made the guards of the Sun family break out in a cold sweat. Stop, this is the Sun family, you leave quickly. The guard forcibly suppressed the fear in his heart and scolded. The Sun family doesn't exist today. Yi Tian's voice was full of murderous intent, which made several guards secretly feel bad. Go and call someone, one of the guards shouted. However, it's late. A sword light filled their world. The sword light dissipated, several guards fell, and the gate of the Sun family also turned to powder. The residential area of the Sun family is not large, and the situation here is immediately exposed. As soon as possible, the Sun family's guards rushed over. The guards of the Sun family are all trained by the Sun family since childhood. Each of them has the strength of a martial artist, and the captain of the guard is an elite martial artist. And the number of the entire guard is about 100, which is an indispensable and powerful force of the Sun family. Boom! 100 guards held Yuanli swords to form a battle formation, and their momentum could even compete with the great warriors a little bit. However, a Cyan sword burst out, directly tearing the entire battle formation apart from the middle, and then the Cyan sword almost cut the entire Sun family's residential area in half along the way. Houses were shattered, and even the ground was cracked. It's a grandmaster's blow. Sun family's guards were hit by Yi Tian, most of them were killed and wounded, and the rest of the guards also lost their fighting spirit, and they retreated in fear one by one. At this time, the high-level leaders of the Sun family also appeared one after another, and their faces changed drastically. Grandmaster attack! The great elder of the Sun family, Sun Kong, who was at the peak of the great martial artist realm, said with a nervous face. An attack that can create such a powerful destructive power must be a grandmaster's attack power, and Yi Tian is obviously not a grandmaster. But even if he wasn't a grandmaster, Yi Tian had reached the grandmaster's attack power. The Sun family is not without the attack power of the grandmaster. Sun Kong is the grandmaster's attack power because he has a medium sword talent, and he has cultivated several bronze-level sword skills to the peak level of dasheng, increasing his attack power by several times. In terms of attack power, his attack power is even much stronger than that of the newly promoted Grandmaster, but his strength is much worse than that of the Grandmaster. Because he couldn't beat the Grandmaster's speed was much faster than him. There is a huge gap between the Great Warrior and the Grandmaster, and once you step into it, both the defense and the speed will be turned upside down. In the face of the Grandmaster, he could only resist a few moves. However, Sun Kong was glad that the person who came was not a Grandmaster. At such a young age, he has the attack power of a Grandmaster. This person is definitely a true genius, Sun Kong thought. At this time, Sun Feng shouted, "He is Yi Tian." As soon as these words came out, the audience was shocked. For the name Yi Tian, the Sun family is naturally no stranger. It was Yi Tian who made the Sun family lose face. If it weren't for the fact that the Sun family needed to stabilize the foundation of the Linhai base, otherwise Yi Tian would have been dealt with long ago. Unexpectedly, Yi Tian's strength was so strong. "Yi Tian, the weapon in your hand belongs to my father. What about my father?" Sun Feng's expression changed drastically as he stared at the intermediate Yuan force knife in Yi Tian's hand and asked in panic. "Sun King, he naturally dead." Yi Tian smiled faintly. "Young man, are you here today to destroy my Sun family?" Sun Kong walked over, faced Yi Tian and asked. "What do you say when your Sun family sent someone to kill me? We are doomed to die," Yi Tian said coldly. "Hey, if we knew that you were so powerful, our Sun family wouldn't have made a move on you, so why don't you do it today?" "Great Elder, he killed my father, kill him quickly." Sun Feng was like a madman and yelled, "Shut up." Sun Kong shouted at Sun Feng angrily, "If it weren't for the trouble you caused, how could the Sun family have today?" In fact, Sun Kong didn't really want to reconcile, but he didn't want to start a war with Yi Tian here. Martial artist with a Grandmaster level attack is not so easy to deal with, and the destructive power of the battle is too great. It is easy to affect other people if you fight Yi Tian here, even if you succeed in killing Yi Tian. The Sun family will basically be crippled. He tried to reconcile, and after Yi Tian left, he would besiege Yi Tian again. This is his plan. Unfortunately, his plan was doomed to fail. "Reconcile, I'm sorry, I don't agree, give you a chance, let's all go on." Yi Tian was a little excited. He really wanted to test how strong his combat power was. It was just an estimate before, and Sun Qinghe was too weak, so he didn't have the slightest desire to fight. He really wanted to know if the people of the Sun family could arouse his desire to fight, so he said so much nonsense, just waiting for the masters of the Sun family to gather here. After this point of conversation, almost all the masters of the Sun family have arrived. "All the people below the Great Warrior are leaving," Sun Kong shouted. "Hu Swoo P Swoop SSS." 2 great martial artists peaked, 7 great martial artists, a total of 9 great martial artists surrounded Yi Tian. The battle is on the verge of breaking out. Yi Tian glanced at it and saw through their talents. The highest talent is only a high-level cultivation talent, which is expected. If there is a top-level cultivation talent, the Sun family would have already given birth to a Grandmaster. In addition to the cultivation talent, 5 of the 9 great martial artists had sword skills, and 2 of them had sword talents, and 2 of them had sword talents, and they were all medium sword talents. "The enemy is not weak, let's kill him together." Sun Kong hurriedly said. The lion fights the rabbit with all his strength, and Sun Kong and other great martial artists naturally do not underestimate Yi Tian but attack with all their might. However, before Sun Kong and the others could attack, Yi Tian took the lead in attacking. Speed talent, strength talent, shadow kill, 3 talents in a row. Although it is not Yi Tian's full attack, it is not to be underestimated. The key: Yi Tian's speed was too fast as 12 times the speed of sound, and even the peak powerhouses of the great martial artists had no time to dodge. Poof. 2 ordinary great martial artists were selected by Yi Tian, and their heads were cut off with a knife and they died on the spot. It was all done in an instant. When Sun Kong and the others came back to their senses, they found that they had lost 2 great warriors and there were only 7 great warriors left. This speed, Sun Kong's expression changed drastically. This is clearly not the speed of a great martial artist but the speed of a grandmaster, much faster than their speed. It's definitely a relatively advanced speed talent. Sun Kong was jealous. It is already a genius for a person to have a special talent. For example, although their Sun family is filthy and uses internal marriage to maintain the continuation of the sword talent, how can other families not envy it? If you have two special talents, it is definitely a favor from heaven, and each talent level is not low, which makes people even more jealous. You must kill him. Sun Kong's expression was firm. He knew very well that if he couldn't kill Tian today, once Tian really grew up, he could easily destroy the Sun family. Kill! A famous martial artist of the Sun family rushed towards Tian as if he was suicidal. Puff puff. A great martial artist died at the hands of Tian, and he couldn't help Tian at all. The difference in strength between the two sides was too big. This is the powerful Sun family. It's a little disappointing. After Tian killed another great martial artist, he said in disappointment, "These great warriors were no threat to him at all. Their speed was too slow and their strength was weak as a baby who had just climbed in his eyes." Sun Ling, do it. Sun Kong shouted at Sun Ling, the only female great martial artist. This female great martial artist is another great martial artist, peak powerhouse of the Sun family. She is very old and has not many years to live because she is a woman, so she is slightly inferior to Sun Kong in status. I saw Sun Ling rushing towards Tian with a resolute face as if he was going to die together. At the same time, Sun Kong and the two great warriors who were still alive quickly retreated. Die! A hideous look appeared on Sun Ling's wrinkled old face. The next moment, Sun Ling's aura surged several times suddenly and immediately exploded with a bang. Sun Ling's self-explosion was no less than the full force of the Grandmaster's blow, covering a radius of 100 meters, and all the houses in this range were reduced to pieces, and even the ground was blasted out of a big hole. Although Sun Kong and the others retreated in time because the time was too short, they were also affected, vomiting blood one after another, and the injuries were not light. Even if Tian doesn't die, he will definitely be seriously injured, Sun Kong said excitedly. At such a close distance, no matter how fast Tian was, it was difficult to dodge. Moreover, the self-explosion caused by Sun Ling's secret technique is all-round coverage, and it is difficult to avoid the key point at all. For the Grandmaster, such a self-explosion is useless because the Grandmaster can resist it by defense. But Tian is not a Grandmaster, and his defense is too much worse than that of a Grandmaster, and he will definitely not be able to stop such a self-explosion. It's just a pity for Sun Ling, Sun Kong said secretly. Compared with the survival of the Sun family, Sun Ling's death was very valuable. Meanwhile, the surrounding Sun family members cried excitedly, Tian is finally dead and our Sun family has been saved. Elder Sun Ling is so great he actually died with the enemy. Ha ha ha, what's the use of Tian's genius? Didn't he die at the hands of our Sun family? However, at this very moment, a mockery came from the dust mist. Are you rejoicing too soon? Tian walked out of the dust and mist. His clothes were in tatters, but there was not the slightest injury on his body. No way, how could you be okay? Sun Kong was so frightened that he took a step back and there was no trace of blood on his entire face. The other Sun family members also turned pale and their eyes were full of despair. It was Elder Sun Ling's self-detonating blow, comparable to the full strength of the Grandmaster's blow, and it was a covering attack without a Grandmaster-level defense. There was no way to block it safely. But Tian blocked it without injury. However, only Tian himself knew that he did not block it but was hit hard. His defense was indeed a flaw. Although he fled quickly at 12 times the speed of sound, he was still a step too late. He didn't expect a great martial artist to detonate himself in the secret arts. If he had guessed earlier, he would not have given Sun Ling a chance to blow himself up. However, he was still within a few dozen meters of the self-detonation center, so just relying on the defense of an elite martial artist, he was only severely damaged, and with the recovery of the top healing talent, the injury was stabilized in more than 10 seconds. At the very least, there were no wounds on his surface. Careless, Yi Tian had to admit that he underestimated the great martial artist too much, but he wouldn't now. Run, Sun Kong shouted. Immediately he was the first to escape. However, no matter how fast he was not as fast as Yi Tian. With a flash of light, Yi Tian caught up with Sun Kong. In the next moment, Sun Kong's body fell to the ground. In just one breath, Yi Tian killed Sun Kong in seconds. Just as Yi Tian was about to start killing, a heavy voice came from not far away. Xiaoyu, can you give me a face? It's okay to let these Sun family members go. As soon as the words fell, an old man dressed in white appeared in Yi Tian's sight. Grandmaster, Yi Tian recognized the other party's identity at a glance. The Grandmaster-level momentum was undoubtedly revealed, and it was not comparable to a great martial artist. Soon, this Grandmaster came within 50 meters of Yi Tian. Check, human, Yao Yi cultivation talent high. It turned out to be just an ordinary Grandmaster. Yi Tian no longer paid attention to it. Judging from the opponent's advanced cultivation talent, his cultivation must only be in the early stage of the Grandmaster. In the early days of the Grandmaster, his strength was only more than 1 million jin at most, even if he had 1.5 million jin of strength plus the increase in Yuan Li, it was only 3 million jin of strength. Yi Tian's maximum attack power can reach 6 million caddies. As for speed, it would be good for an ordinary Grandmaster to have 10 times the speed of sound, but Yi Tian was 12 times the speed of sound, which also crushed this Grandmaster. The real strength of this Grandmaster is defense. But as long as Yi Tian doesn't let the other party hurt himself, his defense is dispensable. In terms of strength, this Grandmaster is inferior to him. Why should I give you face? Yi Tian said neither humbly nor arrogantly. The old man Yao Yi glanced at Yi Tian deeply. Relying on old decay is a Grandmaster. Grandmaster, this alone is really not enough. Yi Tian didn't give Yao Yi the Grandmaster face at all. Wow. Many people around were shocked, and many of them came to see the excitement. They were surprised by Yi Tian's guts. That was a Grandmaster. No matter how powerful Yi Tian is, can he still compete with the Grandmaster? Sect Master Yao, please be the master of our Sun family. The last two great martial artists of the Sun family who were still alive walked up to Yao Yi and knelt down to plead. I beg Sect Master Yao to be the master of my Sun family. A large number of Sun family members knelt on the ground and pleaded with Yao Yedao. This lord, I did it, Yao Yi said lightly. In fact, he really didn't care about the life and death of the Sun family, but after all, the Sun family was a family from the Iron Tooth base, and if it was not long after coming to the Linhai base, it would have been wiped out by the warriors of the Linhai base, and the impact would be too great. If he, as one of the two great masters of the Iron Tooth base, is indifferent, it means that the Iron Tooth base is afraid of the Linhai base. So how does the faction of the Iron Tooth base still take charge of the Linhai base? Therefore, for the sake of the majesty of the martial artists of the faction of the Iron Tooth base, he must suppress the faction of the Linhai base, and if Yi Tian wants to destroy the Sun family, he will definitely not allow it. This is also the reason why he knew that the Sun family was in trouble and came over as soon as possible. Young man, give you another choice, apologize to the Sun family. I don't have to pursue you for offending me. Yao Yi was arrogant, as if he was on top. Indeed, as a Grandmaster, he is used to being powerful in the Iron Tooth base, thinking that all the Grandmasters are ants, and even Sun Kong, a great martial artist at the peak of the powerhouse. He didn't take it seriously, thinking that the other party was just a powerful ant. In fact, it is true, if the Grandmaster wants to kill the great martial artist, it will be difficult for the great martial artist to stop it, and he may have his head cut off before he can react. For a long time, the Grandmaster of the Iron Tooth base has naturally developed a temperament of empty eyes. What's more, he didn't see Yi Tian's move at all, and he saw that Yi Tian's clothes were tattered and his image was a little embarrassed. Such a martial artist would definitely not be a real Grandmaster-level combat power, otherwise he would not have been made like this by the Sun family. It was these misunderstandings that made Yao Yi not take Yi Tian in his eyes at all. Your name is Yao Yi, right? I will also give you a choice. Apologize to me and then get out of me. I can also not pursue you for offending me, otherwise you will fall here like the Sun family. Yi Tian's words completely angered Yao Yi and also shocked countless people around him, threatening the Grandmaster. How bold is this? At this time the Sun family was excited. Dare to offend a Grandmaster. If you die, we will be safe. Many people in the Sun family secretly rejoiced. Yao Yi's hand flexed to a finger and a burst of finger power shot out, and the speed was very fast, reaching 10 times the speed of sound. Such a speed is something that the great warriors don't have time to react to, and they can't even stop it. If it is a great martial artist like Sun Kong, if he faces Yao Yi, even if his strength is higher than Yao Yi, I am afraid that he will not be able to block even a finger, and he will be hit hard in an instant or even fall to death. That's one of the advantages of being fast. It's a pity that Yao Yi underestimated Yi Tian. Yi Tian moved the knife in his hand, and the knife flicked away Yao Yi's fingers, and then sarcastically, "Your speed is too slow. It's a little interesting, it can actually block my fingers, no wonder it can sweep the Sun family." Sect Master Yao Yi was a little surprised, but that was all. That finger just now was just a temptation for him, and he hadn't really done it yet. Shout! Grandmaster Yao Yi really made a move, and his body disappeared in an instant as if teleporting. This is the embodiment of the speed reaching supersonic speed, and if you look at it up close, it really is similar to teleportation. Yao Yi, who had a speed of 10 times the speed of sound, was confident that he could easily solve Yi Tian, only to see that he came to Yi Tian's side at 10 times the speed of sound and grabbed Yi Tian's neck with his right hand. However, a knife slashed at him. Poof! One of Yao Yi's hands was broken off and fell to the ground. Not good! Yao Yi was shocked, and his whole body formed a shield with Yuan force and then retreated with all his strength. The speed at which he retreated was fast, but the speed at which Yi Tian attacked was even faster. In the blink of an eye, Yi Tian caught up and another green wind slash swept over. Boom! King Feng slashed at Yao Yi's body. The Yuanli shield shattered on the spot, and his entire body was also split upside down and flew out. I saw that Yao Yi's shirt was all broken, and a knife mark more than an inch deep was left on his chest, which was simply shocking. Grandmaster level speed, Grandmaster level attack. Yao Yi judged Yi Tian's true strength and was immediately shocked. Yi Tian's attack and speed surpassed him. Even if his defense was insufficient, the impact was not great. It can be said that Yi Tian is completely equivalent to a real Grandmaster. Damn, the Sun family is crazy, they actually provoked a Grandmaster. Yao Yi regretted it very much. He shouldn't stand up for the Sun family. Friend, I admit defeat. Yao Yi hurriedly said, "Don't admit defeat," Yi Tian said coldly. Yao Yi fled and Yi Tian chased and killed. The two soon ran out of Sun's residential area. Abrupt. Yi Tian's sword cut off one of Yao Yi's hands. Facing despair, Yao Yi shouted, "Old man Li, come and save me." The old man Li in Yao Yi's mouth was none other than another Grandmaster of the Iron Tooth base. As soon as the words fell, the old man Li in a gray cloth shirt appeared, but it made Yao Yi even more desperate. "Sect Master Yi, this matter has nothing to do with me." Old man Li expressed his attitude on the spot. "Old man Li, you." Yao Yi's face turned blue with anger. Old man Li's strength is stronger than him, and if the two join forces, there may be hope for survival. But now, old man Li clearly doesn't want to get involved, and his hope of survival is zero. "Yi Tian, I'll fight with you." Yao Yi rushed towards Yi Tian in despair and cast an explosive secret technique to make his strength stronger. And yet it was all to no avail. Shadow kill! Yi Tian's 12 times the speed of sound, and the shadow kill made his knife speed reach an incredible level. Yao Yi, who had just burst out of the secret technique to increase his strength, reacted half a step slower and was cut off by Yi Tian with a knife. A Grandmaster has fallen. In the distance, old man Li, who was watching the battle, looked stunned, and a trace of happiness flashed in the depths of his eyes. "I've seen Sect Master Yi." Old man Li ran over, arching his hands and being very polite. "You won't also be in charge of the Sun family, right?" Yi Tian asked lightly. "The Sun family has offended Sect Master Yi, that is when they are looking for death. Sect Master Yi does not need to worry, from today onwards the Sun family will cease to exist." Old man Li's words were very clear. He would help Yi Tian dispose of the Sun family as a way to show his attitude. He was afraid, after all. Yi Tian's strength was too terrifying. Even Yao Yi was killed without resistance, and he was naturally not Yi Tian's opponent. He was afraid that Yi Tian would kill him, so he could only show his goodwill like this. Very good, I don't want to see the Sun family again tomorrow. Yi Tian left such a sentence and turned to leave. After Yi Tian left, Old Man Li walked towards Sun's house. Then there were bursts of screams from the Sun family. The next day, a piece of news shocked the entire Linhai base. The Sun family is destroyed. The one who caused the destruction of the Sun family was Yi Tian, the Yi Tian who defeated Sun Feng in the battle. The reason why he was shocked was because everyone thought that Yi Tian was just a very powerful elite martial artist, and Dingshan was able to compete with a weaker great martial artist. But who knew that Yi Tian was so perverted? He actually destroyed the Sun family by himself. But the more exciting news was that Grandmaster Yao Yi, one of the two great grandmasters, died. This is even more shocking than the destruction of the Sun family, because that's a grandmaster. His strength is much stronger than that of a great martial artist. There is not a single grandmaster in the Linhai base, and there are only two grandmasters in the Iron Tooth base that joined, and now that one grandmaster is dead. The other grandmaster is so frightened that he takes the initiative to kill the rest of the Sun family to show goodwill. What does this mean? Yi Tian was already invincible in the Linhai base, and no one was his opponent. When they got the news, many people who knew Yi Tian were dumbfounded. Wind Wolf Hunting Squad. When the Wind Wolf knew the news, he was stunned for a moment. Brother Yi Tian actually destroyed the Sun family and also killed a grandmaster. Wind Wolf doesn't know how strong the strength of the Grandmaster is, but he still knows the strength of the Sun family, which is full of 10 great martial artists, among which there are 2 great martial artists who are peak powerhouses. And the people of the Sun family have sword talents. Most of the Sun family martial artists can crush opponents at the same level and even crush martial artists who are stronger than themselves. When he first learned about Sun Feng's background, he was really worried about Yi Tian for a long time. Unexpectedly, a few months later, the Sun family was destroyed by Yi Tian and even killed a grandmaster. Brother Yi Tian's strength is getting stronger and stronger. I don't even have the right to look up to him, Wind Wolf sighed. However, it was already a great honor for him to be able to know Yi Tian, and if this opportunity was spoken, it would be enough to make others envious. Lin family. Lin Wanli took the intelligence information in his hand and couldn't open his mouth to speak for a long time. He was indeed stunned. The Sun family was destroyed. Grandmaster Yao Yi was killed. Yi Tian's strength was so strong. I'm afraid his talent is not a high-level cultivation talent, but a top-level cultivation talent. His strength and speed have reached the Grandmaster level, and he should have a talent for strength and speed. Lin Wanli guessed. Unlike the others, he was happy to see Yi Tian's rise because Yi Tian belonged to the side of the Linhai base. With the existence of Yi Tian, the Linhai base is enough to crush the Iron Tooth base. I'll visit Grandmaster Yi Tian tomorrow. Lin Wanli decided. He is not co-opting, and with the identity of the Lin family, he is naturally not qualified to win over Yi Tian, but Yi Tian can now be regarded as the strongest person in the Linhai base. And if the Lin family does not visit, it will not be reasonable. If you can make friends with 1 or 2, it will also be very beneficial to the Lin family. There are not 1 or 2 families who have the same idea as the Lin family, and many families want to befriend Yi Tian. So, this day, many family heads and elders came to Yi Tian's residence with a generous gift and came to visit Yi Tian. However, Yi Tian had only one response to the outside world: say no to all. Moreover, Yi Tian said that he just wanted to cultivate quietly and no one should come to disturb his cultivation. For many big families, this is good news. At least Yi Tian doesn't have the intention of competing for hegemony, and he won't occupy their interests. The Sun family is undoubtedly an exception. If the Sun family didn't provoke Yi Tian, the Sun family would not end up like this. As a result, all the families conveyed the order that no one should provoke Yi Tian or Yi Yu. Suddenly, Yi Yu became the most unprovoked person in the academy. No one dared to disturb Yi Tian, and Yi Tian naturally had enough time to practice. And his villa was also repaired by the developer of the central garden for the first time, and it was repaired for free because Yi Tian lived here, which brought them huge benefits. Not to mention anything else, the price of villas here alone has increased several times, and I don't know how much income it brings, so the developer will naturally not be stingy with a little repair cost. Time passed. It had been almost a month since the Sun family's demise, and Yi Tian had finally refined skin, meat, bones, and blood to the extreme, and his foundation was already extremely solid. It's time to refine your internal organs, Yi Tian decided. Elite martial artists quench their blood, while great martial artists quench their internal organs, refining their internal organs like stainless steel, which will not be easily damaged. Once the internal organs are tempered to the extreme, even if you eat the poison, there will be no problems. And although the internal organs of elite martial artists are much stronger than ordinary people, they have not yet reached the level of swallowing poison raw. Once he starts refining his internal organs, Yi Tian's bottleneck will be broken, and he will automatically enter the realm of a great martial artist, and his strength will gradually rise. Let's get started. Yi Tian began to exercise according to the intermediate Yuan force forging body, and at the same time swallowed a high-level fierce beast blood. Under Yi Tian's control, the power generated by the refining was immersed towards the 5 internal organs, slowly refining the 5 internal organs. Rumble. The shackles in the dark have been completely shattered, and the strength of the body is rapidly improving. Yi Tian knew very well that this was a promotion to the realm of a great martial artist. It is a huge breakthrough for an elite martial artist to break through to the realm of a great martial artist, which will not only produce mental power, but also greatly improve physical strength, speed, and defense. Originally, Yi Tian's spiritual power could only cover a few tens of meters, but now his spiritual power is growing rapidly and the coverage is getting bigger and bigger. About half a day passed and the transformation was over, and Yi Tian really became a great martial artist. The spiritual power covers a radius of 200 meters, and the martial artists in the early stage of the average great martial artist only cover a radius of 20 meters. My spiritual power is comparable to the peak of the great martial artist. But it should be much worse than the Grandmaster, Yi Tian estimated. Immediately he tested his speed again, 20 times the speed of sound. This is Yi Tian's speed now, much faster than before. As for the strength, Yi Tian also tested it, and the enhancement was not very much, only reaching 120,000 jin of strength. After all, it had only begun to break through, and it would gradually increase with cultivation. And the defense is several times stronger than before, but it is still very weak, and there is no way to make up for this weakness before gaining the defense talent. The blood of the high-grade fierce beast is almost used up. It's time to go to the little Chiba forest again, Yi Tian muttered. Leaving this time, Yi Tian was not worried about the safety of his sister Yi Yu at all. Now he is already the strongest person in the Linhai base, and if anyone dares to deal with his sister, it is an act of seeking death. After leaving the base, Yi Tian went straight to the little Chiba forest. Soon he came to the little Chiba forest and arrived at the place where the Kajin clan was. Master! Xiaojin saw Yi Tian and hurriedly ran over. Today's Xiaojin has changed a lot from before. His body is larger and his aura is much stronger. High-level beast. Yi Tian could see at a glance that Xiaojin had become a middle-level fierce beast to a high-level fierce beast. He is not surprised at all about Xiaojin's promotion. He was able to advance from an elite martial artist to a great martial artist, and Xiaojin, who had a top-level bloodline talent, had already reached the peak of an intermediate-level fierce beast, and now it was too normal to be promoted to a high-level fierce beast. Xiaojin, who has been promoted to a high-level fierce beast, has almost grown to the peak level of being able to hunt high-level fierce beasts, but it is still inferior to the top fierce beasts. After all, Xiaojin's strength is still too weak to hurt the top fierce beasts. Xiaojin, I asked you to collect the blood of the fierce beast. How is the collection now? Yi Tian asked. Master, you come with Xiaojin. The little golden fart took Yi Tian to the place where the blood of the fierce beast was stored. So much beast blood! Yi Tian was really stunned. Several large pools were filled with high-grade fierce beast blood, and as for the medium-grade fierce beast blood, there were even more, with more than a dozen large pools. It is estimated that there are 10,000 copies of high-level fierce beast blood, and there are at least 200,000 copies of intermediate fierce beast blood, Tian estimated. For him, the intermediate-level fierce beast blood is useless, but his sister is now about to be promoted to the martial arts realm and will soon need the intermediate-level fierce beast blood to refine her body. Some of these mid-level beast blood can be sold, and some can be left to his sister. As for the usefulness of high-level fierce beast blood to him, and the cultivation of a great martial artist also consumes a huge amount of high-level fierce beast blood. So much high-level fierce beast blood may not be able to support his cultivation to the peak of a great martial artist. In fact, it is not too much. Not bad, not bad. Tian praised Xiao and then said, "In the future, there is no need to collect the blood of the intermediate fierce beast. If you encounter an intermediate fierce beast, just swallow it yourself, and the blood of the fierce beast does not need to be kept. As for the high-grade beast blood, you can collect more. I can still use it. Master, Xiao knows." Xiao nodded obediently. In the following time, Tian continued to go back and forth between the little Chiba forest and the Linhai base, transporting these intermediate-level fierce beast blood and high-level fierce beast blood back. Although there was a lot of blood in the fierce beast, Tian's speed was too fast. What is the concept of 20 times the speed of sound? That's 6,800 meters in 1 second, which is equivalent to 6-8 kilometers. Of course, the actual running is not so fast because there will be obstacles on the way, and if you really run at such a fast speed, you don't know how many beasts and stones you will bump into. It is only during combat that short distances can reach 20 times the speed of sound. No matter how slow it is to run long distances at Tian's speed, it is a matter of tens of seconds. Therefore, he quickly moved the blood of these fierce beasts to the Linhai base. Even in order to facilitate the storage of these fierce beast blood, he deliberately built an underground secret room under the villa to store the fierce beast blood. After emptying the blood of the fierce beast, Tian assigned another task to Xiao to help him find a fierce beast with super defensive ability. Defensive ability has always been a flaw of Tian, and it is natural to make up for this flaw as soon as possible. Tian's current copying talent can already be copied again, but since he didn't encounter a good talent, he directly copied Xiaogen's endurance talent. As a result, Tian's talent situation became like this. Human, Tian cultivation talent, top speed talent, top knife talent, medium shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents, high endurance talents, medium. With the endurance talent, Tian can fight for a long time, and he is almost not afraid of siege, because his super physical strength can allow him to maintain his peak combat strength for a long time. Subsequently, Tian returned to the Linhai base and began a long retreat, occasionally going to the little Chiba forest to have a look. And just like that, another month passed, since he was a newcomer to the level of a great martial artist. Tian had a period of rapid improvement in strength, so after consuming a large amount of high-level fierce beast blood, he increased his physical strength to the level of 150 caddies, which was about the same as the physical strength of most great martial artists in the early stage. This day, Tian came to the little Chiba forest again. As soon as Xiao saw Tian, he said excitedly, "Master, I found a fierce beast with super defensive power." Really? Tian's expression moved and he asked happily. "Well, I sent a lot of clansmen to look for fierce beasts that seem to have strong defenses, and finally found a big snake covered in scales a few days ago, and the other party was also a high-level fierce beast, so I went in person. As a result, my attacks didn't hurt it at all. However, my speed is much faster than his and it can't help me," Xiao hurriedly said. "A high-level fierce beast that even Xiao can't help." Tian's heart moved and he was immediately sure that the other party had a super defense, which must be a defensive talent. "Where? Take me," Tian said urgently. Xiao carried Tian on his back, quickly moved in the little Chiba forest and ran to the depths of the forest. Due to the fact that there are too many trees in the forest, Kim does not run fast. After about 10 minutes of running, this place has gone deep into the Kachiba forest. At this time, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin came to a waterhole. "Master, this is it." Xiao Jin looked at the waterhole and said. The waterhole was bottomless and it was difficult to see what was inside, but when Yi Tian approached the waterhole, a fierce beast's breath was transmitted. Wow, a giant snake emerges from the waterhole, its upper body completely exposed to the air. It was pitch black and possessed a large number of scales, each of which shone like a treasure. Its body is at least 30 meters. Yi Tian made a preliminary judgment. Subconsciously, he checked the talent of the giant snake. Species: black-scaled python bloodline talent, high defense talent, medium. Medium defense talent, although not very high, is enough to make up for my shortcomings, and I will copy and upgrade it when I encounter a higher defense talent in the future. So, Yi Tian secretly copied the medium defense talent of the black-scaled python. Hiss. The black-scaled python roared at Jin, who recognized him. It was Xiao Jin who harassed it a few days ago, and it hurt to beat it, and it had long held a grudge against Xiao Jin. In this way, when it saw Xiao Jin again, it couldn't help but attack. Yi Tian looked at the huge body of the black-scaled python and said with a smile, "With such a big body, it should be enough to gather hundreds of high-grade fierce beast blood, and the snake skin can also be made into defensive clothing. I'm sorry." Yi Tian's body moved, 20 times the speed of sound was activated, and his strength talent was also activated. Puff puff, Yi Tian slashed at the black-scaled python 7 inches with a knife, but the indestructible scales in Xiao Jin's eyes were easily crushed by Yi Tian. Yi Tian's attack power is not comparable to Xiao Jin. His attack power has reached the level of a grandmaster, and no matter how strong the defense of the black-scaled python is, it is only comparable to that of a grandmaster. Even Grandmaster Yao Yi couldn't stop his attack, and this black-scaled python naturally couldn't stop it. Within a second, Yi Tian didn't know how many times he had slashed in the same place. I saw that the 7-inch land of the black-scaled python had broken a big hole at this moment, and the heart of the black-scaled python was completely pierced by Yi Tian's hole, and its vitality was gradually dissipating. Bang! The black-scaled python fell to the ground, and its body fell to the ground. Now, Xiao Jin's eyes widened and he looked at his master Yi Tian incredulously. It clearly remembered that although its master was stronger than it before, it was very limited, far less terrifying than it is now. It's only been a long time, and the black-scaled python that it can't help it, Yi Tian actually killed it easily. "Worthy of being the master of my little gold," Xiao Jin said proudly in his heart. After killing the black-scaled python, Yi Tian hurriedly collected the heart blood of the black-scaled python. The heart blood was undoubtedly the most essence of a fierce beast, and the energy contained was higher and purer. After the heart blood was collected, Yi Tian collected dozens of high-grade fierce beast blood to ensure that the blood would no longer flow out easily, which allowed Xiao Jin to drag the body of the black-scaled python back. It took a lot of time for the corpse of the black-scaled python to be brought back to Xiao Jin's residence, and then the remaining high-grade beast blood was put into the blood pool. "Xiao Jin, the corpse of this black-scaled python will be eaten by you. Remember to keep the snake's skin," Yi Tian commanded. "Good," Xiao Jin replied. It also didn't want to eat the snake skin of the black-scaled python. It was too hard to bite at all. Even if Yi Tian didn't tell him, he wouldn't eat the snake skin of the black-scaled python. When Xiao Jin tasted the meat of the black-scaled python, Yi Tian began to fuse the medium defense talent. Fusion, Yi Tian thought. Soon his whole body began to heat up, a trace of sweat flowed out, and his skin began to tingle faintly, and his body became red. This is the process of transforming the defensive talent. 10 minutes passed and the defensive talent fusion was successful. As soon as his mind moved, the talent situation was presented on Yi Tian's retina. Human, Yi Tian Cultivation Talent, Top Speed Talent, Top Knife Talent, Medium Shadow Talent, Elementary. Healing Talent, Top Strength Talents, High Endurance Talents, Medium Defense Talent, Medium. In addition to the Cultivation Talent, I already have 7 special talents. I'm afraid it's the only one in this world, Yi Tian said proudly. Try the effect of the Medium Defense Talent. Yi Tian took out the intermediate Yuan force knife weapon and slashed lightly on his left arm. Bang! The intermediate Yuan force knife was bounced off. The force he used just now was not much. At most it was only tens of thousands of caddies, and it was too normal that he failed to cut the skin. So Yi Tian increased his strength until he increased his strength to 150,000 caddies, but he still failed to break through the skin's defense. Strength talent. Yi Tian opened the strength talent and the strength of his body skyrocketed tenfold. Subsequently, he experimented with 200,000 caddies of strength but still failed to break the body's defenses and then increased his strength. It was only after increasing the strength to 250,000 caddies that the skin was cut. But this is only to use pure skin to withstand attacks, and the real defense of the warrior is to use the Yuan Force Protector to defend, and the degree of defense of the Yuan Force Protector is directly related to the body's defense. Yuan Force Protector. A faint film of Yuan Force covered the skin of his body, and Yi Tian used the knife to cut the skin again. This time, Yi Tian increased his strength to 15 million Jin before finally breaking his body's defenses. 1.5 million caddies. In this way, my body's defense is enough to withstand the attack of 15 million caddies, and most of the great warriors can't break through my defense. And this is just the beginning. Once my cultivation is promoted to the peak of the great martial artist, I'm afraid that even if I stand there and let the peak of the great martial artist's strong cut, he won't be able to cut through my defenses. Yi Tian was very satisfied with his current body defense. With this layer of defense, coupled with his top-level healing talent, his life-preserving ability has increased several times. For the next month, Yi Tian spent most of his time in the Little Chiba Forest, only returning to the Linhai base once in a while. During this period of time in the Little Chiba Forest, Yi Tian cultivated frantically, united with Xiao Jin, killed dozens of high-level fierce beasts, and obtained a large amount of high-level fierce beast blood. In such a crazy cultivation situation, whether it was Yi Tian or Xiao Jin, the strength of one person and one beast was increasing rapidly. Finally, on this day, Yi Tian increased his physical strength to the level of 200 caddies. And Xiao Jin's strength basically reached the peak level of the early stage of the high-level fierce beast, and the speed also rose by one level, almost reaching 25 times the speed of sound, and Yi Tian's speed reached 23 times the speed of sound. However, such a frantic action by Yi Tian and Xiao Jin caused the number of high-level fierce beasts in this area to be greatly reduced, and finally attracted the attention of the top fierce beasts in the depths of the Little Chiba Forest. Rumble. A white giant ape with a height of 50 meters walked out of the depths of the small Chiba forest and began to inspect the huge area where Xiao Jin was. This area is its territory, and those high-level beasts can be said to be its subordinates, and every once in a while they must offer some blood food in order to obtain its protection. But in the past few months there have been too few high-level fierce beasts to offer to it. It was very angry, so it personally came to trouble these high-level beasts, but when it came here it was dumbfounded. All those high-level beasts from the past are gone. Could it be that you ran away? The white giant ape thought. Thundered. The white giant ape strode forward, and the giant trees were knocked to the ground by it. Suddenly it sensed the breath of a high-level fierce beast, so it ran over. And this high-level beast is none other than Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin was happily looking for high-level beasts in the forest, but it was a pity that the number of high-level beasts in this area was getting smaller and smaller, and it was difficult to find high-level beasts. As for the farther afield, it did not dare to go. Tell it that it's not where it should be. As a fierce beast, it also knows that the Little Chiba Forest has extremely strict hierarchical rules. Each area has a high-level fierce beast occupier, and as a medium-level fierce beast, it also has its own territory. Once, when it was an intermediate-level fierce beast, several high-level fierce beasts tried to subdue its group, but they were all defeated by it. Therefore, it is only a mid-level fierce beast, and it also occupies a small area and becomes a small landlord. However, that was in the past, and now it could easily hunt down a high-level beast, and the area was almost invincible. but it's limited to this area, and if you go deeper, it won't dare. It is a place where the top fierce beasts stay. If it encounters a top fierce beast, it will never be able to beat it, and if it encounters a stronger top fierce beast, it may not even be able to escape. Therefore, it is very well behaved only in this area. It is just a matter of being able to find high-level fierce beasts, and it doesn't matter if you can't find it. Anyway, the master said that he was not in a hurry to find a high-level fierce beast, and he would leave after a while and he would take it with him. Suddenly, a breath that made it tremble came from afar. Top beast. Although Xiao Jin has never seen a top-level fierce beast, this aura is obviously a top-level fierce beast. Swish! Kim moved quickly to his master. It had to quickly inform its owner to leave the little Chiba forest. Distance. The white giant ape's gaze looked at Xiao Jin, and his gaze seemed to descend on Xiao Jin through layers of space. It doesn't know Jin, but if it appears in its territory, it should submit to it, and if it doesn't, it can only become its snack. Swish. The white giant ape moved its huge body, completely ignored the giant tree, and jumped thousands of meters in one step, only a little slower than Xiao Jin's. But its body was very large and the bounce power was very strong, and it could bounce across the giant tree. Ignoring the obstacles of the giant tree, such a speed was amazing, but Xiao Jin still has to constantly avoid giant trees so that his running speed is not as good as that of the white giant ape. Soon, the white giant ape caught up with Kim. Looking at the white giant ape's mountain-like body and the terrifying aura, Xiao Jin trembled. At this moment, it sensed the presence of its owner. The host is nearby. Master, come and save me. Xiao Jin used telepathy to contact Tian and called. This is a unique contact between the pet and its owner, but only if it is close, and there is no way to contact it if it is far away. At this time, Tian naturally also saw the white giant ape. That terrifying aura simply permeated the range of 10 miles, and there was no cover at all, and it was difficult for him not to pay attention to it. Tian was very anxious. He heard Xiao Jin's plea for help, and with Xiao Jin's strength there was no way to resist a top-level fierce beast. Fast, fast, fast! Tian kept shuttling between the forests and finally came to a short distance from Xiao Jin. At this time, he saw that a huge hand of the white giant ape grabbed Xiao Jin as if covering the sky and the sun. Under that palm, the weak little Jin seemed to be unable to even move his body. It's not an ordinary top-level beast. Tian's pupils shrank. That power is too powerful. I'm afraid that even at the top level of the fierce beast level, it is a medium or even an upper level. Tian's strength may be able to bully a weaker top-level fierce beast, but a top-level fierce beast like the white giant ape, he is not an opponent at all. However, Tian still made a move. Xiao Jin was his first beast pet, and he helped him a lot. If he couldn't even save Xiao Jin, wouldn't he be too useless? Besides, the white giant ape wasn't strong enough to make him desperate. Save. Tian immediately made a move. Speed talent open. Strength talent open, defensive talent open. A door talent was opened, and Tian slashed out the bronze-level sword skill, King Feng's slash in his heyday. This knife not only did his best, but also incorporated the dichotomy intent, which was one of the results of Tian's efforts in the past few months. Under the blessing of the sword intent, the sword shook the void and was full of sharp aura, as if it could cut through the void. I saw that the brilliant cyan sword seemed to turn into a heavenly blade and slash the sky, greeting the palm of the white giant ape. Bang! The cyan knife slashed at the palm of the white giant ape, successfully cutting off some white hairs, leaving a mark on the palm of the white giant ape's hand, but it was only that, and even the skin could not be broken. Little Kim, run! Tian shouted. Xiao Jin hurriedly understood, started the top speed and ran quickly while Tian followed. The white giant ape was furious. It was actually hurt by a small reptile. This is a shame. Boom! The white giant ape slammed into the past with a punch. The void shook, countless giant trees turned into powder, and Tian also felt a supreme force attacking and slashed with all his backhand. Boom! The supreme force directly shook Tian's body away, and the Yuan force shield was shattered in an instant, and even the flesh body had many cracks. But thanks to the top-level healing talent, the injury recovered in an instant. Such a powerful attack power, it definitely has a power of 30 million caddies, Tian estimated. His physical strength is 200 caddies and he can reach 2 million caddies under the increase of strength talent and then after 6 times the increase of King Feng's slash. He can reach 12 million jin of attack power plus the power of Yuan Li can reach 24 million jin, and the white giant ape can easily break his attack and hurt him to this extent. Definitely has the power of 30 million jin. Check. In an instant, the talent of the white giant ape was understood by Yi Tian. Species: Titan Ape Bloodline Talent, Top Strength Talents, Beginner. I'm going, it's a top-level bloodline and I also have a primary strength talent. This Titan forest has definitely not grown to the limit, otherwise one move will be enough to kill me in seconds and even the top-level healing talent can't let me survive. Yi Tianxin exclaimed. Escape, he was no match for him. Originally, he wanted to stay in the little Chiba forest for a while longer, but now it seems that he can't do it. Thankfully, the Titan ape is not fast and he and Kim still have hope of escaping. Rumble. The Titan ape punched again and hit Yi Tian but still did not kill Yi Tian but only injured Yi Tian, and Yi Tian recovered under the top healing talent, just like a Xiao Qiang who could not be killed. Attack after attack, and each time Yi Tian managed to survive. In this way, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin gradually ran away outside the little Chiba forest. Wow. With a flash of light in front of him, Yi Tian found that he and Xiao Jin had successfully escaped from the little Chiba forest, and there was a vast land outside. When they came to the outside of the little Chiba forest, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin's speed could really be brought into play because there were few obstacles outside, and they ran at a super high speed so that they would not bump into things. Compared to the helplessness in the small Chiba forest, this is the real world. Yi Tian rode directly on Xiao Jin's body, and Xiao Jin was full of strength, turning on 25 times the speed of sound, turning into a streamer and running quickly on the ground. Behind. The Titan ape chased out of the little Chiba forest. Seeing that his speed was not as good as Xiao Jin, it was difficult to catch up with Xiao Jin, so he could only slap his chest and roar a few times. And then reluctantly returned to the little Chiba forest. Seeing that the Titan ape did not return from pursuit, Yi Tian hurriedly asked Xiao Jin to stop. At this time they were far away from the coastal base, estimated to be hundreds of miles away. Because he didn't dare to run in the direction of the Linhai base, and besides the Linhai base was still too close to the Kachiba forest, if he really ran to the Linhai base maybe the Titan forest would chase after him. And it would definitely be a catastrophe for the Linhai base. For the safety of the Linhai base, he asked Xiao Jin to run in the other direction, staggering from the Linhai base. Subsequently, Yi Tian and Xiao Jin looked for a way back to the Linhai base, and it took about half an hour to finally find the Linhai base. Of course, he won't admit that he almost couldn't find his way. Linhai base. When Yi Tian came back in Xiao Jin, he shocked countless people again. Surrendering the beast is something that many people can't do because most of the beasts have low intelligence and they don't have the concept of surrender at all. In the heart of the fierce beast there are only two possibilities, the death of the enemy or the death of oneself, and I don't know how many great warriors want to subdue an intermediate fierce beast, but the result is all failed. And Yi Tian actually subdued a high-level fierce beast like the golden silk dragon leopard. If they knew that Xiao Jin had a top-level speed talent, they would probably be jealous to death. The value of such a fierce beast was too high. If it weren't for the beast pets that couldn't be traded, someone would definitely spend a huge amount of money to buy small gold at home. Yi Yu saw Xiao Jin, who had a body of 10 meters, and was a little afraid because Xiao Jin's breath was too strong and she couldn't bear Xiao Jin's breath at all when she had just become a martial artist. Xiao Jin, converge your breath. Yi Tian patted Xiao Jin's head and said hurriedly. Master Tilda. Xiao Jin wagged his tail and roared at Yi Tian with some grievances and then honestly restrained his breath if it weren't for his huge body, otherwise he would really look like a kitten. Sister, this is Xiao Jin, the beast pet I subdued. You get to know each other. Don't worry, Xiao Jin won't hurt you. Yi Tian introduced Xiao Jin to his sister. With his encouragement, his sister Yi Yu finally greeted Xiao Jin. Xiao Jin, hello, my name is Yi Yu. Xiao Jin rubbed his head over and touched Yi Yu's little head to show friendship. It can know that the little dot in front of it is the sister of its own master, and even the object of its own protection in the future. That's right, Yi Tian has already told it that when he is not there in the future, it will be Xiao Jin who will be responsible for protecting Yi Yu's safety. It didn't dare to disobey its master's orders, so it had a good relationship with Yi Yu in advance. This day, Wu Pavilion, Yi Tian met with the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion as the #1 powerhouse in the Linhai base. This time, he had come to discuss something with the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion. The pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion has always been very mysterious. Few people have seen him. If it weren't for Yi Tian's identity, the other party would not have seen Yi Tian. Originally, Yi Tian thought that the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion was very old, but after really seeing the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion, he found that the pavilion master of the Martial Pavilion was only in his 30s, and the other party's talent was very extraordinary. Human, Yue Chang Cultivation Talent, High Swordsmanship Talent, Medium Strength Talents, Elementary High-Level Cultivation Talent is nothing. Medium-sized bases like the Iron Tooth base have a lot of high-level cultivation talents, and Yue Chang as the Pavilion Master of the Martial Pavilion of the Linhai base comes from a large base, and the high-level cultivation talent can only be regarded as a small genius. However, the medium swordsmanship talent and the primary strength talent are very extraordinary, and the two can be superimposed, which shows that Yue Chang's strength is so strong that it is higher than Sun Kong and the others of the Sun family. I've seen the pavilion master, Yi Tian said politely. Yue Zhang hurriedly said, I'm just a martial pavilion sub-pavilion master in the Linhai base. Sect Master Yi is too polite. I don't know why Sect Master Yi wants to see me. Yi Tian did not refute Yue Chang's title. He deserved the title of Grandmaster. Pavilion Master Yue is from the big base. I want to know how to get to the big base? Yi Tian asked bluntly. Yue Zhang smiled slightly. He was not curious about Yi Tian's question. After all, Yi Tian was already invincible in the Linhai base at such a young age. How could such a genius succumb to the weak Linhai base? He must be yearning for the big base. Yue Zhang didn't hide it and said, I am from the Demon Sea base 30 kilometers away from the Linhai base. This distance is not too far for the Grandmaster. The key is that this road is too dangerous, and even if you are unlucky, you will encounter a top-level fierce beast. Therefore, every other year the large base will send people to the Linhai base. And there are only 2 real large base power branches in the Linhai base. One is our Wuj branch and the other is the Bank of the Linhai base. This bank is affiliated with Mohai Bank. Mohai Bank rarely sends people, but the rule that our Martial Pavilion sends people once a year has always remained the same. Pavilion Master Yue, do you mean that only once a year when the Martial Pavilion sends someone here, can I follow the martial artists of the Martial Pavilion into the big base? Yue Zhang smiled and asked, It's not okay to go alone. Sect Master Yi shouldn't know about the big base, right? I don't understand. Yi Tian nodded. Yue Zhang explained, more than 100 years ago the area of the earth was very small, and the cities were very close to each other, but when the end came the fierce beasts outside the domain descended through the spatial cracks, and the earth not only generated vitality but also became extremely huge, guessing that it was expanded hundreds of times. But no one knows how much it has become bigger. At the beginning, the number of human beings did shrink a lot, but in the past 100 years, the large bases of human beings have occupied large territories one by one, advocating more fertility. So the population of each large base is very large. The technology is also very developed, and there are many talents. Do you know how many people there are in the Demon Sea base? 1 million, Yi Tian said a number. Yue said in a deep voice, It's 10 million, what? Yi Tian was really shocked. This is the end of the world. There are 10 million people in a large base, which is comparable to the top first-tier cities in the previous life. With a population of 10 million, the power gathered is so great, and the Demon Sea base is actually no different from the metropolis more than 100 years ago under the construction of countless people. Many scientists have used Yuanli to replace electricity, and even Yuanli air conditioners, Yuanli cars, Yuanli elevators, etc., and the entire Demon Sea base is even covered by a huge Yuanli formation, and the fierce beasts can't attack it at all, and entering the Demon Sea base requires identity verification. And every person in the Linhai base has a Yuanli identity card, and only with this card can they freely enter and exit the Demon Sea base. Yue Zhang said again, Yuanli ID card. Yi Tian finally understood why he couldn't enter the Demon Sea base alone, because he couldn't enter, and only the martial artists who followed the martial pavilion could enter the Demon Sea base. Pavilion Master Yue, how long will it take for the people from the martial pavilion to come? Yi Tian asked the question he was most concerned about. The next trip is in a month, Yue Zhang replied. After chatting with Yue Zhang for a long time, Yi Tian finally understood a little about the situation of the Demon Sea base. But what Yue Zhang said was just something very common, and as for the more secret information, he didn't mention it at all. Before leaving, Pavilion Master Yue, I wonder if you know Yue Ling? Yi Tian suddenly asked. Yue Chang's surname is Yue and Yue Chang's surname is Yue, plus both of them are from Wuj. Maybe there is some relationship between the two. He was just curious, so he asked casually. Yue Ling and I both belong to the Yue family, and the Yue family is one of the three major families of the Martial Pavilion, and is in charge of 1/3 of the Martial Pavilion. However, I am only a member of the branch of the Yue family, and Yue Ling is the young lady of the main line, and her background is very deep and her status is far higher than mine. Yue Zhang said, sure enough. Yi Tian knew that his guess was right. Yue Ling's identity was really not simple. Even Yue Chang's identity was far inferior to Yue Ling. It could be seen that Yue Ling's status was high, and it was no wonder that there were great martial arts servants following. Although that great martial artist is not very strong, it is amazing to be able to arrange a great martial artist to be an elite martial artist as a servant. In the Linhai base, the great martial artist is high, who would be a servant to an elite martial artist, and only a big family like the Yue family would do this. Pavilion Master Yue, in a month I'll bother again, Yi Tian said goodbye. Back at home, Yi Tian began to think about the next arrangement. From Yue Chang's mouth he learned that the gold card and coins of the Linhai base can be exchanged for money in the Magic Sea Bank of the Magic Sea base. Because the banks of the two places are the same and can be exchanged for each other, but the exchange ratio is only 2-to-1. In other words, the 2 yuan of the Linhai base can be exchanged for 1 yuan of the Demon Sea base. This kind of exchange seems to be a loss, but in fact, it is not a loss at all, because many things that are more precious in the Linhai base may be cheaper in the Demon Sea base, and the prices are different. There is still a month to leave the Linhai base, and some things should be disposed of, otherwise it will be a waste to stay in the Linhai base, Yi Tian thought. Among them, the first thing to deal with was those mid-level fierce beast blood, which was originally reserved for Yi Yu's cultivation, but there was only 1 month left and Yi Yu alone couldn't use it at all. So, Yi Tian gave 1,000 pieces of mid-level fierce beast blood to the Wind Wolf hunting team, which was given to them for free. After all, Wind Wolf was not bad and he was also his friend. As for the other mid-level fierce beast blood, Yi Tian sold most of it to Wu Ji and sold it for a total of 1 billion yuan. 1 billion seems like a lot, but it is just a small amount of money for a martial artist like Yi Tian. In addition to the blood of the fierce beast, a large number of medicinal materials stored by Yi Tian were also sold one by one, and a total of 400 million were sold. The villa he lives in now, Yi Tian has not sold it. Maybe he will come back one day to take a look, and at least there will be a place to settle down at that time. For a month, Yi Tian basically didn't go out to hunt fierce beasts but focused on cultivation, but only increased his strength to 230,000 caddies. It takes a month to increase the strength of 30,000 caddies, which is already very fast, and according to this speed, the strength of 360,000 caddies can be increased in a year, although the speed of increasing his strength will weaken in the late stage of cultivation. Yi Tian can hope to be able to reach the limit level of a great martial artist of 1 million jin within 3 years and then step into the realm of Grandmaster in one fell swoop. Achieving a Grandmaster in 3 years is enough to make countless martial artists envious. After all, they have no hope of being promoted to the Grandmaster level in their lifetime. Besides, this is just a top-level cultivation talent. I don't believe that the Demon Sea Great Base doesn't have a higher-level cultivation talent. If I copy a higher-level talent, the time to become a Grandmaster will be shortened a lot. Copying a higher-level cultivation talent, this was also one of the reasons why Yi Tian was in a hurry to go to the Demon Sea Great Base. If he had stayed in the Linhai base, he would not have had a chance to copy the higher-level cultivation talent at all, because the cultivation talent belonged to human beings and only humans had cultivation talents, and the bloodline talent on the fierce beast was not suitable for him. "Sister, let's go," Yi Tian said to Yi Yu, who was packing up his things. The things that Yi Yu packed were all her small belongings, which were of little value, but they were very nostalgic if she couldn't bring too much, otherwise she would even want to take everything at home with her. Yi Yu packed 3 big bags and hung them all on Xiao Jin's body. Immediately, Yi Tian and Yi Yu left the central garden community by Xiaojin and came to the north gate of the Linhai base. At this time, Yue Zhang was waiting at the north gate. When Yi Tian came to the north gate, he not only saw Yue Chang but also 7 or 8 martial artists. Lin Wanli, Grandmaster Old Man Li, and several other great martial artists are all well-known big names in the Linhai base. They should also go to the Demon Sea base, but the purpose is definitely different from mine, Yi Tian guessed. He went to the Demon Sea base to settle down, and Lin Wanli and the others definitely couldn't give up everything in the Linhai base, because it was difficult for them to have room for improvement, and they couldn't improve their strength if they went to the Demon Sea base, so it was better to stay in the Linhai base. At least in the Linhai base they are big shots. If they go to the Demon Sea base, except for the old man of the sect Master Li, everyone else has to hold their tails and be people, and they are not comfortable at all. Sect Master Yi. Lin Wanli and the others saw Yi Tian and greeted them one by one. "Sect Master Yi, are you leaving the Linhai base and not coming back?" Old Man Li looked at the few big bags on Xiao Jin's body and asked curiously. "Well, I'm going to settle down in the Demon Sea base. Maybe I'll come back when I have time," Yi Tian replied casually. When Old Man Li heard this, he was immediately overjoyed. As soon as Yi Tian left, no one in the Linhai base could suppress him. He was the only Grandmaster in the Linhai base, and he was also the first powerhouse. And if Yi Tian is there, he is always very aggrieved and does not dare to be arrogant at all. Therefore, if Yi Tian leaves, he is the most excited one. Of course, in front of Yi Tian, he didn't dare to show that he was too excited, so he could only suppress the joy in his heart in the depths of his heart. After waiting for about an hour, Yi Tian finally saw a caravan coming. Boom, boom, boom. The ground began to shake and huge beasts came dragging a large amount of goods. "The caravan is coming," Yue said in a loud voice. It was not the first time that Lin Wanli and the others had seen this caravan, so they were not surprised at all, but Yi Tian and Yi Yu stared at the caravan in the distance very curiously. To use such a huge beast as a caravan mount to transport goods, Yi Tian finally realized the strength of the martial pavilion at this moment, which was definitely not comparable to ordinary forces. The caravan arrived at the north gate, and Yue Zhang stepped forward to discuss the handover of goods with one of the caravan's great warriors. These goods are transported from the large base and transported to the coastal base to be sold, exchanged for various other resources. These resources are lacking in the large base, such as some medicinal materials, specific beast materials, etc., and the large base can provide many healing medicines, yuan soldiers, and other finished goods. The exchange of goods between the two bases is beneficial to both sides, and Wu Ji is also able to make a lot of profits from it. Yue Zhang sent someone to handle the goods, and this process took an hour or two. Old Man Li and the others knew that they would have to wait a lot of time, so they closed their eyes and rested one by one, while Yi Tian looked at those huge fierce beasts curiously. These beasts are the same kind of beasts, similar to elephants but several times larger than elephants and have thick scale armor. The fierce beasts were not very far away from Tian, and Tian could naturally easily see the talent of these fierce beasts. Species: brute force elephant. Bloodline talent: medium defense talent. Elementary strength talents: elementary talented. Tian was surprised. This brute force armor elephant actually has two special talents, although they are only elementary talents, but they should also be good among the fierce beasts. The only pity is that their bloodline talent is only medium, and it is destined that they will not be able to become powerful fierce beasts. Although they are medium, but from the perspective of breath, they have all grown to the extreme, reaching the level of high-level fierce beasts. With the blessing of defense talent and strength talent, they should be of medium strength among high-level fierce beasts, Tian judged. The brute force armor elephant has a huge body. The strength is not high, it is not low, and it is estimated that it is also very well domesticated, and it is indeed suitable for pulling goods and transportation. An hour and a half passed. Yue Zhang and the caravan's goods were basically handed over, and the caravan was ready to return to the Demon Sea base. If you want to come back this time, you can either wait a year or leave the Demon Sea base directly. It is more difficult to enter the Demon Sea base, but it is easier to leave. Lin Wanli and the others are preparing to stay in the Demon Sea base for a month or two, buy the items they need, and then return to the Linhai base. As long as they are careful, the possibility of encountering danger is not too great. If you follow the caravan, 10 million yuan per person, free entry certificate. A great martial artist from the caravan walked up to Tian and the others and said, "Give." Lin Wanli took out 10 gold cards and handed them to the caravan warrior. Although Old Man Li is a grandmaster, he can't break the rules. He is just an ordinary little grandmaster, and he can't break the rules of the martial pavilion, and there is also a grandmaster in the caravan. But he just stayed in a car pulled by a brute force armor elephant and didn't get down. Therefore, Old Man Li did not dare not give money. You need to pay 30 million yuan, and the beast pet has to pay too. The caravan warrior pointed to the small golden road. 3,000 yuan was just a small number for Tian. He paid it directly and he didn't argue with the caravan. Soon, the caravan left. Old Man Li and the others are not qualified to sit on the brute force armor elephant, so they can only run along, while Tian and Yu are more comfortable sitting on Xiao Jin's back. It is not bumpy at all, it is extremely comfortable. The brute force armor elephant did not run fast but ran at a speed of 100 meters per second, which is indeed very slow, but there is no way this is the wild, and there are countless fierce beasts between the Linhai base and the Demon Sea base. And this line has not yet been opened. If you run too fast, the cargo is easy to fly, not to mention it is easy to hit other fierce beasts, and then it will be a big trouble. At the speed of a brute force elephant, the distance of 3,000 kilometers is about 8 or 9 hours, which is not a long time. Along, Tian found a lot of fierce beasts. But most of the fierce beasts felt the breath of the brute force armor elephant and ran away after all. The deterrent power of a group of high-level fierce beasts was still very strong, and ordinary fierce beasts did not dare to approach the caravan. The caravan is not afraid of high-level fierce beasts, but it is worried about the appearance of top-level fierce beasts. However, the possibility of encountering top-level fierce beasts is not very great, because the route taken by the caravan is a relatively safe route, bypassing the territory of many top-level fierce beasts. As long as it is not too unlucky, basically nothing will happen. 9 hours passed. Tian sat on Xiao Jin's back, looking into the distance, and with super good eyesight, he soon saw an incomparably huge city. The city is not known how many times larger than the Linhai base, but it is not protected by a city wall. Only a faint light curtain covers the entire city. Demon Sea base, Tian muttered. Compared with the Magic Sea base, the Linhai base is undoubtedly a backward small place, and the two are like the difference between a modern city and an ancient city. What made Tian even more curious was undoubtedly the huge light curtain that covered the entire Demon Sea base. It was said that this was a formation, but he didn't know how it was built. A minute later, it's here. The leader of the caravan, the warrior, said loudly. Leave with your entry credentials. The great warrior who led the team gave Yi Tian a paper voucher and sent Yi Tian away. There are many entrances to the Demon Sea base. And these entrances are not covered by light curtains, so you can walk in, but you need a voucher or a Yuanli identity card. Otherwise, if you find that you have trespassed on the Demon Sea base, even the Grandmaster will have to die. Yi Tian took the 3 vouchers, passed through the entrance, entered the Demon Sea base, and immediately separated from Old Man Li and the others. Old Man Li and the others obviously have their own things to do, and after he and Old Man Li and the others are separated, there may be no intersection in the future, so naturally there is no need to stay together. The streets of the Demon Sea base are very wide. Even if Xiao Jin walks on the street, it will not look too big. This is the Demon Sea base deliberately built in this way. It is for the sake of fierce beast pets. Yi Tian asked some people and finally found a place to handle the identity of a resident of the Demon Sea base. Devil's Sea Resident Bureau. Standing in front of the skyscraper where the Demon Sea Residence Bureau was located, Yi Tian suddenly had a feeling of returning to his previous life. In fact, this feeling was felt when he came to the Demon Sea base. After all, the Demon Sea base is too similar to the modern city in the previous life, but the power here is composed of Yuan Li and the breath of Yuan force is everywhere, and the Yuan force of the entire base is much richer than that of the Linhai base. Cultivating in such an environment, the cultivation speed is definitely much better than that of the Linhai base. Just as Yi Tian was about to enter the Demon Sea Resident Bureau, a martial artist wearing a security guard costume stopped Yi Tian. Friend, your beast can't go inside. Yi Tian looked at the martial artist in front of him, looked at the gate of the Demon Sea Residential Bureau again, and then compared Xiao Jin's size. He had no choice but to leave Xiao Jin outside if Xiao Jin forced it in. I am afraid it would cause some damage. Xiao Jin, you wait for me outside. I'll come out soon when I go in, Yi Tian admonished. Master, hurry up and come out. Kim was a little scared and nervous. There are too many humans around here, and they are all very powerful humans, and it has even sensed a lot of humans who are much stronger than it, and they are in this Demon Sea Resident Bureau. As a ferocious beast, it feels too much pressure to stay here. If Yi Tian was there, it was not afraid, and as soon as Yi Tian left, it was worried about its own safety. Walking into the Demon Sea Resident Bureau, Yi Tian found that there were not many people here. But it's right to think about it, this is the place to handle the identity, but the people in the Demon Sea base basically have an identity. Unless the Yuanli identity card is damaged, they will come here to reapply for it. As a result, not many people come here to do business. Yi Tian came to a window, reported his origin, filled in a bunch of information, and the last step was to go to the 10th floor to pay coins to truly become a resident of the Demon Sea base. And this cost is very high. One person needs 50 million yuan. For ordinary people in the Demon Sea base, this price is undoubtedly sky-high, but outsiders who want to truly become a member of the Demon Sea base need to pay such an expensive price. If it weren't for such a high price, wouldn't the martial artists of those small bases all have to pour into the Demon Sea Great Base? Yi Tian didn't have the coins of the Demon Sea base now, so he went to the Demon Sea Bank next door, exchanged 100 million yuan, paid the fee, and successfully handled 2 resident Yuanli identity cards. Xiaojin is a pet and does not need to apply for an identity card, he only needs to register with the pet administration. Subsequently, Yi Tian went to Mohai Bank to apply for 2 more bank cards similar to the bank cards in his previous life. But Mohai Bank's bank cards are not ordinary cards, and there are simple formation patterns engraved inside, which can store information. If you want to apply for a bank card, you must have a Yuanli identity card, and after Yi Tian and Yi Yu have handled the Yuanli ID card, they have the qualifications to apply for a bank card. The identity card is done, and the bank card is also done. Subsequently, Yi Tian went to the Animal Pet Administration Bureau to register for Xiaojin. It can be said that Yi Tian's most basic things when he came to the Demon Sea base have been dealt with. And then there's one more thing, and that's buying a property. Yi Tian has a lot of funds, and after being exchanged for the coins of the Demon Sea base, there are also as much as 800 million, which is the capital he has accumulated in 2 years, and it is more than enough to buy a villa. The most central villa in the Demon Sea base, Yi Tian definitely can't afford it, and even if he can, he won't buy it, it's too wasteful. After screening, Yi Tian bought a small villa in a community near the core area of the Magic Sea base, spending about 300 million. The biggest advantage of this villa is that it has a soundproof formation, which can be soundproofed and will not be disturbed by external sounds. There is also a cultivation room. The yuan power inside is much richer than the outside world, and it is said that it is also the effect of the formation, and if you cultivate in the cultivation room, it is about 30% faster than the outside world. Oh brother, is this our new home in the future? Yi Yu came to the villa and shouted excitedly. Although this villa is much smaller than the original, she has never seen a modern villa, and she feels that this place is 100 times better than the original villa, and she is full of curiosity about many things. Although it was the first time Yi Tian came to the Demon Sea base, and it was also the first time he had seen a modern villa in this era, but the villas in this era were not much different from the villas in his previous life. And he would not be as curious as Yi Yu. In fact, the things researched by the people of the Demon Sea base were completely imitating items from more than 100 years ago, so Yi Tian was no stranger to them. The next few days, Yi Tian bought daily necessities on a large scale to decorate his new home so as not to make the new home too empty. At the same time, Yi Tian also began to understand everything about the Demon Sea base. Cultivation room. Yi Tian looked at the huge pillar he had just purchased in front of him. This was the force measuring column. When he was in the Linhai base before, he had also seen this kind of thing, but the force measurement equipment of the Linhai base was undoubtedly the simplest. And the force measurement pillar in front of him was relatively advanced, and even the attack power of the Grandmaster level could be accurately tested. But what made Yi Tian more curious was that the attack power of the Demon Sea base against the Grandmaster and above was not with the word caddy, but with an elephant. The power of one elephant is equal to the power of 1 million caddies. This elephant is not an ordinary elephant but an ancient mammoth giant elephant, and it is also a high-level fierce beast, but its physical strength is 1 million caddies, and almost all ancient mammoths are at this level of strength. Therefore, people use the elephant as a unit of strength. After all, as the cultivation increases, if you still use the jinn, it will be tens of millions of jinn at every turn, and the power of hundreds of millions of jinn will sound a little weird. And this unit is generally recognized by the Grandmasters, and the grade is much higher than that of the caddy. Rumble. Yi Tian punched the force measuring column, and a 232,356 number appeared on it, which meant that Yi Tian's strength had reached 232,356 caddies, and the strength was calculated very accurately. This is Yi Tian's pure physical strength. Immediately, Yi Tian tried to urge the strength talent and added the yuan force amplification. There was a bang, the force measuring column shook and a number appeared 46. There is also a sign of a baby elephant after 46. This is naturally not 4.6 caddies but represents the power of 4.6 elephants, which is equivalent to the power of 4.6 million caddies. Then, Yi Tian took out the intermediate yuan force knife weapon and slashed at the force measuring pillar with all his strength. At this time, a word count of 27.6 appeared on the force measuring column, representing the power of 27.6 elephants. 27.6 The power of the elephant represents the power of 27.6 million caddies. The previous article wrote the wrong protagonist's attack power in the Titan Sen ape, which has been modified. Such an attack power is very good in the realm of the Grandmaster. After all, the weakest Grandmaster can only exert the attack power of 2 more elephants. Of course, that kind of Grandmaster is the weakest among the Grandmaster level, and he doesn't have much status in the Demon Sea base, not even a high level but only a middle level. According to the information of the Demon Sea base, the ultimate body strength of the Grandmaster is 50 million caddies, that is the power of 50 elephants. And under the increase of yuan force, the power of 100 elephants can be exerted. Even if the peak powerhouse of the Grandmaster without any special talent is enough to kill me in seconds, my strength is still very weak in the Demon Sea base, Yi Tian said darkly. What makes Yi Tian like the Demon Sea base more is that the Demon Sea base pays attention to the legal system. Just like in the previous life, it is very strict about illegal behaviors. Even people from big families can't bully ordinary people at will. And the coastal base doesn't seem to be able to kill, but if the children of the big family really kill people, no one will care. But the Demon Sea base is different. Even if the Grandmaster deliberately kills an ordinary person, he will be imprisoned for hundreds or even hundreds of years at every turn, and in serious cases he will be directly sentenced to death. It is such a good environment that has created the prosperity of the Mohai base. Of course, if you are out of the Demon Sea base, if you are in the wild, fighting will still often happen. Because there is no way to prevent this situation, and there is no way to stop it. There are 2 more things to do next. Send my sister to school. There is a martial arts school in the Mohai base, and you can get a better education in it, which is very suitable for your sister. The second thing is to find a cultivation talent above the top cultivation talent and then copy it to make my cultivation talent transform. Yi Tian planned. Since the second thing needs to depend on luck, it is useless for Yi Tian to be anxious. For now, let's take the lead in dealing with the first thing. So Yi Tian called Yi Yu to him. Sister, I'll send you to school tomorrow, okay? Okay, Yi Yu nodded. She knew that her brother was very busy and he usually didn't see anyone. Even if he was at home, he was practicing alone. She was bored alone, and Xiao Jin didn't know how to speak, so he couldn't chat with her. In contrast, she prefers to go to school where she can at least make a lot of friends. Okay, then I'll send you to school tomorrow. Yi Tian touched Yi Yu's little head and said with a smile, there are many schools in the Demon Sea base, which are mainly divided into 2 levels. One is the ordinary school for ordinary people and martial apprentices, and the other is the martial arts school that only martial artists can attend, and the martial arts school is also divided into several grades, among which the high grades even have grandmasters to guide the practice. But as long as the age reaches the age of 25 or the cultivation reaches the level of the great martial artist, you must graduate from the martial arts school after all. The path after the great martial artist needs to rely on yourself, and the guidance of the martial arts school is of little use to the great martial artist. Originally, Yi Tian thought that what he learned in the martial arts school was just the body forging method and some theories, but when he learned about the martial arts school, he realized that he was lonely. There are many things that can be learned in the martial arts school, such as sword techniques, fist techniques, palm techniques, and various secret techniques, and even the foundation of formations, the art of forging yuan soldiers, and so on. But everything has a premise, that is, there must be a corresponding talent. For example, only those who have swordsmanship talent can learn swordsmanship, but if they don't have swordsmanship talent, they can't apply for swordsmanship courses at all, and they can't even borrow swordsmanship books. The martial arts school pays attention to teaching students according to their aptitude, and all people with special talents are very welcome objects in the martial arts school. But even if you don't have special talents, it doesn't matter. You can also learn some basic things such as basic swordsmanship, etc., which can be learned for free, and the talent requirements are not high. If it weren't for my special nature, I couldn't casually expose my talent, otherwise I would also want to enter the martial arts school to study. Yi Tian sighed. The procedures for signing up for a martial arts school are not very complicated. Yi Yu has an identity card. Plus, he is a martial artist cultivation and a medium cultivation talent, so he easily entered the martial arts school. Although it is not the best martial arts school in the Demon Sea base, but it is closer to the villa, and it is more convenient to go home. It took a few days, and after completing all the formalities, Yi Yu successfully enrolled in the school. Originally, Yi Tian planned to inquire about the geniuses of the Demon Sea Great Base so that he could find them and copy their talents. But the arrival of one person disrupted Yi Tian's plan. Yue Ling. Yi Tian had just come back from outside and was a little surprised when he saw Yue Ling standing outside his villa. It was clear to me when I thought about it. Yue Chang knew about his coming to the Demon Sea base, and Yue Chang and Yue Ling belonged to the same family. Perhaps it was Yue Chang who sent the news to Yue Ling. Yi Tian, long time no see, Yue Ling smiled. Let's go in and talk. Yi Tian invited. Okay. Yue Ling followed Yi Tian into the villa and sat down in the hall. Yue Ling, Yue Zhang told you that I came, right? Yi Tian asked bluntly. Yes, Yue Chang told me about you. At first I thought that what Yue Chang said was false, but now that I see you, I know that Yue Chang is right. In such a short period of time, I didn't expect your strength to be raised to the level of a great martial artist. According to what Yue Zhang said, is it true that you killed a grandmaster? Yue Ling stared at Yi Tian very nervously, waiting for Yi Tian's answer. It's just an ordinary grandmaster, Yi Tian hurriedly said. This is equivalent to admitting it. The simplest grandmaster, that is also a grandmaster. If a great martial artist wants to kill a grandmaster, he must have a special talent that can increase his attack power. I want to invite you to join the martial pavilion again. Are you willing? Yue Ling said. I'm still the same. I don't want to join any forces for the time being. Yi Tian shook his head. Regarding Yi Tian's answer, Yue Ling was not surprised or disappointed. She just said it casually. Then Yue Ling said the true purpose of this trip. Yi Tian, I don't know if you've heard of the secret realm, Yue Ling asked. Secret realm? Yi Tian shook his head. He really doesn't know what the secret realm is. It should be the kind of secret realm in the novel. But in this day and age, he really hadn't heard of it. Yue Ling knew that Yi Tian was from a small base and it was normal to not know the secret realm, so he explained. The secret realm is a kind of subspace that is free from the earth. There are mountains, water, trees, and even fierce beasts, and each secret realm is different. Some secret realms have many treasures, and some secret realms are very barren. The appearance of the secret realm is also related to the disaster 100 years ago, and the entrance to the secret realm is a spatial crack that only opens in some specific states. I see, Yi Tian understood. Yue Ling continued to explain. There is a secret realm in a mountain range not far from the Demon Sea base, but the powerhouses of the Grandmaster and above realms cannot enter this secret realm. Once they forcibly enter, they will be crushed into nothingness by the power of the secret realm, and only the martial artists of the realm below the Grandmaster can enter the secret realm. Yue Ling, what are you telling me about this? Yi Tian asked. In fact, he already had some speculation in his mind. I want to invite you to enter the secret realm together because the secret realm is very dangerous and the great warriors will not live in harmony after entering the secret realm if they really encounter treasures. Even if they are from the same family, they will fight each other. After all, the news in the secret realm cannot be transmitted and no one knows about each other. And I believe in your character, so I want to invite you in, and whatever you gain in it is your own. Yue Ling showed his attitude and said, How many martial artists will enter the secret realm? Yi Tian asked again. A lot. Yue Ling said solemnly. That secret realm is opened every 10 years, and each time it is opened it can accommodate 10 people to enter, and the great martial artists in the Demon Sea Great Base are far more than 10 people. So only the big forces have a quota, and I have a quota because of my identity. There are 1,000 great warriors entered, Yi Tian gasped. It is simply unimaginable for so many great warriors to be placed in the Linhai base. At this time, he also understood Yue Ling's worries. Yue Ling's talent was indeed good, but it was definitely much worse than the real Tianjiao. So when he learned that he had the strength to kill ordinary grandmasters, he wanted to invite him to enter the secret realm together. What strength are you now? Yi Tian asked. He could sense that Yue Ling was in the realm of a great martial artist, but he couldn't sense which realm he was in a great martial artist. Late stage of the great warrior, Yue Ling said truthfully. So fast? Yi Tian showed a look of surprise. Yue Ling is just a high-level cultivation talent. How can he be so fast? Even with the support of the Yue family, it won't be so fast, right? Is it? Yi Tian thought of a possibility. Originally, he had checked Yue Ling's talent, so when he saw Yue Ling this time, he didn't check it. Now he's a little skeptical. Human, Yue Ling cultivation talent, top swordsmanship talent, medium speed talent, inferior. The original high-level cultivation talent became a top-level cultivation talent. Yue Ling, who has a top-level cultivation talent, joined the resources of the Yue family, and now it is too normal to cultivate to the late stage of the great martial artist. Sure enough, Yue Ling's talent has been promoted to a top-level cultivation talent. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure she took from the Lake of Death that day should be a treasure that can increase her talent. Yi Tianming enlightened. Yi Tian, are you willing to accept my invitation? Yue Ling said with great anticipation. Yi Tian was silent for a moment and nodded. Okay, I am willing to enter the secret realm with you. In fact, he was also very curious about what was inside the secret realm. And at the level of a great martial artist, he thinks that he is almost invincible and he is really not afraid of any great martial artist. For Yue Ling, it may be dangerous to enter the secret realm, but he doesn't care about the so-called danger. And there are a lot of benefits to be gained by entering the secret realm, so why wouldn't he do it? But don't be too excited, it's better to keep a low profile. Yue Ling, I want a copy of the information about the great martial arts genius of the Demon Sea base, can you get it? After all, we are going to enter the secret realm, so it would be better to know more about other geniuses. Yi Tian said. No problem, Yue Ling agreed. In 3 days I will send the information to you. In addition, there are still 20 days to go and the secret realm will be opened. During this time, you'd better not go out in case something delays, you won't be able to get in. Understood, Yi Tian nodded. After sending Yue Ling away, Yi Tian began to cultivate. There are still 20 days left. He can use these 20 days to cultivate hard and occasionally go out for a walk. If he can really encounter a good talent, then copy. If he can't meet it, he will keep the opportunity to copy the talent. After all, in another 20 days, he will meet many geniuses, and these geniuses must have very good talents. If you use up the copy opportunity now, you won't be able to copy it in 20 days. 3 days later. Yue Ling sent someone to send a piece of information which was dozens of pages. Yi Tian slowly flipped through these materials alone. Fortunately, Yue Ling gave these geniuses a simple ranking, otherwise so many geniuses' information would be really a little confused all of a sudden. Cultivation genius. Combat genius? Geniuses are mainly divided into these two categories. Cultivation genius refers to having a relatively high cultivation talent which is beyond the talent of ordinary people. And the battle genius refers to the genius who has the ability to increase the attack power. They completely crush other great martial artists at the great martial artist level, and even those cultivation geniuses dare not offend these combat geniuses. If they were both combat geniuses and cultivation geniuses, they would be enough to be called real Tianjiao figures. The first cultivation genius at the level of a great martial artist, Yun Tian, the third son of the Yun family, is suspected of having extraordinary talent, and after a year and a half of cultivation, he has reached the peak realm of a great martial artist. Extraordinarily gifted. When Yi Tian saw the name of this cultivation talent, he guessed in his heart that the extraordinary talent was the talent level above the top cultivation talent. Afterwards, he continued to look through the list of cultivation geniuses. There are only 3 geniuses in total who are suspected of being extraordinarily talented. Naturally, the huge Demon Sea Great Base could not have only 3 extraordinary talents, but at the level of the great martial artist there should only be 3 extraordinary talents at present. And the other extraordinary talents were either just cultivating or they were grandmasters or even above the realm of grandmasters. It's a pity that these 3 superlatively gifted geniuses will definitely not easily appear in front of others. The family behind them will definitely protect them. Maybe even this secret realm will not let them in, Yi Tian guessed. Therefore, it is not easy for him to copy the extraordinary talents of these 3 geniuses, but there is definitely a chance to copy them. In addition to the 3 extraordinary cultivation geniuses, there are even more geniuses with top-level cultivation talents, no less than 50, and this is only the top-level cultivation talent geniuses at the great martial artist level. If the scope was expanded to the entire Demon Sea Great Base, the number of top-level cultivation talent geniuses would probably have to increase many times. Seeing this, Yi Tian had to admit that the talent of the martial artists of the Demon Sea base was much higher than that of the martial artists of the Linhai base. This has little to do with the geographical location, and it doesn't have much to do with the population. It's mainly a matter of parental cultivation. If the parents have a high level of cultivation, the talent of the offspring will be high. And the Demon Sea base has developed very well, and it has been multiplied from generation to generation, resulting in the birth of many highly talented geniuses in the Demon Sea base. This point is incomparable to the Linhai base, and even if the Linhai base gives birth to a genius, it will leave the Linhai base and join the big base. As a result, small bases can never be developed. In short, it's a vicious circle for a small base and a virtuous circle for a large base. Look at the battle genius again. Yi Tian opened the page of the battle genius and browsed carefully. The first place of the great martial artist combat genius, Yun Feng, the genius of the Yun family, the peak realm of the great martial artist, is suspected of having a top-level wind blade talent and a primary speed talent. What, top-tier wind blade talent? Yi Tian was stunned. The wind blade talent is undoubtedly an offensive talent which can increase attack damage. And the attack power that the top wind blade talent can increase by 20 times is probably 20 times, plus the attack that the peak of the great martial artist can exert the power of 2 elephants, which adds up to the power of 40 elephants. In terms of attack power, Yi Tiankai has 27.6 elephant power. Underestimate these geniuses. Yun Feng can hit an attack with the power of 40 elephants, which is even more fierce than the attack of the Titan ape at the beginning. But Yun Feng's speed is not as fast as the Titan ape, and the defense is not as terrible as the Titan ape, and the comprehensive strength is still much worse than the Titan ape, Yi Tian said. Compared with Yun Feng, his advantages are defense, speed, and healing talents. After all, what he has is a top-level speed talent, a medium-level defense talent, and a top-level healing talent. Even if the realm is weaker than Yun Feng, he can crush Yun Feng by talent alone. But you have to make sure that this information is complete. If these guys are hiding other talents, then the strength is not like that. It seems that when you meet other geniuses in the future, you can't underestimate them, you must go all out. Yi Tian secretly warned himself. In addition to Yun Feng, there are many combat geniuses whose strength should not be underestimated, including many geniuses who can play the power of 30 elephants, and the ability of some combat geniuses is very weird. And the attack power may not be good, but the ability of the Yin people is not bad, and it is also necessary to pay attention to. It took most of the day for Yi Tian to have a simple understanding of these geniuses. The next step is to wait for the secret realm to open. In the midst of the busy cultivation, the time quickly passed for another 17 days. On this day, Yue Ling sent someone to invite Yi Tian to Yue's house. It's time to enter the secret realm, Yue's family. When Yi Tian followed an elite martial artist escort here, he couldn't help but marvel when he saw the Yue family's residential area. The Yue family occupies a large area. There are many high-rise buildings in the entire Yi family, and there are even retro-type villas. A large number of martial artists are walking back and forth, and you can see an elite martial artist from time to time. And the Yue family even has a lot of great warrior guards, all wearing armor and spears, patrolling like ancient soldiers. If it weren't for Yi Tian, he wouldn't have been able to enter the Yue family at all. Yi Tian has been using the copying talent to check the talent of the Yue family. Medium cultivation talent, medium cultivation talent, elementary cultivation talent, advanced cultivation talent. Yi Tian took a closer look. Most of them were in the middle cultivation talent and the primary cultivation talent. Of course, there are many ordinary people in the Yue family. As for the high-level cultivation talent, the Yue family does not have many talents, so it can be seen that the high-level talent is also a good talent in the Yue family. And among the geniuses of the top cultivation talents, Yi Tian did not see one. It's not that he hasn't, it's that he hasn't touched it yet. Young Master Yi Tian, it's here. The guard who led the way pointed to a clearing not far away. I saw that more than 20 people had gathered there, including a dozen young people, 6 or 7 middle-aged people, and an old man. Yi Tian, you're here. Yue Ling walked over and shouted, "Well, here we are," Yi Tian nodded lightly. And at this time, he obviously sensed a few unkind glances. Yue Ling noticed Yi Tian's eyes, so he walked over and said in a low voice, "I gave you the quota. A few clansmen are a little unhappy, but you don't have to worry about them." Yi Tian nodded lightly. It's just a few big martial artists and he really doesn't pay attention to it. Moreover, the strongest talent among them is only a top-level cultivation talent. As for the special talents, they are all relatively poor, not as good as Yue Ling. If it was a supernatural talent, he might have taken it seriously. At this time, the old man took a deep look at the day and then spoke, "Now that we're here, let's go." Rumble, a flying boat appears out of thin air. This scene completely stunned Yi Tian, and a young man from the Yue family on the side pouted and said, "The turtle from the small base. I haven't seen the Yufeng boat. Our Yue family has 10 of them." Being so despised by others, if Yi Tian didn't fight back, would it still be him? "The Yue family has 10, but do you have one? If you have it, say it again, otherwise shut up," Yi Tian asked. The man was speechless when asked, and he didn't know how to answer. Could it be that he wanted to say that the Yufeng boat was his? Does he dare to say this? He didn't dare because the Yufeng boat belonged to the Yue family, not his. "HMPH, it's easy to get in, but it's hard to get out. I don't want to see Sister Ling waste a place," the man snorted. "Don't worry, if someone dies, I won't die," Yi Tian said. "Okay, don't be so angry, young man." The old man's eyes stared at Yi Tian and the young man, and a faint coercion spread. In an instant, the young man of the Yue family didn't dare to speak, and Yi Tian stopped talking. His eyes were full of fear. This old man is so strong. Yi Tian was secretly surprised. He looked at the old man with his talent. Human, Yue Ben cultivation talent, top swordsmanship talent, beginner. The old man Yue Ben has a top-level cultivation talent and a primary swordsmanship talent. Judging from Yue Ben's age, he must have cultivated for a long time. Maybe he is already a grandmaster-level peak realm. In this way, his combat power may have reached an incredible level, far from being comparable to Yi Tian. "Let's go up," Yue Ben said lightly. Wow, the hatch of the storm boat opened. Hugh, a great warrior, jumped into the air and entered the wind boat. Yi Tian and Yue Ling stood together. The internal space of the Yufeng boat is not small. There are many seats. Yi Tian and Yue Ling found an adjacent seat to sit down. Yue Ling, the Imperial wind boat should have also been built using the formation, right? Yi Tian asked curiously. Well, the wind boat is built using the floating formation and a variety of formations, and the materials used to build the wind boat are very scarce, so its price is very expensive. If it is measured in money, it is worth tens of billions. Yue Ling introduced, "Hey, it's worth tens of billions." Yi Tian couldn't help but be surprised by the price of the wind boat. At this time, Yue Ling said again, "Actually, no one is willing to sell the Imperial wind boat at all, and they can't buy it even if they have money. Do you know what the ultimate speed of the wind boat is? How much?" Yi Tian showed an expression of curiosity. 100 times the speed of sound," Yue Ling said seriously. 100 times the speed of sound? Yi Tian was really shocked. This speed is too fast. The so-called supersonic fighter in his previous life was just scum in front of Yufengzhu. Of course, turning on 100 times the speed of sound is very expensive, and you need to use extremely expensive Yuan Qi stones. Yue Ling immediately explained the Yuan Qi stone to Yi Tian. The Yuan Qi stone is formed by the condensation of the Yuan Qi of heaven and earth, and the earth has only been nourished by the Yuan Qi for 100 years, so there are not many Yuan Qi stones at all. And it is very difficult to find a Yuan Qi stone, so it is almost impossible to see the Yuan Qi stone on the market. But it is an extremely precious material. Without it, it would be difficult for the wind boat to fly. Even with the help of the vitality of heaven and earth, the flight speed will be very slow, and even the speed of sound will be difficult to reach. Therefore, the use of the wind boat is a resource-consuming act. Even the Yue family didn't dare to waste the Yuan Qi stone to turn on 100 sound. This time, the Yue family used the wind boat and it only turned on 10 times the speed of sound. This speed is already very fast because it is in the air, there is no obstacle and you can fly with confidence. If it was on the ground, even the Grandmaster would not dare to increase the speed to 10 times the speed of sound at will, and that would easily cause problems. With a flight 10 times the speed of sound, the destination was soon reached. Come out. Yue Ben's voice reached everyone's ears. The hatch opened, and a famous martial artist of the Yue family jumped out, and Yi Tian also jumped out. Below was a mountain range, and Yi Tian and the Yue family jumped onto the flat ground of a mountain peak. Wow. The void shook and the huge wind boat was gone. Then, Yi Tian saw it clearly. Yu Fengzhou was taken away by Yue Ben. Yue Ben must have a huge space storage equipment in his hand, Yi Tian said enviously. He also wanted to get such a piece of equipment, but unfortunately there was no way and he couldn't buy it. Ask Yue Ling if there is a way to get storage equipment later, Yi Tian secretly planned. Someone else is coming too, Yue Ling said softly. Yi Tian looked over and saw that on the surrounding mountain peaks a famous warrior fell from the wind boat. In just half an hour, more than 40 wind boats had arrived, and the number of great warriors who arrived soon reached almost 1,000. Due to the relative distance between the martial artists, Yi Tian naturally couldn't check the talent of all the martial artists. After all, Yi Tian's current talent viewing range only covers 200 meters, but there are many martial artists within just 200 meters. Check in an instant. A series of phantoms appeared on the retina. Each phantom is the talent of a martial artist. He can check the talent of 100 martial artists at one time, which is also the ability generated after the upgrade of the copy talent, without the need to check them one by one. Advanced olfactory talent. This talent is good. It is estimated to be very useful when tracking people, but it is not very useful to me now. Elementary transfiguration. That's good. If you know this talent, you can change your body shape, appearance, and even that thing can become bigger and smaller, right? It's definitely a man's gospel talent, but it's a pity that it's still not very useful to my strength at the moment. A talent flashed in front of Yi Tian's eyes, but Yi Tian didn't even look at it. Undoubtedly, what is considered good is the top-level cultivation talent of that sect. If he copies a few more top-level cultivation talents, his top-level cultivation talent may transform into an extraordinary talent. But he can only copy one talent now, and if he copies the talent and evolves again in the future, he may be able to copy a few more talents at once, but not now. I've wasted a lot of time just for this copy. I must copy a satisfactory talent. Yi Tian said darkly. Suddenly, on a hill not far away there was a commotion. The man is... Yi Tian looked at it and saw a young man in white, which caused many people to discuss, and many people looked at the young man in white. He's Yun Feng, Yue Ling on the side introduced. It turns out that he is Yun Feng, Yi Tian is clear. He had read the information of the geniuses, and Yun Feng was the #1 combat genius. Yun Feng has a top-level wind blade talent and a primary speed talent, which are two talents on the surface. As for whether there are other talents, I don't know for the time being, but there should be no other talents. After all, as a combat genius, he has received too much attention. Maybe someone studies him every day. The possibility that he wants to hide the talent is not very high, and it is already very rebellious for a person to have two special talents unless he has a copy talent. It is unlikely to have more talents. The wind blade talent is indeed a very good talent. It amplifies attacks by 20 times, and it is also a long-range attack method, but it can't increase my combat power. Yi Tian sighed secretly. His real physical strength is now only 250,000 Jin strength, and 10 times the strength talent plus 6 times the bronze-level consummation sword skill King Feng Slash. These two talents can be superimposed, forming a 60 times increase. The strength talent and sword skill can be increased because the sword skill is not a talent. It is an attack method cultivated with the help of the sword talent, and the strength talent can be blessed on the knife skill, and the two form a superimposed effect. But the wind blade talent can't do it. The wind blade talent can't stack with the strength talent. Both of them are offensive talents, and if they can be stacked, wouldn't it be a mess? If he could really stack it, he would have copied the attack talent of a door a long time ago. Wouldn't the effect of the superposition make him second to second heir, and even gods and demons can be seconded? But that's not realistic. My physical strength is only 250. 0 caddies, and after the increase in yuan power, it is 500 0 caddies. Even if I copy the wind blade, the attack power of the fight is only 10 million caddies, which is equivalent to the power of 10 elephants, which does not help my combat power much. At most, it makes up for my shortcomings that far exceed the attack, Tian thought. Therefore, he didn't really want to copy the top-level wind blade talent, at least not now, and talk about it later. Just as Tian was pondering, the void was in turmoil. "The spatial rift is coming out," Yue Ling said in a low voice. Then her gaze was in the air. Click! The sky felt like it was about to shatter, and it rattled and made people's scalps tingle when they heard it rumble. With a loud bang, a large amount of vitality rushed out of the inexplicable place, and a small black dot appeared in the air 100 meters, and this small black dot gradually became larger, forming a small crack. Then, the crack grew larger and larger, reaching about a meter or so. But the crack is no longer expanding. A 1-meter-long spatial crack is estimated to be less than 10 centimeters wide, and such a spatial crack can't enter people at all, right? If anyone dares to enter, I'm afraid that their bodies will be torn apart in an instant, and even a top-level grandmaster will have to fall and die. Tian was puzzled about what to do next, and many martial artists were also very puzzled. Suddenly, a famous grandmaster of the major families bent down and respectfully asked, "See Lord Yun King make a move?" "Yes," a voice permeated like the sound of heaven and earth. The next moment, everyone screamed just because there was a person in the middle of the air who looked very young, only in his 30s. But Tian knew very well that this person was definitely more than 30 years old, because the lifespan of the realm above the Grandmaster was far higher than that of ordinary people. Take the Grandmaster as an example. The Grandmaster can live to be 200 years old, and how long can a martial artist above the Grandmaster realm live? Tian didn't know, but that kind of martial artist could definitely live longer. Such a warrior must not judge his age by his appearance. "Volley flight, this is a king-level powerhouse," Yue Ling said enviously. "King?" Tian asked in a low voice. "Is it the next realm above the Grandmaster?" Yue Ling nodded. "That's right. The king level is the next realm of the Grandmaster. The king level is not only able to fly, but the lifespan has reached 500 years, but even the probability of a top-level cultivation talent wanting to become a king level is less than 1%. And the probability of a transcendental level cultivation talent becoming a king level is not 100%, only about 80%. It is said that what conditions must be met to become a king level, so it will be like this. This adult is an extraordinary level cultivation talent." Tian tried to ask. "It seems to be, I don't know very well." Yue Ling shook his head. "Transcendental level cultivation talent, transcendental level cultivation talent." Tian kept thinking about this sentence in his mind. The next moment his eyes were full of longing and determination. He wanted to take a look at the talent of this king-level existence, and once he confirmed that the other party had an extraordinary level cultivation talent, he must copy it. Transcendental level cultivation talent is hard to find. He doesn't know when he will be able to encounter transcendental level cultivation talent. It would be a pity to miss it. Tian estimated that the straight-line distance between him and that king-level powerhouse should be more than 200 meters now. So Tian walked to the other side and slowly approached the king-level powerhouse. 250 meters, 230 meters, 220 meters. Tian walked very slowly as if he was wandering aimlessly, while the eyes of the others were focused on that king-level powerhouse, and almost no one paid attention to Tian, except for Yue Ling. "What is Tian doing?" Yue Ling was a little surprised by Tian's actions, but he didn't think too much about it, and in a blink of an eye, he continued to look at the king-level powerhouse Yun King in midair. Watching a king-level powerhouse make a move, this is a rare opportunity, so naturally it should not be missed. Rumble. King Yun finally made a move, only to see a pair of huge palms appear in the void, and the palms were covered by Yuan Li and turned into bare hands. A pair of bare hands plunged into the 1-meter-long spatial rift. "Open it for me." The king of Yun shouted. Click! The spatial crack that would not expand anymore collapsed again and began to be torn apart by a pair of bare hands, becoming larger and larger and finally forming a black hole 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. However, everyone could see very clearly that when tearing the spatial rift, the bare hands of the Yun King were constantly annihilating, and in the end, even the Yun King's breath was slightly weaker. It can be seen that tearing the spatial crack is also a relatively reluctant thing for the Yun King, and the consumption is not small. At this time, Tian was already less than 200 meters away from the Yun King. In an instant, Tian checked the talent of King Yun. Human, Yun cultivation talent, extraordinary spatial talent, elementary, hey, there's even a spatial talent. Tian was surprised. As far as he knew, space and time were mysterious, two of the best above ordinary talents. This was the first time Tian had encountered a martial artist with spatial talent. To be honest, he really wanted to copy this spatial talent, but he still gritted his teeth and copied the Yun King's extraordinary cultivation talent. The primary spatial talent may be very magical, but the extraordinary cultivation talent is even more precious, and it is a talent about the future. Besides, there are no fierce beasts with spatial talents. As long as you look for them, you can still find them. In overall comparison, it is more cost-effective to copy the extraordinary cultivation talent. When Tian copied the transcendent cultivation talent for a few seconds, the Yun King disappeared. Fortunately, it was copied in time, otherwise I would have missed out on such an extraordinary talent. Tian said happily. Immediately he walked back to Yue Ling's side. That's a king level who can live for 500 years. It's only been 100 years since the great changes on the earth. What a long time 500 years is. Yue Ling sighed, I don't know if I can become a king level in my life. Although she got the treasure and raised her talent to the top cultivation talent level, the probability of becoming a king is still less than 1%. Even in the Demon Sea base, I don't know how many martial artists with top-level cultivation talents were trapped at the peak of the Grandmaster, and only a few top-level cultivation talent martial artists were lucky enough to step into the king level. Don't think too much about it, just let it be, Tian said. That's right, let's go with the flow. Yue Ling cheered up again. At the very least we can still enter the Grandmaster level and the lifespan can reach 200 years. And many martial artists have never had a chance to step into the Grandmaster level in their lifetime, not to mention that some people are destined to not be able to become martial artists from birth. Compared to them, we are very lucky. Yes, we're very lucky. Tian deeply agreed. Because he was extremely lucky to awaken the talent of copying, he rose step by step to where he is today. If he doesn't have the ability to copy, what if he is a traverser? Because of his talent, he can't become a strong person in his life, and he can't even enter an elite martial artist. Prepare to enter the secret realm, the grandmasters of each family said to those great martial artists. Grandmaster Yue Ben also turned his head and reminded the Yue family's great martial artists. After entering the secret realm, you should try to find people from the same clan to join forces so that it will be safer. In addition, you can only stay in the secret realm for a month, and if you don't come out for more than a month, you will have to wait for the next 10 years. And there are mysterious rules in the secret realm. There is no way to break through to the Grandmaster realm. You don't have the idea of luck. With your age, once you delay for 10 years, you should understand what the consequences are. Elder, we understand. The great warriors of the Yue family responded one after another. Suddenly, Yue Lingsai gave Tian a watch. This is a contact sensor. Even if we enter the secret realm, we can also use this thing to sense the other party's location. When you enter the secret realm, you will be teleported immediately and we will gather as soon as possible. Yes, I see. Tian picked up the watch and then asked, how will we come out in a month? No wonder he asked. It was really because he didn't know enough about the secret realm. It's also from the spatial crack, Yue Ling explained. When we all enter the secret realm, someone will put a treasure into the spatial crack. And then a strange light will shine on the entire secret realm. We can judge the location of the spatial crack through the strange light in the secret realm and calculate the time to come out in time. I see. Tian completely understood. To put it bluntly, the spatial crack is a passage, and there is also a spatial crack on the side of the secret realm, but when they enter the secret realm they do not come out of the spatial crack over there, but are thrown to various places in the secret realm by the power of space. Whoa, a great martial artist jumped into the spatial crack and disappeared. Soon it was the turn of the great warriors of the Yue family. Yi Tian followed Yue Ling one after the other into the spatial crack, and when he entered the spatial crack, a spatial force enveloped him. Rumble, a force swooped in and Yi Tian fell towards a certain place in a bit of a daze. Uncharted. On the edge of a small stream, Yi Tian's body appeared here, knocking out a big hole in the ground. Fortunately, Yi Tian's body is strong. If ordinary people were hit like this, they would have already turned into flesh. Standing up, looking around, and after confirming that there was not much danger, Yi Tian hurriedly looked for a suitable place to rest. He was ready to start fusing the transcendental level cultivation talent. Soon, he found a pile of rocks in which a person could be hidden, not easily detected. So, Yi Tian walked into this pile of stones, sat cross-legged, and began to fuse the transcendental level cultivation talent. Rumble, a sharp ache came. At this time, Yi Tian seemed to have returned to the scene when he first fused his talents. The fusion transformation of the transcendental level cultivation talent was even more drastic than he had imagined, but when he thought of the benefits after the fusion, he endured it. I don't know how long it has been, Yi Tian has recovered from a burst of sourness. He looked at his body, it was wet and a lot of sweat soaked his clothes. For the first time, Yi Tian did not wash his body but checked his talent. Human, Yi Tian cultivation talent, extraordinary speed talent, top knife talent, advanced shadow talent, elementary healing talent, top strength talents, high endurance talents, medium defense talent. Medium. Yi Tian looked at the only transcendental level cultivation talent, full of excitement. With the transcendental level cultivation talent, I can soon become a grandmaster, and the chance of becoming a king level is not 100%. But the 80% chance is already very large. As long as it is not extremely unlucky, I can basically become a king level or even a more powerful existence than the king level. Yi Tian muttered. Immediately he went to the brook and washed himself. That's when he had time to check his contact watch. I saw that there were 2 red dots on it, which should be the location of him and Yue Ling. At this time, another red dot is slowly approaching. This immobile red dot represents good and the other red dot represents Yue Ling. Yue Ling is running towards me. I should also move, otherwise I can't say that I haven't moved all the time. So, Yi Tian set off, along. Yi Tian didn't dare to run too fast and always paid attention to the surrounding environment. He knows too little about the secret realm. He only knows that there are many treasures in this secret realm, such as medicinal materials that are very old. Even more than 100 years and thousands of years, and the medicinal materials on the earth are basically less than 100 years because the earth has changed for only 100 years, and only in this 100 years the vitality of heaven and earth is generated. And many medicinal materials are bred and easy to grow. As for the 1,000-year-old medicinal materials, they can be traced back to ancient times. Such medicinal materials are too rare on the earth, and the difficulty of finding them is no less than fighting with a king-level fierce beast. But in the secret realm, medicinal materials that are hundreds of years and thousands of years old are not said to be everywhere, but they are also easy to find. No, not long after he ran, Yi Tian sensed an item with a strong vitality. There it is. Yi Tian trotted over and dug on the ground for a while. Soon, a ginseng was dug up by him. 100-year-old ginseng. Yi Tian put it away very happily. You must know that in the Demon Sea base, such a century-old ginseng is worth a lot of money, and it can be sold for 50 million yuan. Although he still has hundreds of millions of savings, these funds are not enough at all, and the higher his cultivation, the more funds need to be spent, and hundreds of millions of funds cannot last long in his cultivation. Now, just after entering the secret realm, there is such a harvest. It is conceivable that over time he will gain even more. No wonder those martial artists of the Yue family have such a big opinion of me. If such a quota is sold, someone will buy it if it is sold for billions, but Yue Ling gave me this precious quota. Yi Tian sighed. He had already decided to try his best to protect Yue Ling in this secret realm. Keep moving along. Yi Tian occasionally happens to some good things as long as it is more than 1 million yuan he collects it. The only pity is that he didn't ask for a storage bag, so the burden on his body quickly bulged. A few hours passed. Yi Tian took a look. He and Yue Ling were about to get closer. That's when it happened. A fierce beast appeared in front of Yi Tian. Species: Blood Tiger Beast. Bloodline Talent: High Blood Burning Talent. Elementary: The Blood Tiger Beast, the size of a calf, stared at Yi Tian fiercely and immediately attacked. Yi Tian had seen several such fierce beasts along the way. These blood tiger beasts are all high-level fierce beasts, but they are more difficult than ordinary high-level fierce beasts because they can burn blood and even burn the power of blood, bursting out several times the attack power in an instant. If a blood tiger beast is desperate, it is enough to kill a great martial artist in the middle stage and even severely damage the late stage of the great martial artist, but at the cost of the blood tiger beast itself is also useless. Seeing the blood tiger beast rushing towards him, Yi Tian slashed over. Poof! The entire blood tiger was cut in half by the sword, and it was so dead that it couldn't die anymore. The blood of the fierce beast of the blood tiger beast was worth a little money, but Yi Tian had no time to collect it, and he couldn't carry it at all, because he brought a kettle with him when he entered the secret realm this time. Passing past the corpse of the blood tiger beast, Yi Tian ran quickly in the direction of Yue Ling. 1 minute. Yi Tian finally saw Yue Ling, but the other party's state was a little bad. The injuries all over his body were not light, and his face was also pale, and he was still fighting with a group of fierce beasts at this time. These fierce beasts are also blood tiger beasts, and obviously this area should be the territory of blood tiger beasts. 13 blood tiger beasts, Yi Tian counted. If you add the dead blood tiger beasts, the total number reaches 20. I have to say that Yue Ling was a little unlucky. He encountered so many blood tiger beasts at once. How could Yue Ling be injured? These blood tiger beasts shouldn't be able to help Yue Ling. Yue Ling has a second-class speed talent which can increase her speed by 2 times if she wants to escape. The blood tiger beast can't stop it. Yi Tian felt a little strange. At this moment, Yue Ling unleashed a powerful sword technique. 10 directions sword blade. The dense sword light swept across a radius of dozens of meters, and one by one the blood tigers were torn apart by the sword light and fell in a pool of blood. Such a powerful sword technique, it should also be a bronze-level sword skill, but it is even more powerful than the Qingfeng slash. Yi Tian estimated it. He had long known that among the bronze-level sword skills, Qingfeng slash was not a very good sword skill. And some consummation-level bronze-level sword skills could even increase the attack power by 7 times, but that kind of bronze-level sword skill was very rare, and the price was very expensive, and it was impossible to buy it without a billion-level price. However, the Yue family is a big family in the Demon Sea base, and it is not difficult for Yue Ling to learn a bronze-level sword technique with a similar effect. After a single move of the 10 directions sword blade, the blood tiger beast was almost completely killed and injured, and only a few remained. At this time, Yi Tian appeared and killed those blood tiger beasts in an instant. Yue Ling, how could you be injured? These blood tiger beasts shouldn't be able to hurt you, Yi Tian asked. Unlucky, I met a powerful high-level fierce beast. The other party has a special talent. If I don't have a second-class speed talent, I'm afraid I will die. Yue Ling's heart palpitated. Soon Yi Tian learned the origin of the fierce beast from Yue Ling's mouth. It was a fierce beast with a talent for pupil arts, and its origin was unknown, but the third eye in the center of the eyebrows could emit black light. And Yue Ling's defense was easily penetrated by the other party. If it wasn't for the speed of running away, I am afraid that it would have to fall and die. Hitomi talent? Yi Tian was very interested, but unfortunately it was a little difficult to find that fierce beast now. Who knew where the other party had gone? You rest and heal, I'll protect the Dharma for you, Yi Tian proposed. Yue Ling was not polite. He immediately sat cross-legged, took out a high-grade healing liquid from the storage bag and began to heal after drinking it. Half an hour later, Yue Ling recovered. Just as the two were about to leave, there was an eerie light in the sky. This light shone all around and it was also transmitted to Yi Tian's side. That's the light emitted from inside the space crack. The source of the light is the space crack. From the distance, we are not very far from the space crack. Luck is good. Yue Ling rejoiced. If you're unlucky, it's too far away from the spatial rift and you might have to spend half the time on the road and you won't be able to get much benefit in the rest of the time. Knowing the location of the spatial rift, Yi Tian and Yue Ling were not worried. Yue Ling, where are we going next? Yi Tian asked. He doesn't know where to go, so he can't run around aimlessly. This is not a big gain. The secret realm that can only be entered once in 10 years if you don't scrape enough good things, wouldn't it be a trip for nothing? Yue Ling stared at Yi Tian and said seriously, Yi Tian, there are some things I haven't told you. Do you know what the most precious treasure in this secret realm is? I don't know, Yi Tian shook his head. Yue Ling said solemnly, it's a treasure that can improve your talent and a vitality stone. There's a vitality stone here, Yi Tian was surprised. Yes, and there are quite a few. It is said that there are Yuan Qi stone veins in the secret realm. Every time a Yuan Qi stone vein is found, it will cause many people to fight, such as the one 10 years ago. A Yuan Qi stone vein was discovered. More than 100 great martial artists fought, and finally most of the Yuan Qi stone was taken away by the Yun family. According to statistics, there are 10,000 Yuan Qi stones produced by that Yuan Qi stone vein, Yue Ling said. 10,000 yuan, so much. Yi Tian knew how expensive the value of 10,000 Yuan Qi stones was. Even if it was a Yuan Qi stone, there was no way to buy it. If someone wanted to sell the Yuan Qi stone, I am afraid that 1 billion might not be able to buy it. In other words, Yi Tian's entire net worth is not worth a Yuan Qi stone. Are we going to snatch the vitality stone? Yi Tian was looking forward to it. No, the vitality stone vein is hard to find and we don't know where the vitality stone vein is. My goal is a treasure that can improve the talent. If I can find a treasure that can raise the cultivation talent to the transcendent level, then it will be the real one. Yue Ling, who was excited, sighed again. It's a pity that in the past 100 years the treasure that can really help a martial artist to improve to the transcendent level cultivation talent has only appeared once. Such a treasure is too rare. Yi Tian also nodded and agreed with Yue Ling's words. If the treasures that can be upgraded to the transcendental level cultivation talent are easy to obtain, then the transcendental level cultivation talent will not be so rare. At this time, Yue Ling said something that made Yi Tian more excited. Although I don't know where there is a treasure that can help a martial artist raise his cultivation talent to the transcendent level, I do know a treasure that can help a martial artist raise his cultivation talent to the top level. And such a treasure is worth no less than 10 billion. After Yue Ling finished speaking, he looked at Yi Tian. Yi Tian, there is more than one such treasure. It was discovered by my father 20 years ago, but his strength is not enough. And he can't defeat the fierce beast that guards the treasure, so there has been no way to get it. And this secret, my father did not share it with the Yue family, but this time my father told me. Also, my father left a sensor there and I was able to find it. But my strength is not enough. I need your help. I can promise you half of the harvest. How? What is the strength of the beast and what is the treasure? Yi Tian asked 2 questions in a row. Yue Ling introduced. There is only one fierce beast. It is a 1-meter-long black wolf, very small, but the strength is very terrifying. The key is that the black wolf has a very terrifying ability. It is a spatial talent, teleportation. Being able to teleport, indicating that the opponent's spatial talent has reached a medium level. Teleportation, medium. Is it possible that there are different abilities in each level of spatial talent? Yi Tian was curious. Yue Ling explained. The Demon Sea base also has spatial talent martial artists. According to those spatial talent martial artists, the weak spatial talent has the ability to perceive space, that is, to use the space talent to penetrate the space to perceive the surrounding situation. This kind of detection ability is more powerful than the spiritual power to detect. And it is very secretive, not easy to find, and this ability is also necessary to make storage bags, and our ability to establish a sense with storage bags is given by the second-class spatial talent. Of course, the person who made the storage bag will erase the induction. Otherwise, we will not be able to admit it, and the primary spatial talent is even more amazing, and the owner of this level of spatial talent can create a small carry-on space which is much more convenient than the storage bag. And the medium space talent, as I told you earlier, is teleported. What about the higher spatial talents? Tian saw that Yue Ling didn't say anything, so he asked curiously. At this time, Yue Ling's face changed drastically and said, "The Demon Sea Great Base does not have high-level spatial talents, but it has them among the fierce beasts. Tian, if you encounter a fierce beast with a high space in the future, try your best to escape. Such a fierce beast is terrifying to the extreme, and it is difficult for the warriors to fight. I'll only tell you one thing, a king was killed in one instant by a top-level fierce beast with a high-level spatial talent. And the ability of a high-level spatial talent is the spatial blade, and the king level can't stop the power of the spatial blade. And all the fierce beasts with high-level spatial talent are too fast, they can teleport at a long distance, and it is difficult for even a king level to escape." Hiss tilde tilde tilde, Yi Tian gasped. This high-level spatial talent is undoubtedly too perverted, it's simply ignoring the realm. Space talent and time talent are worthy of being the two supreme talents. It is rumored that time talent is more terrifying than space talent. I don't know what ability it has. Yi Tian was curious. But Yue Ling also didn't know about the talent of time because there were no martial artists with talent for time in the entire Demon Sea Great Base, and he had never heard of a fierce beast with talent for time. Maybe someone saw it but didn't come back alive, so naturally the news didn't spread. Yi Tian, the treasure guarded by the Black Wolf, is the heavenly soul flower in the heavenly treasure of heaven and earth. When my father saw it, there were 8 heavenly soul flowers. And the Black Wolf should not eat the heavenly soul flower because the heavenly soul flower is of little use to it. The heavenly soul flower is mainly useful for cultivation talents and bloodline talents, and there is no way to improve spatial talents. It is guarded only because it is its lair. Besides, the Black Wolf is only able to teleport and does not have the ability of the Space Blade. We still have hope. I heard that your sister is only a medium cultivation talent. If she gets the heavenly soul flower, your sister can also become a top cultivation talent. Yue Ling tempted. Yue Ling, there is no need to say this, I just promise, Yi Tian said with a smile. In fact, he was extremely excited in his heart. What he was excited about was not the heavenly soul flower but the medium space talent of that Black Wolf. This is much more awesome than the primary space talent of the Yun King, and it also has an additional teleportation ability. Although his replication ability is still cooling, if he kills the Black Wolf and takes away the body of the Black Wolf, he can copy the Black Wolf's spatial talent when the replication time cooldown is over. Space talent and heavenly soul flower double benefits. If he doesn't go, he will be stupid. Really, then let's go, but I can only watch the battle from the sidelines. After all, I'm not the opponent of that Black Wolf and I can't even contain it. Yue Ling blushed. Don't worry, leave it to me, Black Wolf, Yi Tian assured. Yue Ling took out a liaison from the storage bag. This liaison was not a watch style but a mobile phone style. Yi Tian looked at Yue Ling's storage bag again, and there was no longer any desire and interest in his heart. If he has a medium space talent, he can open up a carry-on space by himself. Wouldn't that be many times better than a storage bag? Where can the value of the storage bag be compared with the body space? This is my father's contact, which is engraved with formation patterns which can slowly absorb vitality. Even if 20 years have passed, another contact can be reached, Yue Ling explained. Sure enough, I saw another red dot appear on the screen of the contact, and its location must be the location of the Black Wolf's lair. Fortunately, it's not very far. Let's speed up. We should be able to get there in half a day, Yue Ling estimated. Okay, I'll get out of the way, you follow. Yi Tian walked in front while Yue Ling followed, and the two of them ran towards the place where the heavenly soul flower was. Along the way, Yi Tian showed extremely terrifying strength. No matter what high-level fierce beast it was, it couldn't dodge Yi Tian's blow and they were killed in seconds. Some fierce beasts even made Yue Ling extremely jealous, but they were still cut by Yi Tian like a watermelon. It's such a terrifying strength, I'm afraid his strength is even stronger than an ordinary grandmaster, maybe not much weaker than Yun Feng's pervert. Yue Ling said secretly. Originally, she didn't have much hope for the capture of the heavenly soul flower, but she also had enough confidence. 8 heavenly soul flowers, 1 heavenly soul flower is worth 10 billion and 8 is 80 billion. According to the share, she can get 4 heavenly soul flowers, which is equivalent to 40 billion, which is already an unimaginable harvest. Moreover, you can find other treasures later and the harvest will be even richer. Half a day passed. Tian and Yue Ling crossed a long distance during which they also encountered several beast groups, and they were also high-level fierce beast groups. Even Tian was extremely afraid. But under Tian's super speed, not only did he run away safely, but he also successfully ran away with Yue Ling. Therefore, this trip, Tian and Yue Ling came to their destination without danger. The secret realm is too dangerous, Tian. If it weren't for you this time, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to get here at all, Yue Ling exclaimed. Of course, she was half-truthful. It is true that she is not the opponent of that group of fierce beasts, but as the young lady of the Yue family's main line, it is impossible for her to be without whole cards. Tian naturally didn't fully believe Yue Ling's words. He firmly believed that even if he didn't come, Yue Ling would be able to come to the heavenly soul flower, but there was no way to get that black wolf. Yue Ling, we are a cooperative relationship and I will naturally try my best to help you. You'll have to help though, and I think you should have your cards to restrain the black wolf's ability to teleport, otherwise I'll have a hard time killing it, Tian said. Yes. Yue Ling didn't hide it and said frankly, I have a set of formations. Although it is a one-time formation, it can affect the space within a radius of hundreds of meters within 3 seconds, so that the effect of teleportation is greatly reduced. But it is only 3 seconds, and after 3 seconds the formation will be scrapped. This set of formations is worth 2 billion, and it can only be obtained if it is related. If I can't kill the black wolf, I will die. 3 seconds, it should be enough? Tian pondered for a moment and said he didn't dare to guarantee it 100% because he hadn't seen the black wolf yet and he couldn't make a real judgment until he checked the black wolf's talent. Soon. Tian and Yue Ling approached the black wolf's lair. The black wolf's lair is located halfway up a high mountain, and there is a huge cave in it, and there is another heaven and earth in the cave, and 8 heavenly soul flowers grow in the cave. When they were about 3,000, Tian heard a wolf howl which seemed to be roaring towards them. Tian, we should have been discovered, Yue Ling said with a solemn face. Discovered so far away? Tian was extremely surprised. If it is true, it should be the black wolf's spatial perception that senses them. But Tian clearly didn't feel it at all. This kind of weird ability was indeed terrifying, and the weak spatial talent had this ability. I have to say that the spatial talent was too powerful. The more powerful the spatial talent, Tian was not only not afraid but was very excited. Because as long as he kills the black wolf, this spatial talent will be his. Tian, let's go over directly, it's already exposed anyway, Yue Ling proposed. Tian also agreed it was better to solve the black wolf as soon as possible. Tian and Yue Ling moved forward quickly, and in the blink of an eye they came to the entrance of the black wolf's cave. Then they broke into the cave, which was a huge space, and the top of the space was connected to the outside world, and there was a hole tens of meters in size, and the sunlight could shine in, making the cave as bright as the outside world. The environment is good. This black wolf is really good at finding a nest, Tian appreciated. Rumble, a powerful beastly aura came. Silently, a black wolf appeared not far from Tian, staring at him and Yue Ling with a pair of angry eyes. Check. Tian activated the copy talent to observe the talent of the black wolf. Species: Lunar Wolf Bloodline Talent, Top Spatial Talent, Medium Giant Talent, Medium. Seeing the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf, Tian was really surprised. The talent of the Sky Moon Wolf is very remarkable. If it is in the outside world, it must already be a top-level fierce beast, and it is also very terrifying among the top-level fierce beasts. And not only does it have a medium spatial talent, but it also has a medium giant talent. As you can see from the name, the giant talent should be a talent that has become bigger. Yi Tian naturally stupidly thought that this talent was just as simple as getting bigger, and I was afraid that after it became bigger, it would increase its strength and other physical qualities several times. Yue Ling's father didn't know about this talent, and it was estimated that the Sky Moon Wolf didn't use this talent at that time. If Yi Tian hadn't checked the talent of the Sky Moon Wolf, maybe he really ignored the Sky Moon Wolf and the consequence would be failure. Yue Ling, you go to set up the formation and I will escape with this head. The black wolf entangled, and when the formation is successfully arranged, you tell me, and when the time comes you will listen to my orders. Yi Tian almost said the name of the Sky Moon Wolf, but fortunately he changed his words in time, otherwise he really didn't know how to explain how to know the name of the Sky Moon Wolf. Good, Yue Ling agreed with Yi Tian's plan. Instantly, she pulled out a disc from her storage bag which had mysterious patterns on it and a faint ripple that could slightly affect the space. If Yi Tian successfully copied the spatial talent, he would be able to sense the meaning of the space fluctuations. This disc is actually a one-time array disc jointly made by the space talent and the array mage, so it has the use of influencing space. But it only affects spatial teleportation, making the speed of teleportation a little slower, and it can't really prevent teleportation. The formation that can really stop teleportation is not something she can get, and the value is too high. Roar! The Sky Moon Wolf roared at Yi Tian as if to say, "Human, get out." The reason why the Sky Moon Wolf did not immediately attack Yi Tian was that it sensed a faint threat. It felt that Yi Tian was very dangerous. If Yi Tian took the initiative to leave, it would not need to fight with Yi Tian. Shout. Yi Tian made a move many times faster than lightning. With this move, the Moon Wolf was startled. If it didn't rely on teleportation, its speed would be much, much worse than Yi Tian's. Escape. The figure of the Moon Wolf disappeared in an instant. This was not because the speed was extremely fast, but it moved the space and teleported to another place. This kind of teleportation ignored obstacles, and it was much more awesome than simple speed. A knife missed, and Yi Tian slashed on the stone wall. Teleportation is terrifying. I didn't notice any trace of the lunar wolf. Yi Tian was surprised, but after the temptation just now, Yi Tian also basically grasped some information. The power of the Sky Moon Wolf is not strong, that is, the attack power equivalent to the power of 2 elephants, which is about the same as the attack power of the extreme powerhouse of ordinary great martial artists, and belongs to the weakest high-level fierce beast. But the space talent of the Sky Moon Wolf is too perverted, and it teleports again and again, and it can't hit at all. If you can't hit the Sky Moon Wolf, how do you kill it, Hugh? Yi Tian and the Sky Moon Wolf kept chasing. The speed was so fast that even Yue Ling couldn't see the figure of a person and a wolf. It's too perverted. This black wolf has teleportation, it's just that it's fast. Yi Tian doesn't have a spatial talent, and his speed is even faster to this extent. What level is his speed talent? Is it a high-speed talent? Yue Ling exclaimed deeply. However, she couldn't even observe Yi Tian's figure, so naturally she couldn't estimate Yi Tian's speed. In short, many times faster than her. Immediately her mind was immersed in the formation. The so-called arrangement of the array is very simple, that is to fix the array disk. And use the Yuan force to start the array disk, and then let the array plate slowly absorb the heaven and earth vitality and wait for the heaven and earth vitality to accumulate to a certain extent, and then burst out the power of the formation at one time. This process lasts 3 seconds. It's coming! Yue Ling paid attention to the light on the array disk and secretly calculated. About a minute passed and the array shone brightly. Yi Tian, it's done, Yue Ling said in a low voice. Although the voice was low, Yi Tian heard it and knew that the forbidden air array disk had been successfully arranged, and it could activate the teleportation affecting the black wolf at any time. Yue Ling, start, Yi Tian shouted. After hearing Yi Tian's order, Yue Ling instantly activated the Forbidden Sky Array without hesitation. In an instant, a spatial force spread. Although Yue Ling couldn't sense the power of space, he also felt a suppressive force attacking as if space was imprisoned, and at this time. The sky escape moon wolf, which was constantly teleporting, was stunned, and there was a slight pause in teleportation, which was much more difficult than the previous teleportation. Good chance! Yi Tian seized the opportunity and was unwilling to delay a single minute. 28 times the speed of sound. 10x the strength, shadow kill. Yi Tian's sword technique was shadow kill, not King Feng slash. King Feng's slash can stack 6 times the attack, which is indeed very terrifying, but Yi Tian doesn't need such a strong attack, and the attack power under the shadow kill is almost equivalent to the power of 3 elephants. 3. The power of the elephant is enough to deal a fatal blow to the moon wolf, and the main reason to use shadow kill is knife speed. 25 times the speed of the sword is blessed, so that Yi Tian's knife speed is enough to explode 50 times. Even a powerful grandmaster may not be able to react, and it is difficult for the sky moon wolf who is affected by teleportation to react. At this moment, what Yi Tian is pursuing is fast. Yue Ling said that the formation could affect the sky moon wolf for 3 seconds, but Yi Tian didn't believe in this time. He only believes in his own knife. At this time, the sky moon wolf sensed a life-and-death crisis, and in such a desperate situation it broke out with another talent of its own, the giant talent. In a flash, the sky moon wolf grew larger and its strength and other aura skyrocketed. Due to the increase in strength, the sky moon wolf seemed to have broken free from a kind of bondage, and its teleportation ability showed signs of breaking free from the formation. Click. Teleportation broke the formation and was about to teleport away. And at this time, the shadow kill came. Poof! The blade slashed through the moonwolf's neck, nearly slicing half of it open. The next moment, the teleported sky moon wolf appeared 50 meters away. His body fell to the ground weakly and his breath gradually decreased. What, it didn't affect a second? Yue Ling was shocked. Originally, I thought that it would affect the time of the sky moon wolf for 3 seconds, but who knew that in less than a second, the formation was forcibly broken by the space ability of the sky moon wolf, and the array disk was shattered into countless pieces. But when she saw the moon wolf that had lost its vitality, she breathed a sigh of relief. Yi Tian, I almost thought I was going to fail. Yue Ling walked over and said. Yi Tian also breathed a sigh of relief. If he had used the King Feng slash just now, it was estimated that he would have really made the sky moon wolf teleport away. Fortunately, he considered all kinds of possibilities, did not take what Yue Ling said seriously for 3 seconds, and took into account the giant talent of the sky moon wolf. After the giant transformation, the power of the sky moon wolf exceeded the power of the 3 elephants, which was even more powerful than the attack power of the shadow kill, but so what? Under the absolute speed, the neck of the sky moon wolf obviously failed to resist Yi Tian's knife, and was directly wiped on the neck. Seeing that the empty moon wolf had really lost its vitality and died completely, Yi Tian said, Yue Ling, I'm interested in the corpse of this black wolf and I'm going to take it away, don't you mind? Yue Ling waved his hand again and again. Of course you don't mind, this black wolf was originally killed by you, so it naturally belongs to you. Moreover, in Yue Ling's opinion, a mere corpse of a high-level fierce beast was not worth much. Even if it was the corpse of a top-level fierce beast, its value was far less valuable than that of a heavenly soul flower. Let's go see the heavenly soul flower. Yue Ling couldn't wait to say. Yi Tian nodded and the two of them walked towards the location of the heavenly soul flower. There, Yue Ling looked at the stone wall where the heavenly soul flower was growing and said in surprise. I saw that there were 8 bright heavenly soul flowers growing on it with a faint white light emitting out, which looked very extraordinary. These days the soul flower has long matured, but the longer the year the better its effect, after all. There is also some difference between top-level cultivation talent and top-level cultivation talent. The more years the top-level cultivation talent created by the heavenly soul flower is naturally higher than the ordinary top-level cultivation talent, and the cultivation talent may be able to increase by 2 or 3%. However, Yi Tian and Yue Ling didn't want to wait any longer, so they naturally picked them all now. It's indeed the heavenly soul flower. I've seen it in the family's treasure house, but it's a pity that the family's heavenly soul flower, I wasn't qualified to use it before, and I need to make a very big contribution to the family to get it." Yue Ling was extremely sure. Immediately, Yue Ling took out the 8 jade boxes, plucked the 8 heavenly soul flowers one by one and put them into the jade boxes. This rare elixir can only be kept intact if it is put into a jade box. "Yue Ling, there seems to be a small passage over there. I'll go in and take a look." Yi Tian pointed to a small passage in the distance, 1 person high, and said, "All right then, let's go together, but be careful," Yue Ling said casually. She really didn't notice that there was a small passage here just now, and when she saw that Yi Tian wanted to go in, she just thought that Yi Tian was curious. Of course, it doesn't have to be a passage, maybe it's just a small hole. However, what Yue Ling didn't notice was that the depths of Yi Tian's eyes were full of longing and excitement. His eyes never left the small passage. Because after he entered this cave, he had a longing, and when he killed the Sky Moon Wolf, he really checked it, only to find that the longing was the same as the desire to meet the golden fruit in the first place. And it was the little passage that aroused his longing. There must be a treasure in it that enhances the talent of copying. Yi Tian was excited. You must know that the heavenly soul flower, a treasure that can improve his cultivation talent, is of little use to him. There is no way to improve his copying talent, and he doesn't know how to find the treasure that can improve his copying talent. Now he's finally met another one. Get your hands on it at all costs. Yi Tian secretly clenched his fists. Yi Tian is in front and Yue Ling is in the back. The two walked towards the small passage, which was not long, only about 10 meters. Then Yi Tiankai found that there was a lot of heaven in it, and the two of them seemed to have entered the other side of the world. Inside is a huge space that occupies a radius of several kilometers, and there is a small lake in the middle. The water of the lake is not stagnant. It should be connected to an underground river so that a living lake is formed in the belly of the mountain. And there is a lotus flower growing on the lake. The lotus is not an ordinary lotus. The whole body is as white as snow, but there are faint gold lines around as if it is the emperor of flowers. On the edge of the lake there is a stone with thick animal skins and traces of fierce beasts. This is where the black wolf really lives. No wonder we didn't see the black wolf when we entered the cave, and suddenly it appeared. It turned out that it had been living here, and it teleported out when it sensed that we had entered the cave. Yue Ling suddenly realized. Yi Tian nodded stunnedly in response to Yue Ling, and his gaze was fixed on the lotus flower from beginning to end. That thing caused the throbbing of my replication talent, Yi Tian longed. And Yue Ling finally sensed the change in Yi Tian's eyes and followed his gaze to the lotus flower in the lake. At first, she didn't react, but soon her face changed. Could this be the legendary Earth Surge Golden Lotus? Yue Ling exclaimed. Diyoung Golden Lotus, what is that? Yi Tian tried to learn more information from Yue Ling's mouth. Yue Ling calmed down and explained. It is said that more than 100 years ago many novels mentioned the sky, the Earthchang Golden Lotus, describing the vision of heaven and earth. But in fact, the smallpox and the Earthchang Golden Lotus are real. It is said that in ancient times the ancients got the Earthchang Golden Lotus and used the Earthchang Golden Lotus to obtain a lot of benefits and became the immortal-like existence among the ancients. So the Earthchang Golden Lotus was gradually immortalized. Of course, the so-called immortal gods that appeared in ancient times are just warriors with special talents in modern times, and their strength may not be as good as some warriors, but they were regarded as immortals in ancient times. And the earthly golden lotus is a special kind of heavenly treasure and earthly treasure which is precious. It can be said to be very rare. But let's say it's not precious, sometimes it's very frivolous and even says it's useless. Yue Ling said these strange words. Yi Tian was very confused when he heard it, but he soon knew the reason. It turns out that the Diyoung Golden Lotus is a treasure that is useful for talent, and it is not divided into levels and levels. Even if it is an extraordinary level talent, it may be able to improve its innate ability with the help of the Diyoung Golden Lotus, but it is only limited to improving the innate ability, not the talent level. Let's take the Wind Blade talent as an example. If a genius with a top-level Wind Blade talent takes an Earth Surge Golden Lotus, his Wind Blade talent will definitely still be at the top level, but the wind blade's ability will be transformed as a result. For example, the wind blade can change its form into a wind gun, a wind knife, or even make the wind blade sharp. In short, the real use of the Diang Golden Lotus is not to increase the level of talent but to improve the various changes of talent. Some changes are useful but some are not. It is rumored that someone used the Earth Surge Golden Lotus to produce a phantom effect on his speed talent, making the speed ghostly, but the improvement in strength was not as great as imagined. However, due to its special effect of transforming any level of talent, it has made the Earth Surge Golden Lotus one of the most expensive but very useful treasures. The price is disproportionate to the harvest, but there are still many people who buy the Diang Golden Lotus, hoping for luck and eager to use the Diang Golden Lotus to produce very good special effects from their talents. How much is a Golden Lotus worth? Tian asked. Yue Ling stretched out 5 fingers and in Yi Tian's stunned gaze he said, 50 billion, what? Yi Tian was shocked. That's too expensive, isn't it? It's not expensive. Yue Ling explained, for a great martial artist it is ridiculously expensive and it is not even cost-effective at all, but what about the Grandmaster and the King level? Those people don't care about 50 billion even if it is only a little useful for talent, they are willing to spend 50 billion or even 100 billion. Therefore, the value of the Diang Golden Lotus depends on the person who is interested. It is not worth much in the small base, but in the big base of the Demon Sea it is worth 50 billion. Yi Tian nodded. The value of the treasure depends on the market, not the price of the treasure itself. Sometimes what this warrior doesn't need, other warriors crave very much. That's it. And the Earth Surge Golden Lotus's treasure to Yi Tian far surpassed anyone else's. It was able to make other changes in the copying talent, and it was a very good change. Yi Tian guessed that the original golden fruit also had a similar effect, but that golden fruit could also improve the cultivation talent. Maybe it was not lower than the value of this earth-surging golden lotus, maybe even higher. Looking at Yue Ling deeply, Yi Tian said, Yue Ling, I am very interested in this Diang Golden Lotus. I am willing to exchange 3 heavenly soul flowers for it. 3 heavenly soul flowers are worth 30 billion, and this Diang Golden Lotus, if you and I divide it equally, you can get 25 billion. If you calculate it in this way, you will not suffer a loss. Yes, but you suffer a loss in this way. You have the most credit this time. I can't take advantage of you like this. In this way, you only need to give me 2 heavenly soul flowers and this Earth Surge Golden Lotus will be yours. Yue Ling distributed. Both had no opinion and reached an agreement. In this operation, Yi Tian obtained a total of 1 corpse of the Void Moon Wolf, 2 heavenly soul flowers and 1 Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Such a huge harvest completely exceeded Yi Tian's entire net worth, and it was many times more than that. It can be said that in less than half an hour, Yi Tian's worth skyrocketed many times. Yue Ling was also very excited at this time. 6 heavenly soul flowers were completely equivalent to 60 billion yuan. Of course, completely exchanging money is undoubtedly the worst operation. For such a thing as the heavenly soul flower, any family is very eager for it, and it can't be measured by money. She could completely contribute the heavenly soul flower to the Yue family and exchange it for contribution points. So that she could exchange it for the few treasures she had always dreamed of, and the Yue family would also have 6 more geniuses with top cultivation talents, increasing the strength of the Yue family. It's a win-win-win, shout. Yi Tian activated his speed talent, rushed to the lake at a very fast speed, gently picked off the earth-surging golden lotus and then tapped the lake again and retreated back. The whole process was like water. Looking at the golden lotus in the water, Yi Tian was very excited and he couldn't wait to swallow it immediately, but he suppressed the desire. Yue Ling, I want to swallow the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. Can you protect it for me? No matter what happens to me swallowing the Earth Surge Golden Lotus, don't disturb me, Yi Tian said. Yes, but you really want to swallow the Golden Lotus? I always feel that it is a bit wasteful and it is more cost-effective to sell it. Yue Ling proposed. I'm more interested. Maybe I can make a change in my talent for the better. Yi Tian said with a smile. All right then. Yue Ling didn't persuade anymore anyway. The Earth Rush Golden Lotus was Yi Tian. How Yi Tian dealt with it was his own business. Even if it was wasted, she had no right to ask. Yue Ling stood in the distance, staring at Yi Tian like this. And Yi Tian swallowed the earth-surging golden lotus in one gulp, and the huge earth-surging golden lotus turned into a stream of elixir and jade liquid in Yi Tian's mouth, flowing into his stomach. Then, a gentle energy poured into Yi Tian's mind. Then, Yi Tian only felt a lot of pain in his mind, and he had been absorbing the huge energy of the earthly golden lotus, but he was better than the last time and he was not unconscious. Rumble. In his mind, dots of light emerged, and the golden dots of light representing the talent of replication began to absorb the energy of the earth-surging golden lotus, and special changes were taking place. Yi Tian, whose consciousness was immersed in his mind, finally discovered the situation in his mind. He looked at the points of light which seemed to be very close, but his consciousness could not pass. But he knew what those points of light meant. These points of light are the mark of my talent, and the golden point of light should represent the talent of copying, Yi Tian judged. There is no level for copying talents, as it can copy any talent, and it is not an exaggeration to say that it is the highest level. Among all the talent imprints, the copying talent is the brightest and the most noble, and the other talents revolve around the copying talent, as if they are a group of courtiers, surrendering to the coercion of the copying talent. He clearly sensed the change in his copying talent, and under the infusion of the energy of the earth-surging golden lotus, a special evolution and change was taking place. About 5 or 6 hours passed. Finally, buzz. The copying talent shook suddenly and the transformation was over, and Yi Tian also suddenly felt a sense of relief in his mind, and his mental power had improved a little again, but not much. Yi Tian knew very well that the changes in spiritual power were only incidental, and the real changes still belonged to the copying talent. Look at what's changed in the copying talent, Yi Tian said, very much in anticipation. First of all, the scope of exploration. The previous exploration range was 200 meters, but now Yi Tian probed and actually sensed the talent of a low-level fierce beast outside the cave 500 meters away. As far afield he could no longer explore. This shows that Yi Tian's copying talent detection range has been increased to a radius of 500 meters, which is a huge improvement, and it will be much more convenient to copy other talents in the future. Even when others are hiding at home, he can easily copy other people's talents. Subsequently, Yi Tian observed the talent of the sky moon wolf, species, lunar wolf bloodline talent, top replicable spatial talent, medium replicable giant talent, medium replicable. Originally, Yi Tian had no way to copy the talent of the sky moon wolf because his copying talent was in a cooling state, but now his talent for copying can be copied again. What's going on? Yi Tian was a little confused. After studying it for a while, he finally understood. That's an increase in the number of copies. Originally, he could only copy once a month, but now he can copy twice a month, and he used it up once before, but now he can copy it once. Awesome! Swallowing the Earth Surge Golden Lotus is definitely the wisest decision I have ever made, not to mention paying 2 heavenly soul flowers. Even if it is 10 heavenly soul flowers, I don't care. Yi Tian was so excited that he almost stood up and shouted, but when he thought that there was still one person beside him, he held back. I just took the opportunity of taking the Earth Surge Golden Lotus to copy and fuse the medium space talent of the Sky Escape Moon Wolf. Even if there are some changes in the body, it should be covered up by taking the Earth Surge Golden Lotus. If you don't fuse now, you will stay with Yue Ling all the time in the future and you won't have a chance to fuse. Just do it when you think about it. Copy, fusion. In an instant, the medium space talent reached Yi Tian's body. Rumble. The fusion begins. The changes brought about by the medium space talent were too drastic, even greater than the changes brought by the top talent. Yi Tian endured unimaginable severe pain, and even his soul was about to explode. Trembling all over, cold sweat broke out and drops of sweat flowed out of his body, soaking his clothes not to mention but also soaking the ground. If it were an ordinary person leaving so many sweat stains, I am afraid that my body would dry up and die. And Yi Tian is a great martial artist, so he doesn't care, he just suffers a little, not far away. Yue Ling looked at Yi Tian in surprise, not understanding what kind of sweat Yi Tian would have on his body, and his expression was very painful, as if he had endured an unimaginable execution. Is it so painful to take the ground, Chong nasturtium? I don't understand, it's not good to comment. Young Golden Lotus will inexplicably transform its talent and no one knows what it will look like. Maybe this is a side effect of Yi Tian's talent being transformed, Yue Ling guessed. Soon. Yi Tian's medium spatial talent fusion was successful. Human, Yi Tian Cultivation Talent, Top Speed Talent, Top Knife Talent, Advanced Shadow Talent, Elementary Healing Talent, Top Strength Talents, High Endurance Talents, Medium Defense Talent, Medium Spatial Talent, Medium. Looking at the medium space talent in the last row on the retina, Yi Tian couldn't help but get excited. In his opinion, this so-called medium space talent is far more precious than other top talents. Spatial talent. Yi Tian secretly urged the spatial talent and suddenly sensed all kinds of changes in the space. It's as if the mind moves and it can resist other places, which is teleportation. As soon as the mind moves, you can perceive other places through space, which is spatial perception. And he can also create a portable space as if it were an instinct. Take a shower first, the body is too sticky. Yi Tian frowned, smelled the breath on his body again and quickly stood up and jumped into the lake. After washing his body, he urged his qi and blood to make the temperature on his body high and soon dried his soaked clothes. You don't need to dry your clothes, this is also an ability of a martial artist. Yi Tian, are you okay? Yue Ling walked over and asked. It's fine. Yi Tian shook his head. Not only is it okay, but he has also made a lot of money, but these things can't be mentioned to Yue Ling. Yi Tian, has there been any change in your talent? Yue Ling asked curiously. It's not clear for the time being, I just feel that my mental power has become a lot stronger and I haven't noticed anything else. Yi Tian said, if you try your talent more you might be able to detect it. Yue Ling tried to comfort Yi Tian. In fact, what she thought in her heart was that Yi Tian's talent had not changed much and she had wasted a golden lotus, but she was afraid that it would hit Yi Tian, so she could only comfort her like this. However, she thought too much. Let's go. Yi Tian has now got what he wants, it is useless to stay here, it is better to go elsewhere to find opportunities. Yue Ling naturally agreed and followed Yi Tian out of the cave. Before leaving, Yi Tian asked Yue Ling to help put the corpse of the empty moon wolf into a storage bag. After all, he had said before that he wanted the corpse of the sky moon wolf, and although the body of the sky moon wolf was useless to him now, he couldn't suddenly say no, it was hard to explain. In desperation, he could only ask Yue Ling to help take it away. The corpse of the void moon wolf was not large and it was easy to carry, so Yue Ling also helped with this. On the road, Yi Tian slowly studied the ability of spatial talent, and Yue inspiration couldn't cope with the fluctuations of space, so he couldn't find out that Yi Tian was secretly studying spatial talent, otherwise he would definitely be surprised. It didn't take long for Yi Tian to use the ability of spatial perception and spatial imprints in addition to teleportation. Moreover, Yi Tian found that spatial imprints and teleportation may be combined with each other, such as leaving a spatial imprint in one place, and then teleporting from other places to the place where the spatial imprint is located. That's positioning teleportation. However, with Yue Ling by his side, this experiment could only be carried out in the future. It's time to open up your carry-on space. Yi Tian was very excited about this ability, and with the space he carried, he could pack a lot of things and he didn't need to carry it slowly. Of course, opening up the personal space must also be done in secret, and Yue Ling must not be aware of it. You only need to use your spatial innate ability to leave a spatial imprint on your body, and then pour the power of space into the spatial imprint, squeeze out a small space, and then expand the space. As for how much space you can open up, it is closely related to your talent level and your own strength. Let's get started. Yi Tian left a spatial imprint on a bone cell in his left wrist. Then, he manipulated the spatial talent to slowly pour spatial power into the spatial imprint. Rumble, a large amount of spatial power converged on the spatial imprint, which finally caused a transformation. I saw that the spatial imprint on the bone cells squeezed out an entrance on the space film, opening up the different space. With the infusion of space power in Yi Tian's consciousness, a small dot appeared. This small dot began to be regarded as the origin, and after absorbing a large amount of spatial power, the origin slowly formed a small space about a cubic centimeter in size. The carry-on space can't be so small, and this small space can still be bigger. The more the power of space poured in, the smaller the space gradually became larger. After about 10 minutes, the small space finally became a cubic meter in size. But Yi Tian hasn't felt the limit yet, and he can continue to open up and expand his personal space. Half a day later, Yi Tian finally felt the limit. No matter how he manipulated the spatial talent to infuse the power of space, there was no way to expand the space with him. Consciousness entered the carry-on space, and he took a closer look. The carry-on space is like a cube house with a side length of 5 meters, which means that the whole space has 125 cubes. Such a space is already huge, and few storage bags are that big. And Yue Ling's storage bag is relatively good, and according to Yue Ling, her storage bag is only 30 cubic meters, but it can't hold too many things. And storage bags are easy to be snatched away, and once they are snatched, things are gone. But the carry-on space will not be snatched away even if the arm is cut off. Yi Tian can also communicate with the carry-on space. There is no reason to be snatched away unless someone can destroy the carry-on space, but how strong the space is. It is not so easy to be destroyed. In short, it's not a little bit convenient to have a carry-on space. After opening up the carry-on space, Yi Tian secretly transferred some valuables from the package to the carry-on space. For example, the 2 heavenly soul flowers. He quietly transferred the space with him. In addition, he also transferred several centuries-old medicinal herbs to his personal space. As for the rest of the stuff, it's still in the package, doing the cover-up work. Bang! In the distance, the sound of a battle was heard, and judging from the fluctuations of vitality, it was very intense. Yue Ling, someone or a fierce beast is fighting, Yi Tian said. Judging from the sound of the battle, it was only 10 miles away from here, which was not far for a great warrior. Let's take a look, Yue Ling said. Yi Tian nodded and immediately took Yue Ling over. When he was still 3 miles away from the battle site, Yi Tian used his spatial perception ability to probe. Airplanes tilde the spatial perception fluctuations spread out, extending towards the past at an incredible speed. At this moment, Yi Tian's perception seemed to have penetrated the space and came to 3 miles away. And the scene 3 miles away was also seen by Yi Tian. This is the powerful ability of spatial perception. Not only the distance of probing is far, but also the ability to see more realistically, and the spiritual power perception can only roughly sense the situation at most, and it cannot be as clear as Yi Tian. Warrior. Yi Tian saw 5 warriors besieging a fierce beast, and not far from that fierce beast was growing a small fiery red grass, and the grass was still burning with flames, which looked very extraordinary. What kind of grass is this? Yi Tian's lack of knowledge made him unable to recognize this grass, but Yue Ling might have known it. Those 5 great martial artists are all extreme powerhouses of great martial artists, and 2 of them also have offensive talents. And their strength is at the top level among the great martial artists, and the high-level fierce beast besieged by these 5 martial artists is also a fierce beast with offensive talent. If you besiege slowly and be careful, this beast will definitely die, and the 5 people will not be injured. But right now, these 5 people are very crazy, and their tricks are released one after another, and they don't care about consumption at all, and even exchange injuries for injuries to ensure that they kill the beast as soon as possible. The 5 of them are so urgent it seems that this little grass is not simple, Yi Tian guessed. Yue Ling, let's speed up. Yi Tian turned back to Yue Ling and said, good. Yue Ling didn't know what was going on in front of him, but he still followed Yi Tian and moved quickly. It's a pity that the trees in the secret realm are too dense, which seriously affects the speed. Yue Ling sped up his speed slightly, and he almost couldn't control his body and crashed into the big tree. 10 seconds later, the 3-mile road crossed over. Yi Tian and Yue Ling came to the place of battle. When Yi Tian and Yue Ling arrived here, the 5 martial artists happened to kill the fierce beast. "Someone's coming," one of the great warriors hurriedly urged. Swish. A great warrior quickly came to the flame grass, quickly picked the flame grass and put it into a storage bag. However, all this was still seen by Yue Ling. "That's the fire spirit talent grass," Yue Ling couldn't help but exclaim. Swish. A wave of killing intent shrouded in, and it was the killing intent of the 5 warriors. Suddenly, the 5 of them surrounded Yi Tian and Yue Ling. "Zhang Kai, what are you going to do?" Yue Ling angrily pointed at one of the great martial artists. Zhang Kai's face showed a hideous expression. "Yue Ling, what do you say I'm going to do? You have seen the value of the fire spirit talent grass, the value of the fire spirit talent grass. You should know better than me. Do you think I will let you out alive?" Yue Ling's expression froze. She naturally understood what Zhang Kai meant. If she was in Zhang Kai's current position, maybe she would do the same thing as Zhang Kai. Not only because of the importance of the fire spirit talent grass, but more importantly, the Yue family and the Zhang family compete with each other in business, and they can be regarded as hostile families. In the Demon Sea base, the 2 families did not dare to do anything because of the rules of the Demon Sea base, so they could only compete in business. But this is a secret realm, so why not have the opportunity to kill the great warriors of both families? Kill the 2 of them, and the matter of our Zhang family's acquisition of the fire spirit talent grass must not be leaked, Zhang Kai said with murderous intent. "Yes, young master," the remaining 4 great warriors answered. They are all elite martial artists of the Zhang family. And this time they were sent to the secret realm to assist Zhang Kai in order to let Zhang Kai get more benefits, and there are not many descendants of the great martial artists of the Zhang family, so they dare to waste the quota like this. But the Yue family can't do it. There are too many children of the Yue family's great martial artists, and because of this, Yue Ling gave Yi Tian a place, which caused many people to be dissatisfied. The 5 great martial artists are all the limits of great martial artists. In Zhang Kai's opinion, even if a great martial artist like Yue Ling had bronze-level sword skills in the later stage, he was definitely not their opponent, and as for the great martial artist next to him, they didn't pay attention to it at all. The powerful martial artists of the Demon Sea base, they all have an impression, but there is no Yi Tian among them. It is estimated that he is a small role. "Yue Ling, can these people be killed?" Yi Tian asked. "Can kill?" Yue Ling nodded. "She can't kill Zhang Kai and the 5 people, but Yi Tian can. Yi Tian's strength, she has seen it with her own eyes, not weaker than Yun Feng, the first battle genius of the Demon Sea base. How many top geniuses? Enough to rank among the top 10 of the Demon Sea base's great martial arts combat power, and Zhang Kai's goods are estimated to not even be able to enter 100. "Okay, kill them all," Yi Tian said lightly, as if he was announcing the death sentence of Zhang Kai and others. "Boy, you want to kill us too, ha ha ha." Several people burst into laughter. And in this short period of time, the 5 people had already rushed over, and they were about to destroy Yi Tian and Yue Ling in one wave. "Shadow kill!" A faint voice echoed in the ears of the 5. The next moment, the 5 gradually lost consciousness, and their last sight was a headless corpse. "This body is so familiar." This is their last consciousness. Knock knock. 5 corpses with 5 heads fell to the ground, and Yue Ling on the side was shocked again. "Although I have seen Yi Tian shoot many times, I am still shocked every time." Zhang Kai is also a genius in the Demon Sea base, not weaker than her talent, and because she is at the limit of a great martial artist, her strength is a little stronger than she is now. But even with such a great martial artist, Yi Tian still killed as many as 5 in a row. Yi Tian killed 5 great martial artists, searched the bodies of 5 great martial artists, and found 2 storage bags. "It's okay now, there's something to cover," Yi Tian told the storage bag and thought excitedly. He had never dared to put the harvest along the way into his carry-on space, just for fear of attracting Yue Ling's attention. But now that he had snatched the storage bag, he could wear the storage bag and put things in it. But whether he put it in the storage bag or put it in the carry-on space, no one doubted it, and Yue Ling only thought that Yi Tian had put things into the storage bag. The The storage bag is the cover that Tian gave to the carry-on space. Yue Ling, 2 storage bags, 1 for each of us, Tian said. Yue Ling looked very nervous and excited at the moment and hurriedly said, Tian, let's take out the fire spirit talent grass. I'll take a look. Good, Tian nodded. The owner of the storage bag died, so he and Yue Ling refined a storage bag alone and soon succeeded in recognizing the owner and immediately took out the fire spirit talent grass in one of the storage bags. It turned out to be a 3-spirit level fire spirit talent grass. Yue Ling's breathing became short. This was even more exciting than obtaining the heavenly soul flower. Tian saw everything in his eyes, knowing that this fire spirit talent grass was probably an amazing thing. Not only Zhang Kai and the others were so crazy, but even Yue Ling couldn't control his emotions. Yue Ling, what exactly is the fire spirit talent grass? Tian asked. Yue Ling looked at Yue Ling, gritted his teeth, hesitated, and finally pleaded, Tian, everything in the 2 storage bags can be given to you. I only need this fire spirit talent grass. No, I can compensate you for another 50 billion worth of treasures. Yue Ling, what is the use of this thing? If it is really of great use to you, I will let it out, Tian hurriedly said. Yue Ling finally said the usefulness of the fire spirit talent grass. It can allow martial artists to generate new talents, and it is a 3-spirit level fire spirit talent grass. If a great martial artist or a grandmaster level martial artist is allowed to refine the fire spirit talent grass, it is enough to give birth to a primary level flame talent. Even king-level beings can refine fire spirit talent grass, but they can only give birth to inferior or even weak-grade flame talents. But even so, it's very valuable. For example, if a king-level person with no special talent gets this fire spirit talent grass, it will increase his combat effectiveness exponentially. When Tian heard this, he finally understood the value of this fire spirit talent grass, which was not similar to his copying talent, but it was far worse than the effect of copying talent. At most, this thing can only make people have a primary flame talent, which he can't look down on, but other martial artists can see it. There are still a small number of martial artists with special talents, and most of them do not have special talents, and there are some cultivation geniuses. Tian, our Yue family has a king ancestor, but this ancestor is only a strong cultivation talent. But he has no special talent. If I take this fire spirit talent grass to our Yue family's ancestor, then the strength of our Yue family ancestor can be increased by 1 to 2 times the strength, which is a huge opportunity for our Yue family. And you have a lot of talents, all of them are very advanced. It is difficult for the fire spirit talent grass to improve your strength. At most, it can be regarded as an attack method to increase you. So I hope you can give me the fire spirit talent grass, Yue Ling sincerely requested. Tian pretended to ponder for a minute and then said, okay, I'll let it be for you. Hearing this, Yue Ling was so happy that his face was full of smiles. There are also a lot of things in the 2 storage bags, many of which are of higher value, such as some 100-year-old medicinal materials, hundreds of years of medicinal materials, and even some treasures of very high value. After all, the harvest of Zhang Kai's 5 people coming to the secret realm is not small, and it is not only a treasure of fire spirit talent grass. Moreover, 2 storage bags are also a good harvest. The price of a single storage bag is not low. Even if there are channels to buy, there is no 2 billion cannot be bought. Sending out a fire spirit talent grass that was of little use to him, and after harvesting so many treasures and 2 storage bags, Tian made a lot of money. Subsequently, Tian began to sort out the treasures in the 2 storage bags. The more expensive things were secretly packed into the carry-on space, and the other things were put into 1 storage bag, and the other storage bag was empty, and he put it in his arms, and only 1 storage bag was put outside. Yue Ling, on the other hand, protected the fire spirit talent grass layer after layer, for fear of losing the medicinal effect of the fire spirit talent grass. This appearance couldn't help but make Tian feel that Yue Ling was taking it too seriously, as if he had never seen the world. After the 2 of them sorted out their things, they moved on the road. Yue Ling finally couldn't help but say, Yi Tian, I'm not going to continue looking for treasures. The fire spirit talent grass is too important to our Yue family. I want to go out early. After all, the secret realm is too dangerous. Maybe there will be an irresistible crisis at any time. It doesn't matter if I die, but the fire spirit talent grass can't be lost. Yi Tian took a deep look at Yue Ling. He knew Yue Ling's thoughts. This is a safe way. If you go out in advance, there will be no accidents. As for other treasures, Yue Ling doesn't care. Okay, I'll send you there, but I'm not going out. I'll go out before the allotted time, Yi Tianxian said in advance. Of course, with your strength, as long as you don't provoke those fierce beasts and Yunfeng in the secret realm, there will basically not be much danger. Yue Ling expressed his understanding. After all, she couldn't let Yi Tian give up the rest of the time to go out with her. It didn't make any sense. And Yi Tian can get more benefits if he stays in the secret realm, and anyone wants to stay in the secret realm. After agreeing, Yi Tian took Yue Ling to the place where the spatial rift was located. What Yue Ling didn't know was that Yi Tian was so happy at this time. He had long wanted to act alone, but due to the agreement with Yue Ling, it was difficult to bring it up. Now that Yue Ling has taken the initiative to leave the secret realm, then he can move freely. With his strength, he can move freely in the secret realm, and the speed of harvesting resources is definitely fast. Perhaps this harvest is enough to support him and his sister in a few years of cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Tian finally took Yue Ling to the place where the spatial rift was. Although he encountered several dangers along the way, one of them was a terrifying group of fierce beasts, each of which was very powerful, and the single attack power was stronger than Yue Ling. It was no problem for Yi Tian to save his life alone, but Yue Ling couldn't. In desperation, he could only guarantee that Yue Ling escaped. After crisis, Yue Ling was nervous, and his whole person's nerves were tense. Now that he saw the spatial crack above his head, his nerves relaxed and he almost collapsed. There's no one here, Yi Tian checked it. It is still very early before the 1-month period, and the others are still looking for treasures and opportunities, so naturally they will not leave in advance like Yue Ling. After resting for half an hour, Yue Ling recovered and immediately said goodbye to Yi Tian. Yi Tian, you be careful in the secret realm. I'll go out first. Good, Yi Tian waved his hand. Yue Ling jumped lightly and stepped into the spatial crack in midair, and the whole person disappeared in a blink of an eye. Before he obtained the spatial talent, Yi Tian couldn't sense the operation of the power of space, but at this time he could see it very clearly. When Yue Ling entered the spatial rift, a spatial force enveloped Yue Ling and teleported Yue Ling out. This kind of means he does not have for the time being. But he firmly believes that as long as his spatial talent continues to improve, he can easily do this in the future. Outside, Yue Ling came out of the spatial crack, but the power of the secret realm could not affect the outside world, so Yue Ling was not thrown out but came out directly from the original spatial crack. For the first time, the grandmasters of the major families all discovered Yue Ling. Swish, Yue Ben went over as soon as possible and protected Yue Ling. Yue Ling, why did you come out early? Yue Ben frowned and asked. Elder, I encountered a terrible beast. It happened that I was not far from the spatial rift, so I ran towards the spatial rift. In order to save my life, I had to come out early, Yue Ling said helplessly. Her unwilling face really deceived the grandmasters of other families. Suddenly, one by one, the grandmasters secretly gloated and ridiculed the Yue family's incompetence. Let's talk about it back in the wind boat. Yue Ben took Yue Ling to a wind boat, which was the Yue family's wind boat. After Yue Ling and the others entered the secret realm, the people of the major families did not leave, because they were worried that some people would come out in advance and no one would protect them. After all, this is a wild place and fierce beasts often attack here, and they must protect the entrance to the spatial rift. At this time, the wind boat is not in the sky but on the ground, so that there is no need to maintain the wind boat and there is no need to lose energy. Enter the wind boat. Yue Ben opened the soundproofing formation inside the Yufeng boat. Yue Ling, there is no one here. Let's talk about what the hell is going on. You little girl can deceive others. You can't deceive me. I can sense that your blood flow is very fast. That is a very exciting performance. Yue Ben debunked. Elder, you better invite the ancestor to come. Yue Ling said something that shocked Yue Ben. What is the identity of the ancestor? How could he come so easily? What did you find? Yue Ben was shocked. Fire spirit talent grass, Yue Ling said it directly. She is not afraid of Yue Ben's greed because she knows that Yue Ben's temperament is the friendliest in the family, and the ancestor is still Yue Ben's grandfather, and Yue Ben can't hide it from the ancestor. Is it really the fire spirit talent grass? Yue Ben was also excited. 3 spirits, Yue Ling said truthfully. The 3 spirits are very rare. They can make a king-level powerhouse give birth to a weak or inferior flame talent. The ancestor has no special talent if he refines the fire spirit talent grass. His strength will inevitably rise, then the status of our Yue family will also rise greatly. Yue Ben didn't say a word and used the communicator to start informing the ancestor of the Yue family. Less than 10 seconds. Rumble. A king-level aura came from far away, completely shocking all the families. Another king? Many grandmasters were surprised. Brother Yue, why are you here? The Yun king appeared standing in midair looking at a middle-aged martial artist flying in the distance. This middle-aged martial artist was also flying in the sky, and in an instant he came to everyone from a great distance. He is the ancestor of the Yue family, a king-level existence, Yue Ling. King Yun, I have something to do and I won't break the rules. After Yue Ling finished speaking, he dodged into the Yue family's imperial wind boat. Then, everyone guessed the crux of the matter. It must have something to do with Yue Ling. Could it be that Yue Ling brought out a treasure that made the king-level people excited? Many grandmasters speculated so. No matter what Yue Ling brought out, they didn't dare to touch it, otherwise the anger of a king level would let them know what despair was. This is not a large base of the demon sea. Even if the king level kills them, the king level will not be punished. Even if their family avenged him afterwards, it would be later and they would not be able to survive. In addition, they did not dare to inform the ancestor of the family. Inform the family ancestors without knowing anything that they are tired of being alive. The other grandmasters didn't dare to fight the unknown treasure, but the Yun king was a little interested. His strength is much stronger than that of the Yue family ancestor, and he even has a certain hope of killing Yue Ben alone because Yue Ben has no special talent and he just belongs to an ordinary category among the king ranks. Of course. When the interests do not reach a certain level, the battle between the kings will not break out easily. Besides, King Yun and Yue Ling have no hatred, so naturally they will not deliberately make enemies, but that doesn't mean he's not curious. Thereupon, Yun Wang opened the spatial perception and looked through the layers of space trying to probe the situation, but apparently failed. A king-level powerhouse has the means to isolate spatial perception, and if he wants to probe unknowingly, it is almost impossible for him to do so. My spatial talent is only primary. If it is average, my spatial perception ability must be several times stronger, and it will be difficult for Yue Ling to block my spatial perception. Inside the Yuijia Yufeng boat, Yue Ling's gaze looked at Yue Ling urgently. You're Yue Ling, right? Yue Ling ancestor asked. Yes, ancestor. Yue Ling was a little nervous. She had only seen Lao Zu a few times, and she had seen it when there was a major event, and at that time she was just standing in the crowd of the Yue family, and this was the first time she had talked to Lao Zu face to face. She is just a great martial artist, and the ancestor is a king-level existence standing in front of a king level. Even an ordinary grandmaster will be nervous. Fire spirit talent grass, is it in your hands? Yue Ling said urgently. In. Yue Ling took out a large jade box from the storage bag and then opened the jade box, and there was a small jade box inside. And under the layers of protection, he finally opened the jade box containing the fire spirit talent grass. Yue Ling's gaze was fixed on the fire spirit talent grass. The grass is blood red all over and a faint flame spreads out. The entire fire spirit talent grass has 3 leaves and each leaf has a flame pattern on it, which indicates that the level of the fire spirit talent grass is the 3 spirit level. If it's really a 3 spirit level fire spirit talent grass, it's too useful for me. Yue Ling was very excited and immediately looked at Yue Ling with a gentle gaze. Yue Ling girl, this 3 spirit level fire spirit talent grass is very valuable. It is indescribable with money. What reward do you want? Ancestor, I want a chance to visit the Enlightenment Monument once after I step into the limit of the Grandmaster. Yue Ling pleaded. What, the stone tablet of enlightenment? Yue Ben's pupils on the side shrank sharply, completely shocked. He was not qualified to participate in the Enlightenment Stone because the Enlightenment Tablet was the foundation of the family, and it was obtained from a mysterious place, and Yue Ling was actually not an extraordinary level cultivation talent, but only a top-level cultivation talent. And the reason why he was able to break the bottleneck and be promoted to a king-level powerhouse was because of the Enlightenment Stone. However, the effect of the Enlightenment Stone Tablet is not omnipotent. And if you don't participate in the Enlightenment Stone Tablet once, the mysterious aura on it will dissipate, and now the Yue family's Enlightenment Stone Tablet is no longer enough to participate in the Enlightenment several times. Therefore, in the case of last resort, the Enlightenment Stone Tablet cannot be developed, and there are many Grandmasters of the Yue family, but none of them can be qualified to participate in the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Yue Ling hesitated. The value of the fire spirit talent grass is indeed very high, and it is of great help to his strength, but it is only helpful to him, but it is not helpful to others if Yue Ling is promised to open the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. The other clansmen will definitely not be convinced. Ancestor, I still have 6 heavenly soul flowers here, which is enough for our Yue family to give birth to 6 geniuses with top-level cultivation talents. Yue Ling took out the heavenly soul flower again and said. It turned out to be a heavenly soul flower or 6 flowers. Yue Ling was shocked. Although the usefulness of the heavenly soul flower is far inferior to the fire spirit talent grass, it is also a rare treasure, and the Yue family only had 1 flower before, but it is also very precious, and it has always been placed in the family treasure house. If there is no great contribution, it will not be given at all, because once it is given there will be no heavenly soul flower and the Yue family is very helpless. Now there are 6 more flowers, which is a huge help to the strength of the Yue family. For example, some clansmen of the Yue family have very strong special talents and even have high-level offensive talents, but their cultivation talents are too poor, and it is difficult for even elite martial artists or great martial artists to step in, and such combat geniuses are difficult to use. But with the Heavenly Soul Flower it's different. Such a combat genius takes the Heavenly Soul Flower and his cultivation talent is raised to the top, and his cultivation can be raised to the limit of the Grandmaster. And his combat power is far beyond the limit of an ordinary Grandmaster. In the case of not being out of the king level, the major families rely on the ultimate combat power of the Grandmaster. So the use of 6 heavenly soul flowers is too great. Ancestor, with 6 heavenly soul flowers, I believe that many high-level leaders will agree to open the Enlightenment Stone Tablet. Yue Ling said, "Okay, I promise." Yue Ling nodded in agreement. If it was just 1 fire spirit talent grass, if he agreed to Yue Ling's request because of selfishness, others might not be convinced, but with 6 heavenly soul flowers, the opposition of the entire family would definitely be minimized. He could completely agree to Yue Ling's request. "Thank you, Ancestor," Yue Ling said excitedly. The long-cherished wish has finally come true. You must know that her cultivation talent is only at the top level and she still risks a huge threat, and she has lost the treasure that several core subordinates only took from the Lake of Death, and used that treasure to raise her cultivation talent to the top level. And after reaching the top cultivation talent, it is difficult to continue to improve. Maybe the top level is the level of cultivation talent she has in her life. And the success rate of a top-level cultivator who can advance to the king level is less than 1%. If there is no special opportunity, she will not be able to step into the king level in her life. The limit of the Grandmaster is the extreme, and there is no hope for the king level in her life. Is she willing? No, she was not reconciled. However, the family's stone monument of enlightenment is a hope, which is said to increase the hope of 20%. In this way, she has about 2 out of 8 hopes of stepping into the royal rank. Even if this success rate is still not high, at least there is hope. If she gets other treasures in the future cultivation process and can increase the success rate by 1 or 2%, then wouldn't she be expected to be a king? Therefore, she did not hesitate to contribute the fire spirit talent grass and 6 heavenly soul flowers. Now she's on it. Before she knew it, a tear flowed from her eyes. It was tears of excitement. Uncharted. Tian didn't know at all at this time that Yue Ling had contributed all the fire spirit talent grass and the 6 heavenly soul flowers to the family in order to get a chance to hit the king level. If he knew, he could only sigh. For him, it was not difficult to hit the king level, because his cultivation talent had become an extraordinary level, even better than an ordinary extraordinary cultivation talent. After all, his extraordinary cultivation talent was formed by the fusion of the extraordinary level and the top level. 800 meters away, there is a 500-year-old He Shu Wu. Yi Tian's eyes looked through the layers of space, and he saw He Shu Wu between a stone gap 800 meters away, and his expression moved. This is the ability of spatial perception, which allows him to easily find medicinal herbs. Before, when Yue Ling was there, he didn't dare to collect medicinal materials so frantically, but now that Yue Ling left, he had no scruples. Swish. In an instant, Yi Tian came to the place where He Shu Wu grows, carefully took He Shu Wu away, put it in a temporary wooden box, and then put it in his personal space. Keep looking. There were too many medicinal materials in the secret realm that had been used for hundreds of years, and Yi Tian could easily find them. For him, the secret realm is a natural treasure. And the number of high-level fierce beasts in the secret realm is also very large. Each high-level fierce beast can collect many high-level fierce beast blood, and Yi Tian, in addition to collecting medicinal materials, the most important thing is to collect high-level fierce beast blood. In the outside world, although there are many high-level fierce beasts, if you hunt high-level fierce beasts wildly, you will be chased and killed by top-level fierce beasts in less than a day, which is very dangerous. But in the secret realm, it is different. The most powerful here is only a high-level fierce beast, and there will be no top-level fierce beasts. In the past, Yi Tian would still worry that there was too much high-level fierce beast blood to take away. But now he had 2 storage bags and a carry-on space, which was enough to collect a lot of high-level fierce beast blood. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. In the past half a month, Yi Tian frantically hunted high-level fierce beasts and collected medicinal materials, and with his top-level healing talent, he survived the siege of countless fierce beasts. And he didn't know how many high-level beasts died in his hands. He only knew that his carry-on space and 2 storage bags were almost full. You can't hunt high-level beasts anymore, there's no place to put them anyway. Yi Tian gave up hunting high-level fierce beasts, but there were still many treasures in the secret realm that had not been discovered, and the treasures underground were undoubtedly the most. It is difficult for spiritual power to extend underground, but the spatial perception ability can ignore soil and rocks and can perceive the situation underground. For example, several times he sensed the existence of ore veins, but unfortunately it was not the Yuanqi stone vein but the metal ore veins such as copper, iron, and silver. The ore veins are also very valuable in this world, but Yi Tian can't develop them. How many veins can he collect alone? Even if he fills up his personal space, he can't sell it for hundreds of millions, which is far less valuable than high-grade fierce beast blood and medicinal materials. Therefore, he had no choice but to give up these metal veins. There are about 10 days left. Look for it again. The focus is to find the Yuanqi stone vein. If you can't find it, you can only give up and leave. Yi Tian planned. According to his speculation, the Yuanqishi vein should be a place where the Yuanqi is very strong, and the more likely it is that the Yuanqistone vein will be born in a place where the Yuanqi is strong. But the secret realm is too big and Yi Tian's sensing range is not large, so it is naturally difficult to see where the Yuan Qi stone veins are relatively rich. Otherwise, he would have found the Yuan Qi stone vein a long time ago. After searching for 2 more days, Yi Tian had completely given up on finding the Yuanqi stone vein, as if the heavens couldn't see it and actually gave Yi Tian a chance. Yi Tian's gaze was fixed on a mouse 100 meters away. This is a mouse with a purple body and a touch of golden hair on its eyebrows, which looks very extraordinary. And Yi Tian observed its talent, and the other party was indeed very extraordinary. Species: purple treasure rat. Bloodline talent: top treasure hunt talent. Hi, it turned out to be a purple gold treasure rat with a treasure hunting talent. Yi Tian felt that God really favored him too much and he had discovered such a treasure rat. The high-level treasure hunting talent is very rare. Yi Tian really wants to copy it, but his copying talent is still in the cooldown, but it won't take long for the cooldown to end, but at that time he has already left the secret realm. So he had to catch this purple gold treasure rat, and he had to use the purple gold treasure rat to find treasures for him in the secret realm, preferably to find the Yuan Qi stone vein. Shout! Yi Tian teleported over and came directly to the purple gold treasure mouse. The purple gold treasure rat was originally looking for treasures to improve his strength, but suddenly saw Yi Tian appear and a crisis came. It wanted to escape, but one of Yi Tian's big hands grabbed it. Rumble. Under the increase of strength talent and yuan power, Yi Tian's attack power in his hands alone reached the power of 5 elephants, and the speed was super fast, far exceeding the reaction power of the purple gold treasure mouse. Therefore, the Zijin treasure rat was caught by Yi Tian and he couldn't escape no matter what. Little one, if you surrender to me I won't kill you, or Yi Tian threatened. Although it is not good to threaten a fierce beast and be such a cute fierce beast, humans and fierce beasts are inherently independent, and there is no need to pay attention to moral etiquette. Squeak squeak tilde tilde tilde. The purple gold treasure rat kept screaming as if it was angry, but when Yi Tian released his killing intent, it suddenly became honest. Then the purple gold treasure rat nodded again and again as if to say, I am willing to surrender. Confess the Lord, you should know, right? Yi Tian said with a smile. The purple gold treasure mouse kept waving a pair of small paws as if to say, you bad person, you are too shameless. Confess the Lord. Yi Tian used force in his hand, and a huge force pinched the body of the purple gold treasure rat to a squeak, which was the bones of the purple gold treasure rat shattering. At this moment, the Zijin treasure rat panicked. It is not an ordinary fierce beast but a purple gold treasure rat. I don't know how many treasures of heaven and earth have been eaten, and even the treasures of enlightenment have been eaten, and the wisdom is not lower than that of humans. It's also afraid of death. Seeing that Yi Tian really dared to make a move, it hurriedly handed over its soul light and flew into Yi Tian's soul sea. When the soul light of the purple gold treasure rat was absorbed by Yi Tian, the confession of the Lord was completed. Master. A girlish voice appeared in Yi Tian's mind. You're a mother. Yi Tian heard the figure of the Zijin treasure mouse, and only then did he notice the gender of the Zijin treasure mouse. Immediately, he turned the purple gold treasure rat over and looked at it carefully. It is indeed the mother. Master, you big rascal, the purple gold treasure rat said angrily in Yi Tian's mind. Yi Tian ignored the noise of the Zijin treasure mouse. Zijin treasure mouse, let me give you a name. It's called Xiao Zai. How about it? Yi Tian asked. The purple gold treasure rat nodded slightly, quite satisfied with the name. Xiao Zai, can your treasure hunting talent find out where there are Yuan Qi stone veins? Yi Tian asked with some expectation. Janky stone, I know where it is. Xiao Zai hurriedly raised her little paw and said, Really? Yi Tian's expression moved and he was a little excited. Xiao Zai actually knew where there were Yuan Qi stones, which was beyond his expectations. But it's normal to think about it carefully. Xiao Zai doesn't know how long she has lived in the secret realm relying on her treasure hunting talent. She must know where many treasures are. And the Yuan Qi stone also belongs to the category of treasures, and it is normal for Xiao Zai to be able to detect the Yuan Qi stone. Xiao Zai, you take me to find the vitality stone, Yi Tian ordered. Come with me. Xiao Zai ran forward and took Yi Tian to find the Yuan Qi stone. But Xiao Zai's speed was too slow, and in the end, Yi Tian was holding Xiao Zai, and Xiao Zai was only responsible for guiding the direction and position. After running for a day and a half, Yi Tian was finally about to reach his destination under Xiao Zai's guidance, but the situation was not what he expected. Corpses. Yi Tian saw the corpse of a martial artist. Judging from the situation of the corpse, it should have been dead for a long time. Spatial awareness. A wave of space rippled out, extending ahead to probe away. Soon, a corpse with a martial artist appeared in Yi Tian's sight. More than a dozen warrior corpses have been found. Yi Tian's brows furrowed. Judging from the current situation, the Yuan Qi stone vein not far away should have been discovered, otherwise so many martial artists would not have died. You must know that the secret realm is very large, and the possibility of encounters between martial artists is not very large, and so many martial artists die here. This situation can only be found in a large number of martial artists fighting here. Thinking of the exposure of the Yuan Qi stone, Yi Tian was a little anxious. If all the Yuan Qi stones are mined, then he will come in vain. Let's go. Yi Tian moved forward slowly. There was spatial perception and exploration. He was not afraid of accidents, only he found the enemy first, and no enemy would find him first. After walking slowly for thousands of miles, I finally saw a group of people. This group of people is fighting, or rather besieging and killing. It's him! Yi Tian saw a rather familiar person and said that he was familiar because he focused on understanding the other party. This person is Yun Feng, known as the #1 combat genius of the Demon Sea base, and he is the one who is besieged. There were about 20 people on the other side, wearing the same costumes, and there was no doubt that they were a force. Yun Feng, your combat effectiveness is worthy of being the #1 combat genius, but it's a pity that you are not our opponent, an older martial artist said coldly. Helian Bai, you are a great martial artist in the last session, but I didn't expect to live in the secret realm for 10 years, and you also found a Yuan Qi stone vein. But I have no enmity with you. I promise not to compete with you for the Yuan Qi stone. Why do you have to besiege me? Even if you kill me, most of you will die. Do you believe it or not? Yun Feng said coldly. Of course I believe it, Helian Bai said. But if you can die some great martial artists, you can exchange Yun Feng's death. This deal is very cost-effective. The entire Demon Sea Great Base thinks that among the younger generation of the Yun family, Yun Tian's cultivation talent is the highest, and it is an extraordinary level cultivation talent, while your Yun Feng is only strong in combat power, and his cultivation talent is only top-notch. If you were only a top-level cultivation talent, I wouldn't bother to kill you, but you're not a top-level cultivation talent. HMPH, if I don't have a top-level cultivation talent, is it difficult for me to become an extraordinary level cultivation talent? Yun Feng sneered. That's right, you are indeed an extraordinary level cultivation talent. Maybe you were indeed a top-level cultivation talent before, but now you are an extraordinary level cultivation talent. If I'm not mistaken, you found a treasure to improve your talent in the secret realm, and this treasure has actually raised your cultivation talent to an extraordinary level. I'm really envious. I even want such a treasure. I originally only had a high-level cultivation talent, but I came to the secret realm 10 years ago, and it took a lot of effort to raise my cultivation talent to the top. For the sake of that treasure to improve my talent, I planned in the secret realm for a long time, and then I missed the opportunity to go out. I thought I was very lucky, but you were even luckier than me. You actually found a treasure that can raise your cultivation talent to an extraordinary level. Maybe you still have it on you. As he spoke, Helian Bai's heart moved, revealing a greedy look. Does anyone believe your lie? Yun Feng sneered. Lies. Helian Wall laughed. Yun Feng, you are indeed very calm, but what you don't know is that I have a very special talent. This talent is called peeping talent, which can peep into other people's cultivation talents, but the premise is that that person's cultivation talent will not surpass mine. If you were a top-level cultivation talent, I should be able to see your cultivation talent level, but I can't see it now. What it means I know very well. At this time, Yun Feng finally changed color. I didn't expect you to have this kind of talent. That's right, I do have an extraordinary talent. If you really want to work hard, I will definitely be able to kill you. The clouds and winds threaten Helion Wall. Then try it. Helion Bai was not afraid at all. Today he must kill Yunfeng. How terrifying it is for a #1 combat genius with extraordinary talent once he grows up. In other days, if Yunfeng steps into the king level, he will definitely become the most powerful king level. The strength of the Yun family is already extremely strong, and if one more invincible king is added, then the Yun family will be unstoppable. The Helion family's status was second only to the Yun family, so they naturally didn't want to see this kind of situation. Helion Bai not only wanted to get the treasure on Yun Feng's body for the Helion family. What if Yun Feng got more than one of the kind of treasures that enhanced his talent? It's just a possibility, and it's worth it for him to besiege Yun Feng. Moreover, there is also a small Yuan Qi stone vein underground, and when Yun Feng is killed, he will join other Helion clansmen to kill the terrifying beast that guards the Yuan Qi stone vein, and then all the Yuan Qi stones will belong to the Helion family. Distance. Yi Tian not only spied on the situation on Yun Feng's side but also heard their conversation and couldn't help but be slightly surprised. Yun Feng has turned into an extraordinary level cultivation talent. When he is in the outside world, he is still a top-level cultivation talent. This luck is 2 against the sky. It is simply a son of luck. Yi Tian thought, near, keep getting closer, shout. Yi Tian suddenly teleported behind a boulder 500 meters away from them. Because Yi Tian's teleportation was very fast, no trace was revealed, so Yun Feng and the others didn't see Yi Tian at all. Probe! Copying the talent instantly checked the talent situation of this group. When Yi Tian saw Yun Feng's talent clearly, he couldn't help but smile. The people of the Helion family are finished.